Okay. Welcome to the January 26th hearing of the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission. Will you please join us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Villalobos, will you please give the TV coverage announcement?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the Commission and everyone else here. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB-TV, Channel 20, at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Samria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcast of Planning Commission hearings are on Friday at 5 p.m. on CSB-TV Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website as well as the county's YouTube channel and will be available for download in a day or two. Should I move on to the roll call?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. Commissioner Cooney,
Here.
Commissioner Ford,
Here.
Commissioner Park,
Present.
Commissioner Martinez,
Here.
and Chair Reed.
Here.
Thank you.
The agenda status report.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sitting in for Jeff Wilson. Bear with me here, okay? Today, we have the continuance of the two appeals of the Peterson projects, and then we have the EDC Surfrider appeal of the DMF single-family home.
Okay, would please continue with the projection report,
Sure.
which is normally conducted by Mr. Wilson, but he has had an automotive difficulty.
That
and-
is true, yes. Stuck in Goleta right now. Okay, February 4th is canceled. February 11th is Plantel Nurseries. That is a CUP in the Orchid area. And also on February 11th, you're having another recreation master plan workshop. Okay. February 18th is, do you go over Montecito? I'm not sure. No, okay. Moving on to February 25th, there are no items scheduled at this time.
Can I interject there?
Yes.
So you'll remember at the last hearing, we did have 2 or 3 items scheduled for the 25th, but we did receive a request to move items off of that agenda. So as you can see from the projection report and what Mr. Sievers just indicated, we were able to do that. So if you, when Mr. Sievers gets to the end, it's certainly your option to cancel it at this point.
All right, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Moving on to March 4th, there is an item from Development Review, a rezone of a property in the San Ynez Valley. It's right next to the airport. And Long Range Planning will be giving you their 2025 annual progress report on the comprehensive plan. March 11th, Long Range Planning has a utility scale solar amendment project that they'll be presenting to you. Nothing scheduled for March 18th right now, but that's, I'm sorry, that's Montecito. March 25th, we have another rezone of a property in the eastern Goleta Valley. April 1st is our first Ag Enterprise Ordinance project that you'll hear, and that is an equestrian event center in the San Ynez Valley. And finally, on April 8th, the Long Range Planning team will be bringing more amendments to the oil and gas ordinance to you.
All right, thank you. Now, item Mr. Villalobos mentioned, county PC hearing scheduled for February 25th. As we discussed in our last hearing, on that day, there's an event, an ag advisory event in the North County that Commissioner Park and I had hoped to attend. Thus was our reason for requesting that date be cleared. So at this time, I would like to ask for a motion to cancel that hearing.
I move to cancel the hearing for February 25.
A second?
I'll second.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So, canceled. comment.
Mike.
There we go. Thank you. Someday I'll get that right. Okay, public comment. This is the time for public comment on general items, not items on today's agenda. So at this time, if anyone would like to make public comment unrelated to items on today's agenda, now is the time to come forward.
And for those of you online, raise your virtual hand if you'd like to speak at this time. No hands online.
And with none in the room, we will move ahead to Planning Commissioners' informational report. These are made by individual commissioners who may present a brief synopsis on issues, seminars, meetings, literature they have come across, things that would be of interest to the general public and/or the commission. Do we have any informational reports? Okay, there being no reports noted, let's proceed to the minutes. We are looking at the minutes of our January 14th, 2026 hearing. If all have had an opportunity to review those minutes, do we have a motion to accept?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chair.
And seconded.
Okay, thank you. All in favor of accepting as provided the minutes of our January 14th, 2026 hearing, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Now, we're up to the director's report and the Board of Supervisors hearing summary.
Mr. Chair, before we
Yes.
get to that, I just wanted to, we skipped over the waived hearing item.
It actually comes after. Director's report is item 9, public hearing item 10. Thank you, Mr. Villalobos.
A rare mistake by Mr. Villalobos.
Exceedingly rare.
I'll leave now.
Oh, no.
He's just
Our
testing you. He did it
proceedings
to me
would
every time.
collapse without Mr. Villalobos, so. But Director Plowman, please proceed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Brief report today. We had a board hearing yesterday in Santa Maria. The board took action on the streamlining and housing accommodation ordinance package that was heard by the commission maybe it was last year. And they made a few tweaks to it, I will say, between when the commission heard it and when they finally adopted it. We originally went to them on the 16th of December. They wanted to ensure that in the CN and C1 commercial zones that the housing sort of didn't overpower the commercial uses that might be offered in these zones. And so they reduced the allowable density in those two zones from 20 units per acre to 10 units per acre on those C1, CN properties. They also changed the C2 properties to be, we had it up to 30 units per acre, I believe, and they reduced it to 20 units per acre. And they ended up maintaining the standard with 50% commercial allowed and 50% residential, but with a finding, and I think the commission already heard this component of it, but with a finding that where there's sufficient commercial in the vicinity, you can go up to 75% residential. And that's a way to try and manage the different economic situations across the county, because in North County, we have a greater need for commercial development than we may in South County. The other things that they asked us to work on were open space requirements. They wanted to change those open space requirements. So I think for the higher density projects, we had 150 square feet. Oh, I'm sorry, it was 60 square feet per unit. That could be a mix of private and common, and we went up to 150. And then on the more medium density, we went from 200 to 300 square feet per unit, and then we increased the size of the common open space that needs to be provided to 50 by 50, and added a minimum 15% landscaping requirement. So I think those were all good changes. One thing that they did include, they've been spending time talking about wanting to get decisions that are going to be appealed to the board more quickly. So they decided to amend the code so that zoning administrator appeals go straight to the board rather than coming to the planning commission first. So those will go into effect in the inland area shortly, and then we'll have to submit those to the coastal commission for their adoption. The other item that was finalized yesterday, this was our final step in our housing element adoption, and that was the acceptance of the mods that the coastal commission made to the rezones that were made in the coastal zone as part of our housing element update. So that is now complete, which is great news. We had a few sites in the coastal zone that did get rezoned, 3 in Carpinteria and 1 in Isla Vista. And so I think my team is very happy that that final piece is in place, and now we're just in the process of implementing the housing element. Future board items include the general ordinance amendment package, which is just our general cleanup package, which is going to be heard on the 2nd of February. The environmental justice element will be heard on the 10th of February by the board. They will hear the Area Hayduck appeal from a decision by the Planning Commission on February 24th. That's the replacement of the retaining wall in the creek. And then on the 3rd of March, and this is just informational because it's not an item that came to the PC, a year ago the board made a decision to require odor control, a different type of odor control in the cannabis grows in the coastal zone in Carpinteria. And that includes using these multi-factor odor control equipment like photocatalytic oxidation processes or carbon filtration. And all growers are supposed to have those installed by the 18th of March. They did provide a aspect of the code that allowed growers to request an extension if there was some good reason why they couldn't get that equipment installed by the 18th, like they'd ordered it, but it was late or something along those lines. And the board is the body that decides whether these extensions are granted. We will be making a recommendation on that. 9 of the growers have amendments into their odor abatement plans to install the new equipment, and 8 requested an extension. So we will be taking the extension request to the board on the 3rd of March and making a recommendation to the board about which ones should be extended versus which ones should not.
I have just a question with respect to that. Have any of the growers actually installed the new scrubbers?
Oh, there are growers in Carpinteria that have.
Because I thought I heard on the news covering the meeting that the report was that 10 of them had. Is that correct?
So I don't have the exact number in my mind, but there are some growers in the area have already installed the equipment. And some are using just carbon filtration, others are using a system called Invinity, which is a PCO with a carbon filtration aspect to it. And then other growers will be adding them in. Yeah. And I think that's all I have today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Cooney?
Just on one of the last items, you said that we'll be taking it to the board.
Correct.
So the planning commission won't see those.
That's correct.
Okay.
That was the decision the board made when they adopted that ordinance package. They decided they wanted it to come straight to them for a decision.
Maybe they'd like to take on the whole cannabis issue. Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right. Thanks.
It's complete? All right. The waived public hearing item,
All right.
Mr. Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you'll notice that there is a waived hearing notice on the agenda. So the purpose of this is just to serve as supplemental notice of this opportunity to request a hearing. There's no action for the commission to take. The reason why it's showing up on your agenda is the Planning Commission was the original decision maker on the permit. So there's no action to be taken today.
Easy one.
Easy.
Okay. So, would you please read item 1 into the record?
Yes, thank you. The following is a hearing on the request of Michelle Peterson, appellant, to consider case number 23 APL 37, to consider the appeal of the director's approval of the Royal Springs Retreat LLC new single-family residence project, case number 21 LUP 197, and to determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15183 of the state guidelines for the implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Yes. If everyone's ready to proceed with the staff presentation?
Yeah. Mr. Chair, I wanted to say a few things before we started the hearing on this particular item.
Please do,
Yeah.
Director.
Yes. So there has been some questions about the recommendation that is provided in the staff report. When we were here last, there was direction by the Planning Commission to bring back findings of denial. We, in consultation with Commissioner Cooney and our chair, talked about the process and the fact that we had received a fire protection plan from the applicant and felt that it was a better approach to come back with the fire protection plan to give the Planning Commission an opportunity to review that. If the Planning Commission still wants to have the staff return with findings, we could trail the item today and come back with that. But we agreed internally and with the chair and Commissioner Cooney that this would be the best approach for today. And so I know that Mr. Shatillo had expressed great consternation about that process, but I want to assure the public and Mr. Shatillo that we considered all of the aspects of this case, and we spoke with the chair and the commissioner whose district this is in and decided this was the best approach for today. So I'm happy to answer any questions about that.
Commissioner Cooney.
He's that away.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Commissioner Park. I know much better than that.
Did you want to say something, Mr. Cooney? Okay. Two things that aren't particularly relevant to what you've just discussed, but one, as a general practice, I think when we're going to have a situation like this, kind of unique circumstances where it looked like we were going to have findings for denial, but things happen, and I predicted at the time something could happen. This report could come in, and it might change things. That's okay, but I would be, I'd at least keep a skeletal set of negative findings in your back pocket, just because it's pretty obvious to me now. We're going to see case after case where people try to invoke the Housing Accountability Act in 5 hearings per case. It's going to be in everything. You'll get a new Cuyama, somebody's putting up a chicken coop, and they'll say, well, that's a housing development, and therefore it's limited to 5 hearings. And we don't want to get trapped where, oh gosh, well, people really did want to deny this project today, and we need to come up for still another one with our findings. So let's not use up our hearings with that. Okay, that's one thing. Second thing is I'm still trying to regain my post-surgery concentration, and I don't think I heard a request for reference to ex parte communications. If I did, I missed it. But I had some, and I ought to report them. And probably other people did too.
Yeah, we definitely need to do that, but yes. Okay. Ex parte communications on this item. Proceed, Commissioner Ford.
Oh, sure.
Well, your light's on. Yeah.
I know.
Okay.
Let's see. Yesterday, I met on Zoom with Amy Steinfeld, the attorney for the applicant.
Commissioner Park?
And I also had a phone conversation with Amy Steinfeld a few days ago, I think.
Now, Commissioner Cooney?
Thank you. I had a number of Zoom meetings around these topics, and Amy Steinfeld was one. We didn't get together until the end of the day yesterday because of earlier conversations, but I also spoke with representatives of the let's see, I'm going to put this together and announce it when we go back on the record after a break, because I don't have all the individuals here. So, no, I don't, I'll come back to it. Yes, I'm
Okay.
done for now.
Commissioner Martinez?
Other than meeting and conferring with staff, no other ex parte communications.
Okay, I spoke at a conversation with Amy Steinfeld on December 5th. December 1st, I made an unaccompanied site visit just by myself. January 27th, I had another site visit with Amy Steinfeld, Josh Kaplan, and Robert Mell.
Chair Reed and Commissioners, before we go too far, I just wanted to offer one point of clarification in regards to Park's prior comment regarding the Housing Accountability Act. So this project, it's not a Housing Accountability Act project, but it is subject to the 5 hearing limit through SB 330 as it is a single-family residence. So just a point of clarification there.
You know, Mr. Stewart, I have a question about that. It really relates to all sorts of things, but since you brought this up, SB 330, was it an amendment to the Housing Accountability Act? Is it the same place in the government code, or is it a different code section?
It's a different place in the government code there.
Okay, so it,
So traditionally, SB 330 folks would, applicants would avail themselves to the streamlining process by submitting a preliminary application.
right.
That hasn't occurred in this instance. But however, recent changes in state law to SB 330 do place a 5 hearing limit on single-family residences. And so it'd be my recommendation to your commission that we adhere to the 5 hearing limit according to SB 330.
And we'll see that in every single-family residence application?
That is correct.
Okay, so, but in general, we would look to see if the Housing Accountability Act applies, but since SB 330 is outside of that, we'd also look at that separately to see if it applies.
That's correct. 2 different statutes pertaining to housing
Yeah.
projects.
And of course, what you're telling us, SB 330, the way it's, with the latest amendments, it's always going to apply.
Correct.
That's interesting. Okay. Okay, thanks.
Okay, before staff report begins, I'd like to make a comment about Director Plowman's comments relative to staff's action following our December 3rd meeting. It is not my expectation that staff should exhibit blind obedience in following every direction of the commission. I would rather that they use their ability in critical thinking, and if they have something they think is worthy of questioning, they feel free to discuss it with commissioners following the meeting. Although I realize it is rare and not customary, I would fully support the action they took after our December 3rd hearing. And I think in the end, by the conclusion of this hearing, it will probably be seen that the action they took is in the best interest of the public. So I, for one, have no problems whatsoever and feel they took the correct course. No other comments? Okay, so Ms. King, feel free to proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Veronica King, and I'm here to present the Peterson appeal of the Laurel Springs LLC single-family dwelling project and to provide a brief update following the Commission's December 3rd hearing. Following that hearing, staff met with County Fire to address the Commission's concerns regarding fire safety. County Fire reaffirmed that the project complies with all applicable fire protection development standards, including access, defensible space, construction materials, and water supply. County Fire Division Chief and Fire Marshal Fred Tan is here in person today and available to answer any questions. In addition, on January 23rd, the applicant voluntarily submitted a fire protection plan, along with project plans that provide additional detail regarding fire protection measures. To support this effort, the applicant retained a fire protection specialist, Robert Lewin, who is present today to discuss those measures. Mr. Lewin is the former director of the Santa Barbara County Office of Emergency Management and led the county's Emergency Operations Center during major disasters, including the Thomas Fire and the Montecito debris flow. Based on the project's continued compliance with all applicable development standards and policies, staff continues to recommend approval of the project. Finally, we would like to clarify one point raised in the appellant's letter. The applicant's recent submittals reflect enhancements to fire protection measures and do not constitute substantive changes to the project scope. The project remains consistent with all applicable development standards and community plan policies. We also want to note that yesterday evening, we received a letter from County Fire stating their conceptual approval of the fire protection plan. Staff recommends that condition of approval number 19 be updated to include the letter. Thank you.
Any questions from commissioners? Oh, Commissioner Park.
You should always look to your right.
I know I should.
I have a very fundamental question that I think will be kind of addressed by several people today, so we might as well get it out there. I think it's great that we've had this fire protection plan submitted, and I kind of figured that would happen after the last hearing. But what is the normal approval process for that? And I would guess that there's fire protection plans in cases where there's not discretionary approvals, for the planning commission, and it's more at the building department or something. But then there's going to be some where there is a discretionary approval. So here we've seen one that has come in after our first hearing. I would guess that's unusual. But what's the general approval process? Who approves it and when?
Chair and Commissioner Park, as with all hearings, provided that the document is submitted prior to the Monday at noon deadline, documents that are over a page can be submitted into the record. In terms of the approval process, in our conversations, it's not required for a single-family home to prepare a fire protection plan, so this is unusual in that case that the applicant is voluntarily preparing the fire protection plan. But in our conversations with County Fire, the finalized fire protection plan would typically be reviewed prior to building permit issuance because of the fact that it outlines construction methods. And so what we have now is that County Fire has reviewed the fire protection plan on a conceptual level and said that it, in their letter, says that it includes all of the necessary components. And in that, they request a final review of the fire protection plan prior to the building permit issuance. And so that is why staff is recommending that this letter be incorporated into our conditions of approval in order to give them that opportunity.
So in a typical case coming in front of us, that plan would have come in earlier. It would have been seen by the subdivision review committee and fire. There'd be conceptual, then we'd do whatever, but we wouldn't be expecting to have it at our level, a final approved plan. That would come afterwards and go through building department.
Commissioners, good morning. Thank you for having me here today. So the fire code allows myself or the fire chief or his designee to require a fire protection plan. We if it comes through the land use process, we could put those conditions there, and as it moves forward to the building permit process, then it would live there, where we require a fire protection plan submitted and approved prior to occupancy clearance. We typically, would only require it for large-scale projects, commercial, factory, hotels, anything of that nature that requires it, not typically single-family dwellings. So it could come in this process, but if there's a process that comes that the Planning Commission doesn't see, then we would certainly have it at the building permit application process, and we call it a condition letter for our FPC fire department process.
So my last sub-question on that, and you might as well answer it too, is, so county fire, if one does come through, you're going to review it. Does anybody else review it? Does P&D review the plan as well for something? Or anybody else?
They may. In this case, if we get it, if we require it as part of fire's requirements on the condition letter, this particular plan has elements, construction elements and features that we don't plan check and inspect for. So we would likely put conditions on our condition letter that it has to be approved and that elements are included in the plan sets and details for the building officials, staff to inspect, enforce, and review. So there would be a little bit of, we would go back to the building official and have his staff review it.
And that'd be pretty much at the end of the process before they start building, right?
But, probably before construction, because, like the plan that we're seeing set forth is they're using all steel construction, for as far as framing and whatnot. So you wouldn't want to have anything go vertical, with wooden structures and have to bring it back down, So we would communicate that and make sure that nothing happened before that. So.
But I guess we could generalize it. However this one happened to get here, we basically have the approvals from P&D and fire department that we would expect to have it at this stage before the Planning Commission. Anything else left to happen will happen through the building department before construction.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do have questions because I think we're at an unusual point in our consideration of this matter. We had an extensive hearing on this project, and my concern, which I expressed throughout the presentation, had to do with the potential of a wildfire, which has happened actually on this property, adjacent to it in the past. And we'll talk about these things. I don't believe that we're foreclosed from talking about them, but we'll hear from the fire chief, and we may hear from others as well. But just to clarify one point, your staff recommending approval has already been made. You've already said that for this hearing. Is that right?
Commissioner Cooney, that's correct.
Okay. So I don't believe we're foreclosed. County Council may have a different view, and I'd love to hear it, but we're not foreclosed by staff's recommendation from taking evidence today regarding this very important issue. And I just want to be sure everybody's comfortable that this may be the third inning of a 9-inning game, and we really need to listen all the way through before the commission takes action. And of course, here's again from staff anything that they wish to tell us. Okay? Good. Thank you.
Well, with no further questions, we can go to appellant.
Mr. Chair, how much time, maybe we should ask Mr. Sotelo how much time he needs.
10 minutes? What do you feel? Okay.
There we go. I believe that the applicant is basically going to be making another presentation as to the project, presenting the fire plan and that sort of thing. And I believe it would make sense in terms of the order to hear that first, so that we have a chance to respond to that. If they, based on all the materials, I mean, we have to admit, we've been buried under a blizzard of documents over the last 4 days. And so I think it'd probably be helpful to hear from them. You know what my concerns are. We've submitted letters in a timely manner. We got it to you over the weekend. So if that would be helpful, it's your discretion, and if you'd like, I'm happy to proceed right now, but I think it may be better that
I
way.
want to make sure I do thank you for getting your first mailing to us in on Thursday, which is earlier than has been in the past. I realize that you sent a second on Monday, but I fully realize the reason for that. So, well, I guess we could ask if,
Chair, the applicant's saying that they would like to keep the normal order of the hearing.
okay.
So I think it would be the chair's discretion at this point.
I guess we will proceed with appellant. Do we need, well, yeah. Okay.
Mr. Sotelo, how much time did you need for your?
Well,
it's 10
Mr.
minutes?
Chair, thank you, sorry, David, if I could ask, Mr. Chair, if we could, because of the, we'd ask for extra time on rebuttal. So
Okay. Yes.
let me aim for 8 to 10 minutes for my opening presentation.
You've got 10, so and if
Okay,
you
great.
need a little extra, we'll exercise that.
All right. Thank you. So, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I'm Mark Sotelo. I'm here on behalf of the appellant, Michelle Peterson, in this matter. Next slide, please. Oh, it's right here. I control it, don't I? So our initial request, as you saw in our first letter, is that we fulfill the direction that the commission made back on December 3rd. It was reasoned. We do appreciate the fire protection plan. That's an important first step, but it's only a step in this process. And we believe that the continued extraordinary fire risks, and in particular, the unstudied evacuation capacity of the addition of the now revised project will still have a potentially demonstrable catastrophic potential effect on the existing residents. And it continues to conflict with the safety element, the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan, and the letter and intent of state law. And the handout that I just distributed was just an excerpt based on the applicant's agent's contention that the fire plan and the project comply with the intent of state law. And so that's why I felt like this handout was particularly important. And I'd also note on the timing, this is really a last-minute project change. This project has been under consideration for approximately 5 years. It's been under appeal for 2 years. We had nothing to do with the delays associated with that appeal. That was entirely staff's and the applicant's managed process. We really did nothing. Ms. Steinfeld was gracious in providing documents to us along the way, but the fact that now it's all collapsed into this last week is making it very challenging. We do see that there are some potential issues with respect to the adequacy of the fire protection plan. In particular, I don't have the slide of figure 13 out of the plan, but you have the plan with you. It is the separation analysis, which provides for the critical 30 feet of separation. And you heard last time from Mr. Hazard the importance of having protection, having that separation so that firefighters could safely go in and attack a fire. Now, I will say parenthetically that Mr. Hazard cannot be here today. He had a pre-existing commitment to work on fire safe issues here in our community. So I've had a chance to talk to him. Unfortunately, he's also ill, and so we haven't had a chance to really review and go through the fire protection plan in the manner that we need to. So if the commission is considering moving forward today, we would ask that there be a continuance and we have an opportunity to respond substantively to the mountain of information that's been provided. And I just note, I walked into the hearing and Secretary Villalobos was kind enough to point me to the fire department letter that I hadn't seen yet. So, this is really just breaking very quickly. We received the fire protection plan over the weekend. So stepping back a little bit, we believe that it's important to go through the process, and that includes CEQA's environmental review process. The fire protection plan is a good step. It does not constitute CEQA review. And significantly, where the project is relying on exceptions to the standards, there's both a requirement under state law, the final bullet here, that they do justify each of the exceptions. And you see in the fire department letter that we received this morning, that justification is a blank form. It is not provided. And in one of the matters of particular concern, to me at least as the veteran of a fire in my community, using a single aluminum wall as the buffer to insulate the firefighter from an active fire is probably not going to be sufficient. I had aluminum melt at my property during the last fire that I experienced. And so the code calls and speaks to cinder block walls and things like that. Those are not shown on the plans, so we don't really know what's out there. But we think these kinds of details need to be provided in order to be able to understand what are those impacts and ensure that CEQA is being complied with and that the community has all the information and the commission has all the information that they're entitled to. So this additional information is definitely creates some challenges. One of the things that we've noticed just, while the fire protection plan addresses the 30-foot setback, although we question whether, it's really an appropriate solution, and it's not shown on the plan, so we don't really know what that solution is. It addresses defensible space, but since our last hearing, the fire department, and I look forward to hearing the explanation from Fire Marshal Tan as to why and how Development Standard Number 6 was revised to eliminate the ability to look across a property line. The ability to look across a property line is specifically authorized under state law. And the changes to the development standard have weakened our local requirement to less effectiveness than required under state law. Other communities do require looking across the boundary, as our development standard number 6 did on December 3rd. So that's a significant change that, again, change in circumstances, but also a change in the ability. And while looking to adjacent properties that are already developed and are already subject to defensible space requirements is one thing, but to the west of Lot 10 is the applicant's own property, which provides the opportunity for a 30 and 100-foot defensible space requirement on those lands, subject, as required under state law, subject to the consent of the owner. Now, if the owner is refusing to consent, I think that's information that your commission should know. I would imagine that this is an item, given the applicant's desire to protect and create a fire-safe project, that they would want to offer that, but that's not been in the offings. So last week I was up at the site, you folks were too. If you tried to come up from the northern route, you would have hit that road closed sign on the left side there, and there's the county road closure dashboard showing that, in fact, the northerly access to the property is closed right now. 2 days after our hearing, that cement truck in the middle frame got stuck for 11 hours at the double switchback area. I happened to see as part of the prescribed burn as I was going down the hill. I was greeted by the brush truck on the right side there coming underneath the boulder. The evacuation is far from adequate. And our concern is that the fire protection plan is going to provide us false sense of security. So it really does require third-party review. You heard from Mr. Hazard. He does have experience, and applicants themselves acknowledge that. So we look forward to the opportunity for reviewing this. But there's a number of issues that we identify here. I think the third bullet here, the reliance on local firefighters, volunteer firefighters, is important because if a fire breaks out in Painted Cave and residents are intending to fight and defend their community, but they're in town, they're actually going to be coming up the road at the same time that evacuation traffic should be heading out, in addition to dealing with reconciling conflicts with fire equipment. Currently, you could not get a fire truck into the community from the north, which is the only road that allows it. It would have to go up Gibraltar Road, across Camino Cielo, and then come down Painted Cave Road north in order to access. That's a 45-minute drive. So obviously we don't know from roads, and that may be a good question, how long it's going to take to repair East Camino Cielo to be able to bring heavy equipment on it. But I know in my community, we have a road that's been down to one lane based on storm damage from 2 years ago. And then the reliance on local equipment is a little questionable. Basically, they said, well, they have a truck, it's not really running, and they have a pump, but it's not really working, but they're going to fix it as the mitigation. So I think there's some issues that we need to address. The plans that we've seen are incomplete, and as a result, we really need to talk about CEQA, and we need to employ the CEQA process. I'd like to turn now to the document that I handed out as I close my comments here. The fire protection plan on page 9 concluded, this is actually the presentation, not the fire protection plan, but the PowerPoint that you'll be seeing in a moment. Ask the question, do the projects comply with the intent of all fire regulations and the best management practices to ensure highest level of safety for the new homes? And then section 2, number 2 there, is the California law as drawn from the Code of Regulations, and citation is there. Section 1273. Do the roads and driveways, whether private or public, unless they're exempted, the only exemption is for agricultural roads, do they provide for safe access for emergency wildfire equipment and civilian evacuation concurrently? And they have to provide for, the intent is that they provide for unobstructed traffic circulation during a wildfire emergency. And then there's a section on width. I will close at this point the active capacity for evacuation up and down at the same time. And that is not the current state of Painted Cave Road. So thank you.
From commissioners, we will begin with Commissioner Park.
When did you receive the fire protection plan?
The first fire protection plan was posted on the website, and I saw it on Saturday. Yes, may have been Friday night. I was hustling to try and get your letter out. I didn't get it on Thursday. It was Friday. It was actually Saturday at 1:30 a.m. is when I finished that letter. No, Friday at 1:30, well, Saturday morning at 1:30 a.m. And then I went away and went backcountry for the weekend and did some trails that you know about. So it was Friday, late. Okay. That's when I saw it posted to the website. I didn't see the material submitted by the applicant until Monday. That was submitted, but most of it was submitted before the noon Monday deadline.
And this fire department letter that we received this morning, you likewise saw it this morning?
Yeah, I just got it off the dais in the, or the counter in the back.
And you made a comment just a moment ago about the house plans, revised house plans being incomplete. And I couldn't understand what that meant or why it matters. So could you explain what's incomplete about it and why does it matter?
So my understanding is that the applicant has revised the house plans to go from 4 bedrooms to 3, which is material in that it affects the evacuation calculations and how many occupants we can expect to see there, as well as the ADU. So the layout, there were the plans that were provided in the materials for Monday noon included only the footprint and the layout of those bedrooms and rooms in the house. It did not include the firewall that is relied on in order to provide for the exception to the 30-foot setback requirement. It's referenced in the narrative, but the site plan does not show it. There's reference in a footnote to to a fence screen, or they'll be able to tell you the product name, but it's the single wall aluminum wall. That's not shown on the plans, so we haven't seen that. The other piece that I think will probably need to be reconciled is the going to the higher standards for the building construction on this property. They reference metal roofs throughout the entire, through the two structures. The roof design that I had up here still shows, right there, it shows in the top part this open deck in the roof. It's not clear if that's going to stay or not. That's somewhat of a red flag in fire design because it provides a location for embers to gather and to remain and potentially create ignition, and that's where I think it's off to the right, is where the fire pit is, I think, on one of the projects. The other project shows in the plans, and again, this is an inadequacy in my view, the plan itself. It shows a group of chairs circled around what would be a fire pit, but they no longer describe it as a gas fire pit. So I don't know what the feature is there that provides on the exterior of Lot 11, I believe, that would provide for that outdoor gathering. It looks like it would be a fire pit, but that notation has been removed. Those are details in the plans that I think we really need to see before we can really evaluate, is this the right structure for this site?
Any further questions?
Commissioner Reed, or Chair Reed, if you could allow us just 1 second, because I think we're just confused by a few things too, and we want to clarify what has been modified so the commission knows exactly what has changed from the last hearing, and Nicole Liu has an explanation for everybody. But we think it's important that you guys
Okay,
understand
proceed.
that. Okay.
Chair and Commissioners, the removal of a bedroom from each of the homes that Mr. Shatillo is referencing occurred prior to your last hearing. So that's not a change that's occurring to the project currently. The changes that are proposed at this time are removal of the fire pit and incorporation of the construction methods into the home that are outlined in the fire protection plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a question, or a few. I noticed today you mentioned your consultant, Mr. Hazard, who also formed, to me, the centerpiece of your presentations at the prior meeting. I know I, for one, the prior hearing, I, for one, had come to the hearing having reviewed all of the documents provided to us, and my leanings were, I didn't feel the appeal there was information sufficient to approve the appeal. Come to the meeting, and there's Mr. Hazard, former fire marshal, and we all have been trained to observe, to follow the orders of a fireman. I guess that means in uniform, but we all respect firemen and their opinions. And Mr. Hazard gave a very comprehensive and compelling, I felt, presentation relative to the various hazards in the area. That was pivotal in my decision, and I suspect the decisions of some others, although I can't talk to them under the Brown Act, other than one, I suspect may have influenced the opinions and hence the votes of other commissioners in asking for findings of well, the denial and to proceed, therefore bringing us to today's meeting. Now, subsequent to that meeting, we find, based on some of the work done by applicant, that the testimony presented to us at that hearing by Mr. Hazard, who appeared as a consultant you brought. I remember at the beginning of the hearing, you introduced him as part of your team, which I spent 30 years interviewing people and listening to what they said and trying to interpret what that actually meant. So when you said a member of your team, I thought that was interesting. I thought he was an outside independent consultant, but whatever. But then we find that the testimony he provided during that hearing, as principal of his new, apparently, consulting role as an independent consultant, that testimony was in direct conflict with some testimony he had given not too many years before in front of the Board of Supervisors, that he had formed a role, a very important role, in formulation of the fire protection plan covering that area. Yet, when he is appearing now, as I said, as an independent paid consultant, his opinions are widely different. I think that's a very disturbing reference to his credibility. And I was wondering, you got 35 years of experience here. You bring someone in to give testimony on behalf of your client and your action. Do you normally take the opportunity to review what their comment is going to be? And did you do that with Mr. Hazard?
Mr. Chair, first of all, I do work with the team. That is the way. These are complicated processes. We're dealing with technical issues integrated with legal provisions and requirements, and then the process of the county. So it requires presenting effective testimony, requires integration of all of those bits of information. I saw those references, and I'm not in a position to respond because that is for Mr. Hazard to be able to do, and he is unable to be here. So I would ask that before you reach a conclusion with respect to the veracity of his testimony and his credibility, you would allow him an opportunity to respond. And for us to look at that. Again, we didn't really see any of that stuff until, the principal letter came through on Monday, and it's Wednesday. So we've had not 48 hours to be able to review, and that's not the only piece of evidence that was presented in that submittal. There's a lot there. So I appreciate your concern, and it's legitimate. Applicant raised it. Was it cherry picked out? Was it just we've seen the behavior of the applicant has been to put words into the appellant's mouth. So and one of the reasons we've been reluctant to meet, because all of a sudden, anything that's said gets taken out of context and then reported out publicly. So we're interested in working with the applicant to come up with the right project for this site. But we think, and Ms. Steinfeld and I have been in communication, and we agreed that we're going to talk after today's hearing, because as we may be in the third inning at this point. I think that's about right. So, and I would ask that before we close the book, we give Mr. Hazard an opportunity to respond to these allegations. Because that's what they are, they're allegations. And you can take out of context an individual statement and attempt to smear somebody's reputation. But I would ask that you, as somebody who does know, and your commission, afford him the opportunity to respond. He did commit some time ago, before we started in this process, that he would support a training for prescribed burns that was scheduled this morning. Since then, he contracted pneumonia, and I don't think he's actually up at Sedgwick with doing that, but he would be in no condition to be here to address your commission. So I apologize for that. And, it's challenging. I believed that based on my 35 years, never has the commission been overruled by staff. And I understand why, and I appreciate Director Plowman's comment. It would have been a courtesy to inform me what was going on as well, but that's okay. I'm kind of used to that. But I think that if we want to, have the right decorum and process here, we do need to have a little bit better communication. You certainly need to give everybody an opportunity to respond to allegations that are provided at the last minute like this. Does that make sense?
Well, it makes sense, but, with respect to Mr. Hazard, I wouldn't say that he was being, I even have the idea he was being purposely deceptive. I do suspect, if somebody's out, they've got a consulting business, they want to perform. I've dealt a lot with medical speakers that had many of the same accusations made with respect to them, but, perhaps even the job to do the desire to do a good job could color some of that. Nonetheless, and I wouldn't want to, he's had a long and very, excellent, well-respected history with the department. I mean, I understand all of that. But nonetheless, his testimony, I think, was pivotal in changing the course of the December's hearing, was probably responsible for changing a few votes that brought us to where we are today. And I think necessarily, in my mind, it kind of tainted any of the other opinions he rendered, which were foundational, and in fact, in my mind, kind of tainted that entire hearing. So with respect to that, we can proceed, but
If I could just
Go ahead.
remind you, Mr. Chair, that Professor Dykus, a wildland fire specialist, also submitted I was 40 or 50 pages of, I'm sure now you read it all, and so you understand that Mr. Hazard's comments were not isolated. They were supported by other experts in the field. I will say that Mr. Hazard, in his comments, those were his comments. I didn't, and I believe that he stands with them, and I know that he talked to Fire Marshal Tan after, I guess last Friday, or maybe on Monday, maybe it was Monday, that, and that there wasn't necessarily, as at least the way Mr. Hazard reported it to me, there was not a substantive disagreement with the statements that he'd made. Now, maybe this is all hearsay, but I would ask that the commission do not take the applicant's selection of a particular bit of information without a grain of salt, to understand its context, and to recognize, as there's differences of how to interpret these things. And so when I gave you this legal authority that binds, that touches on the key issue here is, can we rely on these roads to provide for safe evacuation? There may be a question as to whether the applicant can be required to expand the roads in order to meet it, but the question is, can you make the findings that it does meet these standards? And I'm looking forward to hearing Mr. Marshal Tan's testimony about that, because you're trying to accomplish an intent. We want it to be safe as possible. As Commissioner Cooney said, we want to do the best possible, and I think we all want that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
definitely, I think we're all in that boat. So thank you very much, and we'll readdress after your rebuttal. If applicant is ready.
I still have a question of Ms. Lou.
I'm sorry.
And we kind of got interrupted by this 15-minute colloquy, but there we go. It happens. Ms. Lou, you were referring to the plans and what's in them and what are the revisions, okay? And I've heard a lot today about a firewall or screen. It's aluminum. I'm not even sure whose idea this was, just because all this stuff came up at once. But is it in the plans or not in the plans? Because it seems to be an important feature. Okay, well, I think I'm asking Ms. Lou, I'll ask you when it's your turn. I want to keep, it's not up to me to keep order in the process, but I don't want to damage it.
Chair and Commissioner Park, the current plans include a site wall. One of the alternative means and methods for protection of the site that's outlined in the fire protection plan is that wall should extend and be at a height of 5 or 6 feet for the full length of the property. And I think Ms. Steinfeld can speak to the materials in more detail.
That's good. So I'm going to just tell you why I'm asking about this practically, so you'll be prepared, is bigger walls are different materials. They require different footings. And as you know, part of the issues here is what's the disturbance from this destruction to plants, to rocks, to soil, everything. Maybe none, or there may be a lot. I don't know, but that's what I would ask Ms. Lou about if she was prepared to, but I'll ask you about it, Ms. Steinfeld. Okay, thank you.
Chair, I have one quick question of staff
Oh,
before.
yes, sir. Go ahead.
This parcel map that we're talking about for this property, when was this parcel map approved?
Chair and Commissioner Martinez, we might need a minute to look that up and get back to you.
Okay, and I'm going to say this out loud in regards to, I think it's in all fairness to Mr. Sotelo, who's pointing to the law here in regards to it. When we're looking at that, Chapter 14 of the CCR, I'm looking at the definitions, and there's an indication at 1270.03B that this doesn't even apply to parcels that were approved prior to 1991 and permits that were filed after 1991. I'm going to ask if Mr. Schiller could address that. And I'm not trying to ambush him. I think he needs the time to address that. Because then when I look at the definitions under 1270.01, that's identifying the state resource area, which is outside of the developed area, which goes into the roads and so forth. And then you have the definition of what is the developed parcel, which is under 1270.01F, which I always thought what we were dealing with is that's within the perimeter of the parcel, which is what the fire plan should be addressing, rather than outside of the state resource area, which is outside of the perimeter. So I'm just saying that out loud because I think Mr. Sotelo is pointing to that, and I don't believe in ambushing anybody, but I would ask Mr. Sotelo and applicant to even address those things, because that's what I'm looking at, of whether this is even applicable to these sections that have been brought up. Okay? Thank you.
With that, applicant, feel free to proceed. You have 10 minutes.
As discussed, is it possible to get 15 since our fire experts are here from San Luis?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chair Reed and honorable commissioners. Amy Steinfeld on behalf of the applicant. I'm joined today with my team, architect, we have Rob Mell, and we have our 2 fire experts. In addition, we have Daniel Hosea, who runs the ranch next door. We're here to present the results of our work that we've done since our last hearing. I must say this 8-week pause has been really helpful to our team, and we've learned a lot during that time. We fully understand that fire risk is a significant concern for the Painted Cave community, and we share that concern. Over the past 2 months, the applicant has taken the time to thoroughly evaluate the appellant's concerns. We re-examined the plans. Of course, you heard we prepared a voluntary fire protection plan, and we also incorporated meaningful improvements. With these enhancements, we believe the projects before you today reflect a thoughtful and responsible approach to development. With regard to the project description, it sounds like there's some confusion, so I want to point out in our resubmitted plans, Exhibit B to our letter, we have noted that the masonry wall will remain around the front of the homes. The purpose really is to provide that aesthetic look, so that's also a non-combustible wall. But then to avoid additional disturbance, we'll continue with a thinner aluminum wall. There's a lot of new materials out there that are fire resistant up to very high heat levels. So that non-combustible wall is noted in the key and noted on the plans. In the top right, you can see that NCW, non-combustible wall. So that is an addition to our plans. In addition, we are removing and have removed the fire pit. There will be no gas stove. There will be no gas heater on the roof. We understand that that was a big concern of appellant, so we have removed those. I want to touch briefly, if we can go to the next slide, let's see, on compatibility and share the project design, which demonstrates that the homes respect the rural character of the area and are built into the natural terrain. And this is really done to eliminate the amount of ground disturbance and reduce the amount of grading needed. The reason why it's important is that under this design, so this would be the view from Painted Cave Road. So as you can see, only the first floor is visible because the second story is set far back. As a result, the homes appear very compact from the street view. And this is the same for the back of the homes. As you heard, even though the fire protection plan wasn't required, we spent a lot of time and we understood that the community needed to see this. So we voluntarily retained these experts. We researched several fire experts, and we were very impressed with the depth of knowledge with the Resolute team who's here with us today. As you can see, and as we'll hear more about, the fire protection plan responds to the concerns raised by appellant. In addition, we're excited because the fire protection plan can really serve as a model for this community and for other homes in the area to consider these types of hardening activities around their homes. Quick summary of our main project changes that you heard above. Again, I think the wall is our main defensibility. There's a lot of research. The reason why you do a non-combustible wall and not a fence is you want to avoid embers entering the fence. In addition, we added some additional criteria. You'll see here we updated our habitat mitigation plan, replacement plan in response to Mr. Chicello's concerns about honeysuckle. So that's been submitted to you. And you'll hear more from our team about the details of what is in our fire plan. I did want to touch upon one point that Mr. Chicello made. We are not relying on these 2 small fire trucks that are located at the ranch. We just wanted to point out to the community that these will be the first line of defense if anyone has a fire at their home. We're here today to ask for approval because the applicant has spent 7 years designing these homes and ensuring compliance. We want to reiterate that the applicant has retained and worked with an architect, an arborist, an archaeologist, 2 biologists, an engineer, a geotechnical engineer, geologist, land use attorney, landscape architect, a surveyor, a structural engineer, and now we're adding 2 fire experts to our team. Throughout the process, we've made changes, we've reduced the sizes of the home, and we really are here today with a much improved project that we're excited to share with the community. These homes meet and exceed all fire safety standards. These 2 homes are being developed on lots that are zoned for single-family homes. And these homes will contribute to the fire district through both mitigation fees and ongoing property taxes. But as you heard, this is not the last step for the projects. They will go through an onerous review by the fire department and the building department. So when we're talking about specific materials being used for the fence, et cetera, we will be working with the building department to identify and refine those materials. In addition, there will be pre-construction surveys to make sure that none of the plants on site are harmed during the construction of the fence, for example. I do want to address Commissioner Martinez as to the width of the roads. So there is, what Mr. Chicello fails to mention is that parcels that were legally created before 1991, and we include a citation in our letter. This is 1270.03D. It's in a footnote to our letter. So parcels that were legally created before 1991 do not need to comply with these state road standards. In addition, the county's own rules provide that the 20-feet rule applies to new roads and also to private roads that they don't have jurisdiction over. With regards to the access roads, Mr. Rob Lewin is going to address that. And with regards to meeting and conferring with Mr. Chicello and his client, I did reach out several times. I did finally hear back yesterday, but it's a little too late. Again, I'm happy to talk to him after the hearing, and I expressed that to him as well. But we've been frustrated because we really haven't had a chance to sit down with his team and figure out what his client would like to see here. With that, because the public and the community appears very concerned about what is going on in Painted Cave, I wanted you to hear very briefly from Mr. Daniel Hosea first, who is the ranch manager at the Laurel Springs Retreat.
Chair, Commissioner, thank you for having me. I'm Daniel Hosea, the agricultural manager at Laurel Springs Ranch, where I've lived and worked for 3.5 years with my wife and my daughter. The ranch is next door to the proposed projects. In fact, when I accepted the job, the Zucker family shared that they're planning to build the 2 homes next door so that I can live off of the ranch and in the Painted Cave community one day. In my role, I oversee land stewardship, regenerative agricultural practices, infrastructure coordination, and on-ground operations with a strong focus on ecological health, wildfire resistance, and long-term sustainability. As both a resident of the ranch and a neighbor with the Painted Cave community, I'm deeply committed to strengthening relationships, communication, and collaboration between the ranch and the surrounding community, particularly around shared priorities such as wildfire preparedness, land care, and mutual support. I am a member of the Mountain Ember team and seek to serve in a collaborative leadership role, bringing hands-on land management experience, nonprofit leadership, and a steady, community-centered approach to wildfire resistance and stewardship. On the ranch, we have a herd of 60 goats, which we use to reduce fire fuel loads by grazing grass, weeds, and brush, creating and maintaining defensible spaces around homes, roads, and shared areas. Further, we are working to repair the Met's small fire truck, which currently sits alongside the ranch's fire truck, as we have a very capable mechanic on staff. I look forward to further strengthening the collaboration between the ranch and the Painted Cave community. And if anyone's interested in learning more about our efforts, please email me at agmanager@laurelspringsretreat.com. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Commissioners. My name is Robert Lewin. For the sake of time, I'm going to abbreviate my prepared remarks and let you then come back to me with questions that you might have about each particular point that I'm going to just abbreviate and highlight what we like to talk about. In the back of the fire protection plan that we have submitted, there is a bio on my associate, Dennis O'Neill, who's with us today, and myself, Robert Lewin, and you can see that because it is a requirement that fire protection plans are done by qualified people. So some other background, when we took on this project in December, we did revisit the Painted Cave community and the project sites. We reviewed all documents associated with the project, including Professor Dykas's and Chief Hazards reports. I have worked with both of them many times in my career. We have reviewed the San Marcos CWPP and other reports associated with these projects. Despite that this project has been in process under previous regulations, we've applied the new, more rigorous WUI fire codes that went into effect January 1, 2026. We've watched the entirety of your last Planning Commission meeting in December. Okay, now I messed that up. Help. I pushed the right button arrow, and that wasn't the right thing to do, apparently.
So did you want to go back to that same presentation or to the
Oh,
second?
is it, I thought they were combined. Oh, yes, please, if you could pull up my presentation. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So what is a fire protection plan? The fire protection plans are generally only completed when the fire code official requires one. In this case, we have done one at the request of the applicant to provide information. The plan we have completed and meets all the requirements of what is required under the California WUI Fire Code in Section 602. It is very unusual to do a fire protection plan for single-family residences. It's generally done for subdivisions or complex developments on properties. The analysis that we did, in conducting our analysis, we recognize that California has the strictest regulations for homes built in the WUI, that the purpose of these strict regulations is to strike a balance between the right to develop and public's interest in reducing wildfire risk. it is clear that, the safest place we could be in a wildfire environment might be in a bomb shelter, but we can't live in bomb shelters. So when we try to reach that balance, we apply the strictest part of the codes in our analysis to be able to do that. It's important to note that these homes will be the only fire-resistive hardened homes in the community. The existing homes have little, if any, fire-resistive home hardening, despite the fact that they're in a very high fire severity zone. We believe that our plan can serve as a template for the community and other homeowners to incorporate the recommendations. So when we did this analysis, we looked at two things. Do the projects comply with the intent of all fire regulations and best management practices to ensure the highest level of safety for the occupants, for the new residents themselves? And then the second question is, do the projects impact or harm the safety of the community? Are they adding to the risk that already exists up there? We specifically, my associate, Dennis O'Neill, who's a fire behavior analyst, conducted a comprehensive fire behavior analysis of this project consistent with best practices using the latest software to complete a site-specific computer model of the fire environment. The results were that the general area around Painted Cave and the project is that they are in a very high fire hazard severity area, and the risk is high for destructive fire. This is consistent with the outcomes to the results of the reports done by both the appellant's consultants, Dr. Dykus and Chief Hazard. It's consistent with the CWPP. It's consistent with the Goleta Valley Community Plan. It's consistent with CAL FIRE's mapping that it's a very high fire severity zone. So in essence, we concur that the area up there is volatile. I'm going to have my colleague come up now, Dennis O'Neill.
Chair and Commissioners, just real quickly, I know we're running out of time. Public Resource Code 4291 dictates defensible space, and also Santa Barbara County has their development standard number 6. So as you see here, we have Zone 0, Zone 1, and Zone 2. So defensible space traditionally goes out to 100 feet, but Public Resource Code does not, so it does not go beyond a property line. So in this photo that you're seeing over here on the right, the red represents the 100-foot defensible space requirement for the adjacent properties. So you'll notice from the northeast to the east to the southeast to the south, you have these overlapping defensible spaces that provide protection to the properties. And then on the north, you'll see the area at the top is a horse corral with very little vegetation. So in this case, the requested reduction in building setback is driven solely by parcel size constraints. Both the Santa Barbara County Fire Department standards and the state minimum fire safe regulations allow for setback reductions when parcel dimensions limit full compliance, provided that alternative measures are used to reduce the risk. To address this, the applicant will implement specific mitigation measures, including non-combustible block walls and non-combustible fences, hardscape landscaping, non-combustible materials extending at least 5 feet from the structure, and compliance with the most protective requirements in the California Wildland Urban Interface Code. These measures are intended to offset the reduced setback and provide an equivalent level of wildfire protection given the site constraints. So the next slide that we're seeing is when a structure ignites during a wildfire, it typically occurs through 3 primary mechanisms: ember exposure, direct flame contact, and radiation. Both proposed structures are designed using the most protective exterior construction requirements in the California Wildland Urban Interface Building Codes to reduce the vulnerability to these ignition pathways. Key design features include a metal roof, non-combustible gutters and downspouts, ember and flame-resistant vents, non-combustible exterior walls and eaves, double pane, double-tempered windows, wildfire-resistant doors, and the Zone 0 ember-resistant zone. These design elements are specifically intended to mitigate ember exposure, which is the leading cause of structure ignition during wildfires. In addition, the building design meets the requirements of the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety Wildfire Prepared Home Plus designation. IBHS is an independent nonprofit scientific research organization supported by the insurance industry. And its design program is based on peer-reviewed, post-fire research identifying construction practices that measurably reduce wildfire damage. Wildfire Prepared Home Plus adds extra protection using specific building materials to help defend against radiant heat, direct flames, and provides the maximum level of protection. And so, should I, yeah.
So I know we've exceeded our time. If you can indulge me another minute, I'll just show you what we have and jump to the last slide for you.
Proceed.
Thank you. So, of course, there is a lot of topic about evacuation, and we have done an analysis on the evacuation, and I'm glad to share that if you have any questions about it. In essence, we believe that the addition of these two homes has no determinable impact on the existing evacuation situation that is in Painted Cave. Firefighter safety, we've looked at that in depth, and we believe that these homes do not. And as a matter of fact, these homes will provide even a location for firefighter safety if they're in a firefight in that community. Here's our recommendations that we've listed for the fire officials and the building officials to include as in this project as part of our analysis. And then our conclusions are, with those two questions that I asked in the first slide, are answered in these two. Does this project in any way not provide the highest level of protection for the occupants? We believe that it clearly does provide that safety for the occupants. And the other question is, do these homes create an impact on further risks to the community? And our determination is they do not. And then one side thing, just for the good of the order, as we were driving around, and I can't help myself but see safety things. This rock has been a lot of topic about what can be done to improve that road, which does need to be improved. As Chief Hazard, Professor Dykes, everyone that's ever worked on, driven down that road knows that road needs to be improved. One simple thing may be just to lower that road a little bit where that rock is to get 14-foot vertical clearance, 2 feet more, and we could get water tenders and other large firefighting vehicles up that road. And I'd encourage the county to take a look at that as a study. And with that, we're of course available for any questions.
Questions from commissioners?
I have questions of Ms. Steinfeld, but not the experts. And thank you for coming, Mr. Lewin, Mr. O'Neill.
Yeah, sorry for the extension
I
of
have
time.
I have a couple.
Okay.
Sure.
For me or?
For you.
Oh.
For you.
Oh, for both of you. I don't know, whoever can answer
Yes,
it.
Chair.
I suspect you're capable. You made a remark that in that entire community, these two new structures will be the only fire-resistant hardened homes up to current codes. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairman.
As I noticed in 2019, there was a survey you mentioned out of 57 homes surveyed, there was only one, so.
Yeah, there's one that was built under that code, but the current code is even stricter. That came into effect on January 1, 2026, and the new maps that are also in the county that have been adopted. So the 2019 code, of course, is what they built under. These are even more strict. Yes, one home up there, and I did drive around up there, and for the most part, it looks like most of the homes were built a long time ago, but I did note that there looked to me like two homes that were more modern.
Okay, secondly, so would these two homes, in and of their existence, were they built, would they increase, due to their structure, any fire hazards or of the community?
Our determination was that, Chair, our determination is that these two homes will not increase the risk to the community. They may even create a barrier from a wildfire that's coming from that direction because these will be fully hardened homes. So that, in essence, we think that there's nothing that these homes would cause further impact on the community during a wildfire.
Okay, one more. You notice there's an evacuation area on Laurel Springs Ranch. Did you inspect that area, take a look at it?
I think you're referring to the temporary refuge area, the
Yes.
informal temporary refuge area
Right.
that's referenced in the CWPP, which I know Chief Hazard was part of the process of developing that. I know it's been used. I know that the applicant has had no problems with, or the landowner of using that our recommendation is that become formalized for the community. That wouldn't be part of this project, obviously, but It is so I think the most important thing in evacuation is that people leave when they're told to leave or when they feel threatened, and they leave early.
Okay.
If they don't have that kind of time, then the next option is they have to shelter in place in some fashion. These two particular homes will provide a very high level of shelter in place protection for those occupants. But if everyone else up there, and possibly these occupants, they may need to find a place in the community to shelter, and that would be a temporary refuge area.
And so you feel it's of sufficient placement and size to offer protection in the case of any wildfire that might occur?
Right now, they're informal, and they've been mentioned in the CWPP. It would be my recommendation that the fire department formalize these, the Forest Service and Santa Barbara County Fire formalize these, and look to make sure that they fully meet what are the standards for a temporary refuge area.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cooney.
I just have one question, and I'm not sure it was you, but I heard somebody say that the conditions up there are volatile. We're not changing that with all the efforts that can be made and what this commission can do. We're not going to make it completely fire safe, and that's my concern. Is should there be the opportunity for people to enter into this area and live there, and how can we possibly make it safe for them?
Commissioner Cooney, through the chair, yes, your question is the question that everybody in our business world agencies contemplate every day. We have communities, a lot of them in this county, that are built in areas that are very volatile. This county is ground zero for major wildfires, destructive wildfires. During the Thomas Fire, we evacuated over 30,000 people because of the vulnerability of many communities from all along the front country and within the San Ynez Range and many other places in this county. The question is much bigger than probably any of us in this room of what do we do about this wildland-urban interface problem that affects the western United States particularly. And I, of course, can't answer that. That's a decision for others, elected officials and things. But what I fall back onto, just for a bit of political science background that I have, is the Fifth Amendment is people have a right, have property rights. And you know, so when we look at these and when the California regulations were developed, they were to try to find that balance of how can we allow people to build and take advantage of the properties that they own while doing it in a way that doesn't add to the risk of the community and to themselves. And that's why the Wildland Urban Interface Code is what it is right now. It's designed to try to provide the highest level of protection for people building.
I really appreciate your forthright presentation all throughout. There's no question that this commission is a non-willing participant in figuring out what can we do with this interface in that particular area. So we have more information than we had before, and I'm comforted by that. By the same token, I'm very concerned about that fact. But thank you for your testimony.
Mr. Chair, I have one question.
Oh, proceed.
My question, the fire plan addresses from when I'm looking at it, is really when the construction has been completed, you know, what has been done, how this house is built and so forth. What I'm not hearing is, and I just put two and two together right here, you were sitting here when we saw that Attorney Shillo, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, the cement truck there stuck for 11 hours. So when I'm hearing construction, what is your fire plan addressing during the construction? Because to me, I think that's the most volatile period. You have a bunch of strangers, people who are not aware of this area, the potential of a cement truck getting stuck. I mean, there's going to be cement involved, I imagine, in this thing. What does your fire plan address that situation, which I think, because you have the most congregation of people at that time rather than those who are just going to be living there?
Thank you, Commissioner. Through the chair, it's a great question. The answer to that is actually in the Wildland Urban Interface Fire Code, and the previous codes had this as well. It's in Public Resources Code 4290, that if you're going to build a new subdivision, you're required to have secondary access. If the parcels are under an acre, you can only go 800 feet on a dead-end road. So what was the purpose of that? The idea is that if a cement truck is blocking that one access road, that there is an alternative access road in the event of an evacuation, and also to be able to provide ingress for first responders. This, of course, is not a new subdivision. This is existing parcels going back a long ways. I don't know if we've come up with a date yet on that. But fortunately, it does have two access routes. It actually even has a third route down Gibraltar to add to it. They're inadequate. They need to be improved. My recommendation just on what we could do would be fix the rock situation, widen the fuel, all of the vegetation along the edge of the road, take out more so that when people are evacuating, they have more protection. But the idea again is, yes, a cement truck, a wildfire, a road that's been washed away, all of those things show why we need two access roads into communities. And that is the one thing that they do have up there, is two accesses to Highway 154.
Commissioner Park?
Yes. Ms. Steinfeld, you're probably getting tired of standing up there, but I still have my microscopic question.
Sure.
The big fire plan question. It's getting back to the property. And microscopic is the right word because, as you know, in fact, we've walked the property and every plant seems to be mapped, and can it go, can it return, how many replacement plants there are, every rock. It's just what happens with this kind of concern when on small lots. So I'm getting back to your revisions for the firewall, which you've now been advised by I'm sure these people to build to the sides, along the sides of the lot and in the back. Can you describe what materials it is, and is it going to need footings, and how will that impact all that microscopic examination we've done of what rock goes here and what plant goes there? I'm not trying to make light of it. It's just something that's important.
Commissioner Park, through the chair, that's a great question. And if you look at the original plans, we had a fence along both sides, but it was a fence that was made out of kind of a Trek material, fake wood, as you saw from those photos, that had lattice design on the top. We've learned from our fire team that that is not the safest way to go. They're subject to embers getting stuck. In addition, the material could melt. So we've looked at other material to create more of a non-combustible wall. We included a photo and a link for you so you can look at this material. The aluminum walls are very thin, and we had already incorporated footings for the fence, so there's really no change. We will be using Mark de la Garza, our biologist, who thoroughly understands the property, to walk the property and do pre-construction surveys so that we're not impacting, for example, any of the oak root structure, et cetera. So that will be fully documented as we move forward into the next phase.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I did want to address two open questions. These parcels, this EDRN was created in 1928 through a record of survey. This was prior to the Subdivision Map Act. And then with regards to the road closure that we see right now, there is still a possibility for trucks to go around currently. In fact, when we were on site yesterday, we did observe many large propane trucks coming through the East Camino side, and we hope that they will complete the road work immediately.
Thank you. No further questions?
I have a question.
Oh, we have one from Commissioner Ford.
Ms. Steinfeld, thanks for your presentation. I noted that you used the words that this plan and the mitigations you've added could serve as a model. I wonder if you could, for construction in fire zones, et cetera, I wonder if you could, for us and for the public, just sort of review the aspects of it that make it a model.
Sure, and Commissioner Ford, through the chair, before I answer that, I did want to mention one more thing. Commissioner Vincent, you had asked about what happens during construction, and you're right. That is a time in which everyone working on site needs to be extremely careful. Those measures have been incorporated into the plan at page 65. There's an entire section on fire safety during construction, and the project will be required to comply with California Fire Code Section 3312, fire safety during construction. And of course, because this plan will be incorporated into the approval and reviewed again by the fire department and building department, all of these measures will be taken. Commissioner Ford, through the chair, with regards to your question about how it can serve as a model, so I think the number one thing that we learned from this plan is really what you can do on site and really what the low-hanging fruit was. So actually, the first thing I did after the last hearing, I went back home and I noticed my husband had left a truck full of firewood up against our wood fence, which is only 3 feet from our house. So I immediately added that to the honey-do list and required him to remove the wood that was right adjacent to our home. So the first thing that you can learn from this plan is really why we have these different zones. And so what the average homeowner can do in this region is simply remove vegetation, especially trees that are overhanging a house. That's very dangerous because the fire can use the trees as a ladder and jump to the top of the house. So the first step would be creating this zone 0, removing any, especially plants that are particularly combustible. We also have a list of plants that we've referenced that are basically resistant to fire or considered non-combustible. I know the Montecito Fire Department has a great list as well. In addition, if you look at these kind of additional standards that are put forth by the insurance industry, clearly they have an interest in ensuring that a home doesn't burn. So we've listed all of the items in the plan that could be taken to satisfy this. And as a result, these homeowners in the region would be eligible for a reduction in their insurance, their annual premium. In addition, we talk about adjoining properties, so neighbors getting together to look at what they could do to work together. And as far as other items, I think while we're not proposing removal of the rock as part of the project, our goal is to get the community potentially interested in this idea so that maybe there's going to be enough community interest in taking this to the Board of Supervisors. Because in talking to Mr. Lewin, my initial thought as a non-engineer was, well, could you remove the rock? Obviously, I know the rock is beloved by the community, and so he pointed out you could simply bulldoze the road to lower the road a few feet, which had not occurred to me. So there's many items in here, and we would urge everyone to look at this. And also, the reason why we brought Daniel up is he spent a lot of time over the past several years working with the Mountain Ember team. In fact, as I was driving up there, I saw the signs and the work that they're doing. So, for example, there are 60 or 70 Nubian goats on site. They are used extensively for fuel management at the ranch. So to address Mr. Shatilla's question, the ranch does do extensive fuel management. As you all probably know, there's a very historic lodge up there. The ranch was developed in 1905. There's many old wood structures. So the ranch has a huge interest in maintaining defensible space at that next door property. So the goal of, I think, all of this is to come together. I've had many interesting conversations with members of the community. I feel like I just obtained some sort of master's in wildfires. And so I think that what we learned, was the community is doing a lot up there. The people in Painted Cave really care.
Excuse me, could you wrap it up in about
Yes.
a minute?
So sorry, I get very passionate about this issue because it was great for all of us. And again, I just want to thank you all for this 8-week pause because it allowed us to really work with our fire experts to understand how to move forward. Thank you.
With no more questions, I think we will take a 10-minute break. I've had a request. I think it's necessary.
Mr. Joe, sorry.
Just going to revisit, see if we could receive ex parte from Commissioner Cooney before the break, since I believe that was still outstanding.
Yes, I have started to, I'll start when we come back from break. I'll announce the other contacts I've had. Thank you.
Excuse me, when we give our ex parte, you write that down?
No, I believe Commissioner Cooney had paused, and we were going to
okay.
revisit to
I'm
his.
just wondering, wondering. Yes, Mr. Wilson?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a matter of record, when we were looking at the time allotted to each of the appellant applicant, we noticed there's a discrepancy. Mr. Shatillo was provided 10 minutes, and then the applicant had finally ended at about 18 minutes. So to keep things equal, we recommend adding 8 minutes to Mr. Shatillo's time.
Definitely give Mr. Shatillo that time as much as he needs. Thank you. With that, we'll take a 10-minute break, and let's try to keep it at 10 minutes. I'm still unmuted. Am I muted? No. Okay. If we're ready, it's time for us to proceed with public comment. I think we'll give you 3 minutes. I'll call your name, and then you can come up to the speaker, the podium. I apologize in advance if I happen to mispronounce a name. I will do my best. First speaker will be Ladia, is it Cherry or Clary? There we go. Thank you.
The name's Ladia Chen, Cheng. Sorry about my poor writing.
Okay.
So, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I am one of the members of the community, and I live around the 73 houses that you have been showing that's clustered together. I had provided a concern to Chris Muckle at the time when this project was proposed. And one of my big concerns is the water situation that we are currently confronted with in the community. As you know, the water comes from an aquifer. And although I've been hearing today that there's enough water, adequate water to fight the fire, but what does that really look like? If there's just a water tank, it might be enough to put away the immediate danger for that particular house. But what would it be for all 73 houses that are in danger of fire in a wildfire situation? As we have learned in the recent LA fires, water was a big complaint for firefighters when they got to the site and turned on the spigot and realized that there isn't enough water to fight the fire. And we have low water pressure in the community to begin with. And it is never clear to me what the source of our water and how that could be replenished during a time of emergency, and what it would mean for long-term residents such as myself after we drain the water aquifer and then all of these tanks. What would it mean for our future availability of water? I am one of the original initiators of the petition in the community against this project and in support of Michelle. And I believe that particular complaint that I brought out has not really been properly addressed. Although Chris Muckle at the time assured me that this will be addressed, it appears that Ms. King has taken over the position, and I don't quite know where my complaint lies today. So that is what I would like to raise to the commissioner today, and I thank you for the time and the permission.
Thank you for speaking. Next will be Dr. Arthur Olquin.
Good morning. Arthur Olguin. And as I was driving along the freeway coming here this morning, I looked up into the hills and I saw this plume of what I thought was fog initially. And it turned out to actually be a home that was combusted. And those were plumes of smoke that were going across the mountains there. It was, and just underneath the Painted Cave area. So it did cause a little bit of alarm, but it looked like at least it was under control. I have not had sufficient time to really read all of the reports that were submitted at the last minute. As a member of the public, it takes time to be able to negotiate your websites and to look at the information. However, I was concerned and still am concerned and not sure exactly what it is I plan to do. Because I do believe that the work of Nicole and the work of Veronica is a matter of insubordination to you, the commission, and the commissioners. And I don't know whether or not this is a grand jury matter to be considered, or whether there are other internal countywide complaint processes that need to be addressed. But I am concerned. I'm concerned as a member of the public that things could be so overturned, if you will, from the clear instructions that were provided in the December 3rd meeting. Mr. Reed, I do not believe that this is a Milgram-type situation. They were not tied to electrodes. They were not shocked. They were not forced to be insubordinate with the Commission's directives. I am also concerned about the very clear imbalance of ex parte communication between the commissioners and the applicant, the attorney for the applicant. I think that, and again, all of it being done outside of the public view and also at the very last minute. So those are concerns that I have at this time. I do appreciate the work and the questions and what really, as I was sitting here today, I was thinking, this is really a situation of a moral dilemma. And I can see that you are grappling with those moral dilemma issues, not just individual interests, but community-wide interests. And I do sincerely appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With respect to your comments, I think Director Plowman very effectively addressed any staff issues. Also, wasn't there, did I hear on the news there was a controlled burn up by Painted Cave today? Excuse me?
Commissioner Reed, sorry. That tells you how often I'm here. But the Forest Service over the last couple of years has been conducting prescribed fires, but more specifically pile burning. So they've treated a lot of brush, piled them together, reduced continuity of fuels, and there are several hundred piles that have been they've been in the process of burning the last several years and doing it today. So.
Okay, thank you. I just thought that might be responsible for that plume of smoke you saw. And with respect to the ex parte, our numbers are available. We will provide them to appellants, applicants at will. They can call Mr. Villalobos, and we're free to speak and would welcome speaking to them. Yet sometimes they just never call. I was hopeful Mr. Chatillo would call me because he'd asked for my contact information last week. And he did send me one of his mailings, but we're available for contact. So it's not like we try to avoid it and give availability preferentially to applicants or appellants. Next, Mr. Rich Robar.
Sorry, my voice didn't get any better since December 3rd, maybe a little bit. Good morning. Over the last 48 hours, the applicant has dumped a pile of new paperwork on us. It doesn't fix anything. It confirms what this community already knows. The site is a fire trap. They're using technical language and volume to try to bury the simple truth that this location cannot meet the safety standards our lives depend on. Let's start with the basics. Access. Painted Cave Road, there's only one way in and one way out. County requires fire-safe roads to be 20 feet wide. I can elaborate on this, but we've been talking about it for a long time. There's talk about let's lower the road underneath the rock. Let's get rid of the rock. All that's going to block the road. And as we all know, every single major catastrophe that's ever happened has been a conglomeration of issues that all happened at once. And if they start working on that road and we can't get out going down and the road is blocked going up, there's 150 people are going to die from a fire. So I really don't have a good answer for this, but I can't for the life of me understand why anybody, any fire people, anybody that's fire savvy could even fathom, even begin to think that it's okay to build more houses in an area that's already too congested with houses and no way in, no way out. And I mean, let's be real. Literally 8,000 square feet of housing for 3 people? Really? One family? That doesn't make any sense when we know that Mr. Zucker, as the ranch manager said, it's Laurel Springs Ranch Retreat. Retreat meaning his plan, we all know, was to bring hundreds of people in throughout the year. Where are they going to stay? They're going to come for a retreat and they're going to stay in these houses. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts. I just can't understand why anyone would even think that it's okay to build more housing up there. We've been told over and over that we need to stop the wildland encroachment with more housing. I went way off what I wrote, but listening to everybody else speak, this is my answer. So I just want to say one more thing, and I want to be very clear. I'm glad that at least a couple of you have managed to go up to Painted Cave and check it out, but when and not if the next major fire comes, the outcome will not be a mystery. If you approve this project, the resulting loss of life and property will not be an accident. It will be the foreseeable consequences of a conscious decision made in this room. That responsibility will rest with you. The Planning Commission got this right the first time. I urge you to deny this property or this project before you all get to read the after incident report. Thank you.
So, Mr. Villalobos, do we have any additional commenters on the phone or via Zoom?
Yes, for those of us, I do see a couple hands up. If anyone would like to speak on this item, go ahead and raise your virtual hand. So our first speaker will be Dustin Hoyseth, to be followed by Marian Parra.
Hello, Chair Reed and Planning Commissioners. My name is Dustin Hoyseth. I'm the Director of Public Policy with the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce, which represents business interests from Goleta to Carpinteria. I'm speaking today in support of the project and in opposition of the appeal. Housing and the associated workforce challenges continues to be the #1 issue faced by our local businesses, both big and small. Housing is also one of the biggest limiting factors to our local economy. And at a time when new housing is so important to our community, I'm concerned about the type of precedent that this appeal would set in the county. This project for 2 single-family homes has been in development for over 7 years and has undergone extensive review. I respect the process, and safety is never something to rush, but I also have concerns that a project's progress has been stalled for this long. I don't want to seem oblivious to community concerns regarding fire risk. That is why the Chamber supports housing that meets both county and state fire standards. Our state already has one of the most stringent building and fire codes in the nation, and this project has undergone extensive review to ensure that compliance. Please deny this appeal and support this well-vetted project and our county's critical need for more housing. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker will be, and I believe that was our last speaker, I don't see any additional hands raised, will be Marian Parra.
Hakuaku, Chosnahit. Hello, good morning. My name is Marianne Parra. I initially was on this meeting to speak on another matter. However, I am alarmed that this would even be any consideration. I don't live in Painted Cave, but as a Chumash person, we understand that this is an ancestral, ancient sacred site that continue to be destroyed, dug up, and buried. We keep hearing about property owner rights. What about indigenous people's rights? What about the land that was stolen from us? We know we're not getting back. But at the same time, we have every right to protect it. I feel the discussion, it feels incredibly disrespectful. And hurtful to continue to hear how we want to destroy ancient boulders, move them, just dig into the, ground, just dig a few feet, move it. Let's keep widening roads that are barely wide enough, mountainous areas that we're never meant to live on anyways. The fact that we keep continuing to discuss affordable housing, there is no affordable housing. You're never going to solve a homeless issue by continuing to build mansions, retreats, hotels, and boutique hotels. This is a fact. It doesn't take rocket science to understand this, but it's about the continuous greed and the addiction of using the fact that we need housing and twisting it into the continuous greed and addiction of wanting to swallow up more of the land for uses that most people can't use or afford to use. Many people can't make today's meeting. Elders can't get there at the time. Didn't have enough time to get there, enough warning. Also, most people are trying to work just to survive in Santa Barbara County. They can't always take off for meetings and the various projects that continue to go on and destroy the territory. I'm against this. You're going to put more lives at risk. You can't get in and out of those roads. I've been traveling that road my entire life. It has been widened, but it's not going to change the fact that we're risking so much. Are you willing to take that type of a gamble? I'm not a gambler, but I wouldn't use human lives, and I wouldn't use a landscape we know that we cannot continue to build on. There are plenty of vacation homes, Airbnbs, empty properties that can be converted to affordable housing to house people if we really care about housing people. Do people that need housing need to live in the mountain? That doesn't just seem like it's an option. These landscapes have stayed beautiful and been maintained for thousands of years, and we're going to destroy it for homes that most people can't even afford to live in or even afford to vacation in. We need to start actually being real about what's going on. And I do not support this at all. I support the people that live there. They have already been there for many years. You can't continue to put lives at danger, specifically everybody living around the community.
Well, thank you for your comments. Your time is up.
And Ms. Parra was our last speaker.
Right, with that, we're prepared to move to rebuttals. We'll begin with appellant, Mr. Shatillo. Proceed. I believe you have up to 18 minutes. Is that what?
No, Mr. Chair, it would be on whatever was allotted at the beginning. We're just saying we're adding 8 minutes to whatever.
We're adding
the rebuttal.
8 minutes.
Yes,
Okay,
not another
that's better.
18 minutes.
Okay.
So I don't know sorry, I was late. So I don't know what was originally allotted.
Original rebuttal would be 5, but
So I would recommend adding 8 to his time so it's equivalent if he needs it.
12 minutes or so. We won't, yeah.
That's fine. I just need a little place to park. Yes, please.
Mark, excuse me, I put a speaker slip in that.
Mr. Adams didn't have a chance to speak, Mr. Chair. You want to use all my materials? I got the picture in the file. Adams.
Yeah, I spoke with him about filling it out, so he did do it.
Ted Adam?
Correct.
Ted Adam? Sorry. Please go ahead.
So my name is Ted Adams. I'm a longtime resident of Painted Cave. Many years. I lived there since 1965. I traveled the roads. I didn't speak today in favor of either one of the positions because I have friends on both sides, and I think there are valuable points being made by both sides. One thing I'd like to do is to narrow it down to one minor point that's being brought forward today, and I'm hoping that you folks will have an idea about how to proceed with it, and that is the idea that they would excavate a couple of feet around the overhanging rock to make it more able for traffic to go underneath that. That's a laudable idea, but I think there's a much more important place on the road that needs attention and needs the work done, and that is on the lower of the first cave below the first curve below Peanut Cave where the concrete trucks and all the other trucks are getting stuck. That curve is in complete non-compliance with the county ordinances for the width and the type of grade on that road, and it needs to be re-engineered. I've spoken with a couple of the officials, and they have said, well, we'll bring some signs up. Well, we've had lots of signs up there, and one of the problems with the signs is that many of the drivers do not read English. And many of the drivers don't read the signs anyway because they have on their GPS on their phones that shows them they can drive to Painted Cave without a problem. So that curve needs to be re-engineered, and it's just something that I don't want to see the county spending money on dropping the level of the road around the overhanging rock, because I don't think that's nearly the problem. Most of the large vehicles for fire suppression come in on East Camino Cielo. They don't come up Painted Cave Road anyway, because it's a much longer, tortuous trip to Painted Cave. So my point is, please take a look at that particular problem and use your energy to make something really valuable happen. And I think that fixing that curve is going to change a great deal for access and egress on the road. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for your comment based on your long experience, and I apologize again for overlooking your
Well, I'm
slip.
deeply offended, and I expected a substantial tax discount on my next. Thank you so much.
Mr. Shatillo.
Thanks, Mr. Adams. So I will be as concise. There's a lot to cover here, and there's some technical issues. I'd like to be able to cover them with sufficient time, so I appreciate the opportunity to do so. So going back to, I'm just going to leave this picture up for right now. I'm going to start with aesthetics and the compatibility with the visual resources policies of the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan, because you heard Ms. Steinfeld talk about how it was compatible. I would beg to differ. This project has never been to the ABR, and policy visual EGV 1.6 requires compatibility in design and scale to the surrounding built environment. So this project is also inconsistent with that element of the general plan. She talked about biological resources. A new habitat restoration plan was produced Monday, day before yesterday, 36 hours ago, 42 hours ago, that we really haven't had a chance to look over. I did ask our biological expert, Mr. Kisner, to review. He submitted some comments before that was, we submitted ours by the Monday noon deadline, and that's when they submitted their update to the plan. So we didn't have a chance to get any kind of input or comment on that. And in particular, the problems with the habitat restoration plan are the fact that the area where there are plants, Santa Barbara honeysuckle and everything, are not going to be habitat. They're going to be plants. They're subject to what Mr. Lewin referred to as this balancing and the competition between it needs to be zone 0. So you can't have excessive vegetation, so you can't have habitat. You may have a potted plant, or you may have a plant that's in the ground that's actually growing, but it's not providing the ecological function that these endangered plants do in the ecology. So study, that's an adverse impact. Our belief is that there needs to be CEQA review of these projects. And that's how we're going to get to the bottom of these stubborn problems. We've made progress, we have some new plans, but given the timing, there's no way, in my view, that the commission can approve this project at this time, because there's so much new information and the inability to really have a careful review of that and some unanswered questions. So now I'll turn to fire issues. And I've mentioned the timing and the need for additional opportunity. Mr. Chair, I would have called you. I did get your number. I wanted to, but then when the blurry and flizzard of documents started to bury me, I just didn't have the time to do that. I did have a chance to talk with Mr. Cooney on Friday, and I left a call with a message with Mr. Park. But I wanted to talk to you. You were next on my list.
Yeah, well, no problem. I hate to feel left out, but as I said, I'm available for calls from any appellant or applicant. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Turning to Mr. Vincent's question with respect to the provision of the fire safe regulations. And while Mr. Lewin said that these were new, effective January, they've been in place for a while. They've now been all compiled into the WUI zone. And 1270.03 concerns the scope of the application of these regulations to existing development, specifically as to roads and access. And in section paragraph B of this, and I'm sorry I don't have it up here, but these things evolve. It's the section that is cited in the applicant's materials as the authority for the provision that they're not required to meet the current road standards because of the pre-existing or the date of the approval. But they left off the complete text of paragraph B. Now, paragraph B says that subchapter 2, which are these regulations as to roads, do not apply where an application for a building permit is applied after 1991 on a parcel that was formed from a parcel map that was approved prior to January 1, 1991. And here's the language that was omitted. To the extent that the conditions relating to the perimeters and access to the buildings were imposed by the parcel map or final tentative map approved prior to 1991. So my read of this, and this is technical, complicated, and it may just have to get resolved across the street. But as I read this plain language, it says that if there are road width standards as part of a parcel map, they apply. So to the extent they are addressed in the parcel map, then the modern standards don't apply, you just use what's in the map. Well, we just heard, and I spent some time trying to find the map. We just heard today that actually it's a record of survey from Tony. There's no parcel map. They do not have a parcel map. They have a record of survey. That does not constitute a subdivision. 1920, there was a version of the MAP Act, and in fact, we know from Naples what came before that map was recorded in 1888. Now, it wasn't necessarily under the MAP Act, but the Subdivision Map Act was in existence, and or at least it's clear that if there was something that was tantamount to a map, but that's not a record of survey, and if there is, we need to look at that record of survey. I've not seen it, but does it provide for road widths? If it does, those road widths apply here. So there's a technical issue with respect to the width of the road. To the extent that the conditions relating to the perimeters and access to the buildings were imposed by the parcel map prior to 1991. So unanswered question with respect to that. I hope that's helpful. The second legal issue that I wanted to raise concerns the fire department's revision to development standard number 6. And I don't know if this is going to get addressed later on, but one of the key issues, as I mentioned in my previous comments, was the ability to reach across a property line to impose development defensible space requirements, fuel modification. And it's the development standard number 6 in existence on December 3rd said that those standards applied across the property line. Now, we recognize that there's potentially some legal and constitutional complications from that. A revision was accomplished on January 20th, so a week ago and 2 days. However, that revision eliminated entirely the potential to reach across the property line. Now, state code, this is Public Resources Code 4291. It's been referenced by the applicant as well as I think by the fire department. B, as in boy, states that a person is not required to do fuel modification outside of their own property line without the consent of the owner of the property. So, and there's other provisions in the fire code that do provide that if you have consent of the property owner, you may do defensible space activities and fuel modification on that. And we know that the applicant owns the area, and you saw the revised figure 13 in the applicant's fire expert's presentation That was the figure 13 that was incomplete on the materials that were submitted last week or over the weekend and with the applicant. Today, I just saw with this, that they actually have the complete slide. I couldn't read the whole thing, but you saw that there was a red line that went out into Laurel Springs Ranch retreat area. Those lands are available under state law to be subject to fuel modification requirements. There's no, the local standard does not allow that, so it does not comport to state law. And indeed, in this case, this is an example of where additional defensible space fuel modifications could improve the safety of the community. And they would have biological impacts because those are resources there. And so part of this balance is we need to study these issues. We can't just, we're just going to ignore it and forget about it. The temporary refuge area concept is an interesting one. If any of you have ever been in a wildfire and needed to evacuate or shelter in place or find yourself in between those two circumstances, then you can run to an empty field. But you're in conditions where the winds are anywhere from 20 to 60 miles an hour. There's smoke everywhere, impaired visibility, and there are embers and flames all around you. It's terrifying. And while that is certainly going to be a measure of last resort, I think before the county wants to say, or even a landowner wants to say, here, you can come and stand in my empty field, you better make darn sure that they've done weed abatement, that they've done controls around it, they've identified the parameter, and they have some kind of shelter, some kind of resources for people to be able to survive a burnover. You heard from Rob Hazard what it was like being on Painted Cave Road in the engine of a fire truck when it was burned over. And he survived, but that was not a given at the time. The Mountain Embers team, I'm glad that we have a representative and that the applicant is engaged with that. But one of the other pieces of the Mountain Ember team, and I know that that Mr. Lewin didn't really have a chance to interview them, but to understand fully their activities, but those include going to fight this fire in the community. And so you're going to have traffic going both ways on Painted Cave Road to respond to this fire. People evacuating, residents who are at their work, see the fire, they got to get home before that road closes, because otherwise they're not going to be able to be up there and defend and work with their neighbors to try and keep, use the limited resources that are there to try and protect their area. And we all know what happens when you stay, well, you don't if you haven't, but if you stay too late, and the road is closed and you can't get out and your structure isn't safe to shelter in place, then you're heading for that temporary refuge area and hoping. I'm going to turn in closing to where we really need to go here, and that is to conduct a CEQA analysis. The fire protection plan is good, but it does provide a false sense of security. The updated plans, we don't really have them all. I appreciate that there's a designation on the wall or on the site as Ms. Steinfeld referred to a non-combustible wall, but that's not shown in any of the drawings. It's not shown in the plans exactly where's the footprint for that wall all the way across the entire length of the property. And it doesn't address, obviously, the aesthetics or any of those kind of remaining issues. So these are unanswered questions that need to be addressed through a review process. Now, if your commission feels comfortable saying, Chatillo's right on this, we need to commence an environmental review process, I would encourage you to have that as your motion. If you feel like, well, I'm not convinced on this, I would ask that you give us a delay so that there's an opportunity for the public, the appellants, and your staff to review the materials that have been all submitted in the last 48 to 72 hours, because there's not been that opportunity for peer review. But it's our sincere request and hope that you will recognize that CEQA streamlining does not apply in this case. 15183 is a streamlining provision. It's not an exemption provision. It's complicated. We talked a little bit about it at the December hearing. There's a number of requirements that don't qualify here. So I know that your staff can shape the right level of project-specific environmental review in order to ensure that all the issues that we've been talking about are going to be able to be adequately addressed, the public will be able to be involved in that process, and then you as decision makers and the public will know answers to these questions and what we need to do to keep Painted Cave as safe as possible once the right project gets scoped for this site. So with that, I appreciate very much your attention, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions from commissioners? Seeing none,
Thank you.
we'll proceed to applicants' rebuttal. And
Thank
have-
you.
Yeah, you have 5. We're not going
Okay.
to do 13. They start out at 5. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to address several of the comments made by both Mr. Sotelo and the public commenters. With regard to water, obviously a very important issue, the Painted Cave Mutual Water Company serves all 71 of these homes, plus these additional homes. They are important because they provide both water for domestic purposes and firefighting purposes. The source is groundwater. In addition, we have in here, we have a Can and Will Serve letter that's been provided already. In fact, the applicant actually paid to install a new water main to replace an existing main, and a new water service and connection were installed for both of these lots. They both have active meters. With regards to whether there was an analysis done, this is on page 80 of the fire protection plan. Mr. Lewin took a look at whether, based on the size of the homes, which by the way are not 4,000 square foot each. They are, one is 2880 and the other one is 3,100 square feet. So there's no 4,000 square feet house in our plans. So he did a very detailed water calculation to determine that 5,000 gallon tanks per home were adequate. In addition, next door on the ranch, there are very large 28,000 gallon water tanks. Second, with regard to the fire protection plan, we spent 8 weeks working very closely with our fire experts to address the mountains of material that were provided by Mr. Sotelo on the eve of the last hearing. Our experts worked hard over the holidays. With regard to the retreat center, I do want to set the record straight. Mr. Zucker is not planning to turn the historic Laurel Springs Retreat into any kind of lodge or retreat center or wellness center for the public. Instead, he has submitted a CUP simply to confirm the existing development and convert the ranch for a rural residential purposes for his family. So he understands the concerns of the community. It will not be open to the public. With regard to bioresources, we spent a lot of time working with both the landscape designer and our biologist to ensure that the landscape would serve an ecological function. In fact, there will now, after the project is constructed, be 4 times the amount of habitat that currently exists. In addition, they will be removing all non-native plants from the area. With regards to the access, it's clear that when a parcel was created, there was no subdivision map act when this particular parcel was created. It was created back in 1928. The record of survey was the legal mechanism for creating that particular parcel. In addition, the state rules also provide, beyond that exception for older parcels or older legal parcels, it states the regulations don't apply at the discretion of the local jurisdiction if there is reasonable ingress, egress, and capacity for evacuation, which we've demonstrated in our fire protection plan. Okay, let's see what else we have. With regards to the Laurel Springs Retreat and the temporary refuge area, the community has actually approached Laurel Springs Retreat completely separate than this project to ask if they would be open to using the retreat as a refuge area. I had the benefit of touring the ranch yesterday, and it is a massive open field. It's a 160-acre parcel. Daniel and his team have done an incredible job at removing all the brush. All of the structures have a lot of defensible space around them, and it's really the only place in the community for the community to have everyone gather if needed. But of course, evacuation would be the #1 priority. The wall is shown on the plans, and it shows exactly where it goes. Again, that was, just want to refer you to Exhibit B to our resubmittal. It is the same place where the fence was proposed earlier. It will go all along the side of the lot that is adjacent to the appellant's house to protect her home. It will also be along the entire perimeter of the side along the Laurel Springs Ranch. With regards to CEQA and 15183, it is actually a statutory exemption, but Mr. Schiller is right, it is different. The reason why it is different, it requires a very detailed analysis that our county has provided us to demonstrate that the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan and its EIR addressed wildfire hazards, that addressed impacts on infrastructure. And the thing about 15183 is it provides directly in the statute that if new laws and guidelines are passed after an EIR is certified, that those serve as a bridge to ensure that all impacts are mitigated. So I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Any questions from commissioners? I have two.
Sure.
Okay, we always hear about the total square footage of those two houses. What are the footprints of those houses?
Yes, and we addressed this in our updated letter. So because they are 2 stories, they do have a smaller footprint. And we did also submit an exhibit so you could see exactly what that would look like. So I believe, let's see which exhibit this is. It is Exhibit C attached to our recent submittal. And so you can see that for Lot 10, the footprint, instead of being the 2,880, so the footprint on the ground is 2,194 square feet. And then for Lot 11, the footprint is 2,392 square feet, and not the total home size, which is 3,185. So it's a smaller footprint that's actually sitting physically on the ground. I did want to address the Shumash comment. There are no paleo resources. We did an extensive archaeological survey here. There are Shumash artifacts and very sacred sites on the ranch, and the owners provide open access to the Shumash to basically visit that area, and they do not do anything to disturb that area. So they take these resource issues very seriously.
Okay, one final question I have in terms of residents of those homes. I understand one of the homes is going to be inhabited by Mr. Hosea and his family.
Correct. So Mr. Hosea currently lives on the ranch in one of the very old structures on the ranch with his daughter and his wife, so family of 3. And at this point, we don't know exactly who's going to live in the other home, but it is a 3-bedroom home, so we suspect it'll be an average-sized family, which we did a survey of the entire region. The average size family in a home of that size is 2.76 people.
So a modest increase to the population up there.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Commissioner Park.
Yeah, this discussion of square feet and footprints and all, so this kind of spawned a little bit of confusion in my mind. And you mentioned that calculations for water and things reflected the combination of the square footage of these structures. But doesn't each structure have a garage in the 450 to 500 square foot range? And those are outside the footprint numbers you've just been describing to us, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And those are built of similar materials to the houses, right?
That is correct.
So if the house is going to burn, so's the garage, presumably.
Yeah, and maybe Mr. Lewin can speak to this, because he's the one that conducted the site-specific analysis to confirm that each 5,000 gallon tank was sufficient.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, and I don't want to argue your calcs. I just think it's when we describe the square footage, we should be describing the square footage of all of the improvements, not just the inhabited bedrooms and so forth.
Chairman, yes, if you could turn, if you have the ability to Appendix 3 in the fire protection plan, we have the calculations that are done on it, and you'll see that we include in the calculations using NFPA, the National Fire Protection Association Standards 1142. We included the square footage, including we added the garage area. I'm looking at, we just did one calculation for Lot 11 because it's the bigger of the homes, and you can see it has 484 square foot for the garage added onto it.
Thank you. No more questions. I guess this will conclude the public hearing portion of this item. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Do we need a break, or is everybody prepared to proceed to quiet deliberations? Okay, let's go with deliberation.
And I have no questions of staff. I don't know if anybody
Oh,
else does.
go ahead.
No, I said I don't have any.
Oh, okay, no more questions. So deliberations.
Do we have the staff recommendation over what we're the specific language? Could we put that up?
Chair and Commissioner Martinez, our recommendation is to approve the project with modifications to the project description to incorporate the compliance of the project with the fire protection plan, and also to modify condition number 19 to incorporate the letter we received yesterday from the Mendocino, from the county fire department. Thank you.
And those, from my understanding, in regards to reviewing those oh, there we go, right here. Thank you. Well, my position really hasn't changed in regards to what I previously stated at the last hearing in regards to this matter, which is the efforts of which my opinions are, and my conclusions are based upon, are within the parcels themselves, which I believe has adequately been addressed. Well, I'll leave it like that. I do think, though, that there's the concern over during the construction period of time is something that's outside of the area, and I look to the fire plan to address that, and I have looked it over, but I'm thinking that there probably should. What I was thinking I was going to see was, okay, there's going to be one cement truck up coming down and so forth like that. You know, that there was going to be some coordinated effort. But then I was looking at the picture that was just put back up again when Appellant came up, and the cement truck stuck there on December 5th, 2025. So obviously construction is going on there right now. So somebody had a cement truck going up there on that road in regards to that picture. So I imagine this is not something new, but can be at least addressed within the concept of the fire plan that's been presented. And that's my deliberations.
Commissioner Ford?
Thank you. Well, I'm impressed with both sides, and the arguments are compelling for sure, but I believe that the new fire protection plan is reasonable and comprehensive. And I do want to clarify that I did have a comprehensive visit of the site on November 25th, and I did meet on Zoom with Mr. Chitillo on December 2nd, and that was in preparation for our December 3rd Planning Commission hearing. To me, the additional mitigation details by the applicant are appreciated and thoughtful. Removal of the fire pit and the spa and no wood used throughout the structure, I think, is significant. And I remain concerned, as I said on December 3rd, about the reluctance of the appellant to meet with the applicant. And I think that the appellant's concerns still continue to be more about the roads in the area, the fire history in the entire area, not solely related to the proposed development. I'm also reminded that the fire protection plan submitted in the last week was voluntary and seems to be at the same time this development will be the most fire resistant structure in the area. So I'm ready to support this project and believe we should deny the appeal.
Well, this looks like it's a slow race, so I will jump in now. This applicant has been accommodating issues, has reduced the size of the project, has taken a significant number of steps to improve the fire resistance of the homes, both in terms of design and material. We've seen a number of issues which have been raised by the appeal. I felt prior to the last hearing, and I still feel, those feelings remain at this hearing, that while many of them may be concerning, they don't rise, in my mind, to the level to require denial of the project. The centerpiece of the last hearing seemed to revolve around the absence of a fire plan, which we have received, which has been robust and comprehensive, which has been deemed adequate by our county fire department. I feel as if these two structures will do nothing to increase the fire potential of the existing community. Indeed, they will arguably be the most fire-resistant structures within that community. In terms of increasing hazard due to evaluation, well, one home is going to be inhabited by people who are already current residents of the community. The other, it was mentioned before, may be used by relatives, but probably by no more than 3 people. I don't anticipate the residents representing any kind of a hazard in terms of evacuation. Indeed, if anyone were evacuating down Painted Cave Road, they would be last in the line. If evacuation was along East Camino Cielo, they would be first, or perhaps more likely just to step over the fence into the area on Laurel Springs Ranch. So my closing position would be that this is a high fire area, an area in which all the other residents of the Painted Cave community have willingly, with full knowledge, accepted the hazards of, and I don't feel that the residents of these 2 new homes with far superior fire resistance should be precluded from making the decision to utilize their property and build and occupy those homes. Therefore, I would be in favor of moving a motion which would deny the appeal and approve the project.
Did you want to go next, or do you want me to go? It's your district.
Yeah, I'll go last.
Sometimes you go first, sometimes you go last.
I'll go last.
Okay.
Commissioner Park.
I'm going to be the odd man out here. What a surprise. I have a couple of concerns. One is fairness. I talked to a lot of people after our hearings and before our hearings, and I'll tell them, you know, I rarely agree with anybody, and I may not agree with their position, but I'll do my best to make sure it's a fair hearing. And I want people to go away and leave that room and say, we lost, we won, but it was a fair hearing. This is not feeling like a fair hearing to me right now, because I, like everybody else, am very excited to receive that new fire protection plan. I think it's extremely significant. And I can see that the other commissioners are basing their votes on receiving that. But you know, it was only received on Friday night. It was only available to review by Mr. Chitillo, his client, all the people in this room. And the fact that we're basing a decision on something received so late and having the very excellent fire department letter in response to it just this morning, I don't think that's fair. And that bothers me. And I'm reminded of our last hearing as I sat through this one and some comments I made there. I did suggest to Ms. Peterson that if we were to build a profile of the best possible people to develop those last 2 lots out there, it's going to be this applicant, because they've got a continuing stake in what happens there because they have the Laurel Springs Ranch, so it's not like a spec house where you build it and don't care what happens the next time. they've bent over backwards to do every single possible thing to keep improving their design, and they've done a lot just in the interim from the last hearing. But nevertheless, there are concerns. A perspective that I think it's appropriate for here is that if we make a mistake at the Planning Commission level, okay, it's not a matter of, oh, somebody's going to have an unsightly house they have to look at for 20 years, or maybe their value of their house goes down because there's an ADU in the backyard for the neighbors. No, I'm looking out there, and I think if we make a mistake in this, some of you may be paying with your lives. Okay, so we have to be extra careful that we cross every T and dot every I. And I'm not sure we've done that yet. That goes back to my issue about a fair hearing. I don't think we've had time to really react to all this yet. So I want to go back to Mr. Cooney's baseball analogy or metaphor that he gave earlier. Now, he's an ardent Yankee fan, and I was brought up to hate the Yankees, but I can still understand the metaphor. You said third inning. I think the other commissioners are in the ninth inning, but I'm at like the sixth or seventh inning. And I think there's more to do. One thing that I often see at the commission is we get an important development, and then we could forget all the other discussion. And I had to do that myself. Important development, I'm excited about the fire protection plan, but I recall that when I spoke about this project and where it was going back in December, I also mentioned compatibility. It was a big issue. I was surprised that there's a compatibility requirement somewhere in the code for this, but there is. And we spent a lot of time talking about those 73 houses and their very small nature, and these being larger. I've had discussions with the applicant's attorney about how to respond to that. And I think they've made a good point. You know, they spent years doing engineering for these houses. It's not easy to cut them in half without a lot more time. Maybe you cut off the second story, then you don't have to re-engineer the first. But I think the compatibility concerns still remain. And if I'm forced to vote for it today, as opposed to when I think the ninth inning will be, then I'm going to vote no.
Commissioner Cooney.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, one of the concerns I've had about this project, but before mentioning that, I want to assure for County Council and everybody else that other than Mr. Chatillo, I did not speak with anyone in the community or otherwise, except I think I had a brief conversation about this with Amy as well, and I'm not even sure about that. We've talked about other projects as well. So anyhow, that's the limit of my disclosure, and I'll have another on the next item on our agenda if we go forward. But as far as this project is concerned, I have a great deal of thinking to report, but what it comes down to is starting with the very honest and straightforward comment that we heard from one of the expert witnesses solicited by Amy. In his conclusion, and after study, and with years and years of experience, he said it's a dangerous place up there. This is not something that's necessarily caused by anything proposed by the applicant, but the applicant, if given permission by the commission, would add to the problem. It would not be a subtraction. Some things would be fixed, others wouldn't, but we have a whole community existing and living up there, and as I said, when we heard this the first time, I can't support it. Now, maybe the only choice is to vote no, period. Another choice that I would support would be to continue it so that Mr. Shapillo Shatillo and counsel for the applicants could try and improve some of the ideas today that were presented I hadn't heard before, and apparently there was a flurry of new information. So I'd propose a short continuance, a month, or a month plus if we are forced to do it. But basically, I think that rather than vote no, I'd like to give the skilled attorneys and supporters the opportunity to keep improving this project. It's gotten a lot better. It needs to go further, and we can't eliminate the eventual the potential for a very disastrous outcome.
Commissioner Ford, do you have a comment?
Well, I'm just questioning whether it can be continued or not. Can we have some kind of guidance?
Chair Reed and Commissioner Ford, it is within your discretion to continue the project today. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
So, Chair, if I can, just to help us navigate how to move forward, there's it appears to be potentially two motions on the that could be made. One to appeal the project and deny the appeal. The other one is to continuance. There may be some impacts to continuing it, but we'd have to dive into that further. I don't know if a continuance is going to get us further down the field on this. I think we've had 2 hearings on this already. I don't know what more we're going to get out of a continuance, but I'll leave it to the chair. I know typically we defer to the commissioner whose district this is on to make the motion. But if Commissioner Cooney wants to defer to another commissioner to make that motion, if it's different than what he's proposing, then I think that's appropriate as well.
If I may, just my feeling about a continuance. If we continue it, issues will continue to emerge at each and every hearing that people will say need to be addressed and ask for another. I think applicant has been more than willing and forthright to accommodate numerous needs up till now, and I think it's time to vote either on the appeal or on the application. And my feeling is I feel the application is approvable today.
May I reply, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So just don't leave. Your position, Mr. Chair, is absolutely reasonable, and your prediction that we could continue it and get nowhere further is not out of bounds. I mean, the amount of testimony that we've had from all sides, including, most importantly, others in the community that are not the applicant or the parties to this proceeding. But I think it's worthwhile in a case like this where life and limb is part of the process. It's our duty to make sure that we have made every attempt to bring this to the best conclusion, even if it's not going to change the vote or the outcome. Mr. Shatillo early on in this hearing said, you know, if I could go go through a document I received yesterday or last night or last week, I think it would be fair. And so if we had another reason that outweighs the potential for settlement of this matter, I'd like to hear it. But otherwise, I would vote no, as opposed to making the motion, which I think it was suggested that I should do that, and then we'd have the motion on the floor to vote with that, or we could take them separately, whichever.
Would it be appropriate at this time to take a straw poll of the commissioners prior to a motion, or?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, if you wanted to take a straw poll, I think you could do that. Or if another one of the commissioners wanted to make a motion, as I think was shown on the screen, that supports denying the appeal and approving the project, they could do that. I think Commissioner Cooney is wanting to make a motion to continue it. But I leave that to the chair and Commissioner Cooney. If Commissioner Cooney would want to allow for another, not allow, but defer to another commissioner to make that motion to support the project and vote on that, we could do that to move this forward. So I think we kind of know where everybody is. So if somebody wants to make a motion to deny the appeal and approve the project, then we can do that to move forward. If that fails, then we can move to Mr. Cooney's motion for a continuance.
Wouldn't you make the motion for continuance first? I mean, you vote on the matter and get a final decision. You're not going to make a motion to continue it. That seems insane. So if you're going to make a motion, then make it, and I'll second it.
Who's going to make the
We'll see what
motion?
happens.
Who are
But
you
if you don't,
talking
you
to,
don't.
Commissioner Park?
That's right. I just was going to ask if we could have a potential date to include in the motion.
Commissioners, we'd have to confer with both parties as well, but let's see. And the continuance is, and you would be asking for more information from the applicant, so, because we need to know what's expected of them in order to give a reasonable timeline for the continuance as well.
Well, the parties gave us the impression, maybe it was unintentional, that they haven't had a chance to look at all the material or to study it. The parties are the best ones to assess what needs to be done and offer us the best chance of a successful outcome. So it needs to be, as you suggest, agreed upon to do that. But I thought sitting here with our fire chief, Mr. Tan, that we didn't even get a chance, in spite of all the time we've spent over 2 hearings, we didn't get a chance to hear him testify about our own county's fire protection in this case. So I'm more and more convinced that it would be premature to vote on the project, yes or no.
So the next available date is February 11th. That is in Santa Maria. So again, we'd have to confer with both parties that they'd be available for that date.
Is there a Santa Barbara date?
The next Santa Barbara date is March 4th.
I would certainly prefer that. And everybody that testified today would hopefully be able to do so again if they chose.
So Chair, let's just say March 4th. You can call the appellant applicant up and see if they can agree to March 4th. If not, then we'll just drop it from the agenda. Or we just take that as a motion and see if that motion gets a majority vote or not.
Why don't you make the motion?
Okay, I'll make the motion. Here and now that we continue this matter to our hearing in Santa Barbara of March 4.
And I'll second the motion.
Can we have a roll call on that?
Excuse me. Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Ford,
No.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez,
No.
Chair Reed.
No.
Motion fails.
Do we have a motion?
So then I guess this is my time where I would say make the motion to accept the recommendations of staff
There you go.
as presented on the screen here today.
So Chair Reed
Look at
and Commissioner Martinez, well, one addition to that, the motion would be to recommend staff's recommendation that's on the board. And for item number 4, as revised today. So we need to add that clause in there because there were some changes that were made today. So approve the project de novo, case number, and then subject to conditions included as attachment B of the staff report and as revised today. So if the motion maker wants to include that in the motion, then that would be appropriate.
I will include.
I'll
make that
second.
motion. Oh, thank you.
Can we have a roll call?
Commissioner Cooney,
No.
Commissioner Ford,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
No.
Commissioner Martinez,
Aye.
Chair Reed.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
Is it lunchtime?
It's 12:15. With that, I think we'll take a lunch break, 1 hour. Welcome back to the January 28th hearing of the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission. Mr. Villalobos, would you please read the next item into the record?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Michelle Peterson, appellant, to consider case number 23 APL 38, to consider the appeal of the director's approval of Laurel Springs Retreat LLC new single-family dwelling residence project, case number 21 LUP 209, and to determine the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15183 excuse me, of the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. And this project is very similar to the prior one, so we appreciate the agreement of appellant, and applicant to agree to a more truncated version with shorter time periods for their presentations and discussion. At this time, I'd like to ask for any ex parte on the part of commissioners. I know it's the same, but I'll ask council, do we need to repeat that, or can we stipulate it was exactly the same, if it was, as I would expect, of the prior item?
Chair Reed and commissioners, I'd recommend just quickly running through ex parte communications again.
Okay. Commissioner Cooney?
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I discussed this case with Mr. Shatillo and Miss Amy Steinfeld.
Commissioner Ford?
Thank you. I met with Amy Steinfeld yesterday on Zoom.
Commissioner Park?
I had a telephone conversation a few days ago with Amy Steinfeld.
Commissioner Martinez?
No communications outside of discussing with staff.
Okay, and mine was discussion with Amy Steinfeld, December 5th, December 1st, unaccompanied site visit, January 27th, site visit with Amy Steinfeld, Josh Kaplan, and Robert Mell. Staff?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. This item is the Peterson appeal of the Laurel Springs LLC single-family dwelling project. It is a separate case number involving the same applicant and substantially similar project as the previous item, but located on the adjacent lot. Based on the project's continued compliance with all applicable standards and policies, staff recommends approval of the project with incorporation of the fire protection plan and fire department condition letter. Thank you.
Okay, any questions from commissioners? I hadn't anticipated any. Mr. Shatillo? Thank you.
Is this working? Good afternoon, members of the commission. Mark Shatillo on behalf of the appellant. We'll keep our comments as brief as I can. I've got 3 minutes, David. Go ahead and give me my 5, and I'll work accordingly. The first little housekeeping, I've conferred with the applicant and county council, and we have all mutually agreed to include all of the evidence from the prior hearing as part of this hearing and all the evidence from this hearing as part of that hearing. So a reciprocal and collateral integration of the two records for these projects because of the similarity of issues. So, and I would ask that you do consider all of that information. You cannot approve this project because you cannot make the findings of approval. It is inconsistent with various elements of the general plan, including the Eastern Toledo Valley Community Plan's compatibility and aesthetics findings, biological resources findings, the duty to ensure that habitat is protected to the maximum extent feasible, including the consideration of conservation easements as a tool to protect those biological resources, and of course, a number of fire issues. With respect to the general plan and consistency, that's the safety element as well as the Eastern Toledo Valley Community Plan and land use policy and the land use element. Under CEQA, you need a stable project description. There is not one. It has shifted literally to the day this morning. We got new information out of the fire department. The hearing process has been manifestly unfair and prejudicial to the appellant. There's a deprivation of constitutionally protected rights by virtue of the manner in which the county has chosen to conduct this hearing and the deliberations, the exclusion of a reasonable opportunity to respond to evidence, critical for your determination, and the inability to really have a fair hearing has prejudiced this process. The actions, of course, the consequences involve the loss of life and property, which are constitutional fundamentally protected rights that you have chose to ignore and allow this process and project to go forward without a due consideration of those rights and interests. The Section 15183 is not available as a complete exemption from CEQA. It involves tiering. However, it doesn't apply to offsite impacts, cumulative impacts, impacts that are not considered in the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan EIR. And you're required under CEQA and the authority of the Communities for Better Environment case to make independent findings of statements of overriding consideration if you're going to rely on an EIR which itself made findings of overriding consideration. So you can't, you're basically saying that you can't think of anything better than what I'm sorry, I'm going to make this personal. The county is unable to identify any way to better protect the resources and issues that were found to be unavoidable Class 1 significant impacts associated with the 2015 EIR. Obviously, the record is replete with evidence of that you did. There are other things, so you must still revisit that statement of overriding consideration. I'm sure Mr. Stewart knows what I'm talking about. The other issues of concern here, aside from the inadequate findings and the failure to consider the aesthetic, biological, fire resources, and general planning compatibility issues, are the water supply issues. As you were told by the applicant that they funded the Painted Cave Water Company to extend the new, bigger pipes to lots 10 and 11. That's not actually correct because the Painted Cave Water Company and the residents and the members of that water company were the ones that actually funded that. And coincidentally, they included the installation of larger gauge pipes. These pipes are closest, most proximate to the lots 10 and 11, and they're going to result in a preferential flow during fire conditions and emergency conditions where these sites are going to get water to the detriment of the longer, thinner, and less available water, the smaller infrastructure for the rest of the Painted Cave community. That is an offsite impact associated with the project that's adverse and potentially threatens lives and property again. The failure to consult with the state park in considering and recommending changes to the boulder. It's unclear, again, it's really unclear. There is no providing the description of the revised project, no distribution of a revised condition 19, which was relied on and adopted without any public process, without any public involvement or knowledge at all, and the failure to consult with Chumash. Obviously, you heard from Ms. Para, who is qualified to speak on behalf of Chumash interests that were just basically blown off in this whole process. So we would ask that your commission reconsider, and in this case, reverse your vote and deny this project, or provide an opportunity for more than 36 hours to respond to substantive technical environmental documents associated with the project. Thank you.
Any questions from commissioners? Sorry. Applicant.
Good afternoon, Chair Reed and Honorable Commissioners. Amy Steinfeld on behalf of the applicant. I'm here with my team, including Josh Kaplan, Rob Meller, architect, Robert Lewin, and Dennis O'Neill, our fire experts. I'm going to cede most of my time to our fire experts to expand on some of the items you heard earlier. I do want to clarify a few things. One, with regards to the boulder, because we had hired these two experts, we wanted them to look community-wide. We are not proposing to change the boulder as part of the plan, but we wanted to offer some ideas to the community that we might be able to work on together. Again, these are unrelated to our projects themselves. Second, with regards to Painted Cave, I just clarified with my client, he did not, I want to correct the record, he did not personally pay for the water main extension. He did pay for the pieces related to his home. He worked very closely with the water company, and as a result, the sizing was dictated by new standards. Both of these properties are currently served by active meters that have been installed, so both projects have water. Painted Cave did an analysis and found that it could serve both these projects. That letter is in the record. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Robert Lewin. Thank you.
Thank you. If staff could pull up my presentation. Chair and Commission, thank you again for hearing from us. I just want to remind and go over once again that the purpose of our analysis was to answer two questions. That's how we approached it. One was, do the projects comply with the intent of all fire regulations and best management practices to ensure the highest level of safety for the new homes? And the second question was, do the projects impact or harm the safety of the community? And I just thought I'd take a look again at this slide here about what we're doing in the construction, because that came up quite a bit. So these homes are not just going to be in compliance with the very strict wildland urban interface codes that are, and particularly Chapter 5 on building construction. They're going to exceed that by doing these IBHS wildfire prepared homes plus standards. The idea here is we've got to keep embers out of houses. We've got to keep the embers away from the first 5 feet of that home. We got to keep the heat from getting into the house. And so specific things like having better ventilation, dual pane tempered glass as opposed to single tempered, things that are stronger, making sure that the eaves are boxed in and appropriately to prevent fire from heating up under those. So there's specific hardening things that are going to be occurring on these. I wanted to talk just about this slide because we kind of went over too fast about this idea of firefighter safety, because it also implies if the firefighters have some safety margin, so does the house and the occupants. And so specifically, we looked at the fact that these, of course, it's all in compliance. Now, by sprinkling a home, the idea of having fire sprinklers at home, which is in regulation in Santa Barbara County in California, is that even if the fire department doesn't get there quickly, in the case of this, we have a system that will contain the fire enough so people can evacuate the house. That's what residential sprinklers do. There's fewer combustible materials in the construction of this home. Therefore, the home itself does not become a threat to the firefighters who are engaged in structure defense during a firefight. The applicants decided to even use steel framing. A fire engine has to be able to deploy no farther than 150 feet around the perimeter of a house, unless it's sprinkled. Then they can have 300 feet if the fire code official agrees to that. You can see from the length of these parcels that the firefighters are able to extend their working hose lines around the whole perimeter of the house. That's helpful, of course, when you're doing fire defense. Because there's setbacks both in the front and the backyard, it gives the firefighters a place to be when things are really rugged, when the fire is upon them, where they're a bit away from everything else in these areas that are somewhat safe if they had to defend themselves for safety. And then the idea that they can go around the whole house, that all of the 0 to 5 zone is accessible. And then we have these requirements in here that we're recommending, and particularly the last one, this question came up about how do we achieve this 30-foot setback when you don't have 30 feet? Well, the code allows by requiring, as an example, these sorts of things, and that's on the very bottom here, and that's the sort of mitigations that are occurring to allow those reduced setbacks, and they're there because that's a frequent issue of it. And then, so in conclusion, of course, is answering those two questions. Do the projects comply with the intent and regulations, best management practices to provide the highest level of safety to the homes and the occupants? And the answer is yes to that. And then the second question is, does this project cause harm or risk that's greater by being built in the community? And the answer is they do not. That's what we determined. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You agreed to 5 minutes, so that's where we're holding things. public comment? Is there any? Are these, I think these are for,
So for those of us, for
Wait.
those of you, go ahead.
I have a bunch. I think they're all for Naples. Give me a second. Surfrider. Former school teacher, keeping me on the right path, but we have no comment slips for this item.
So I just wanted to make sure that we don't have anyone online who'd like to speak on this project. If so, go ahead and raise your hand. Seeing no hands.
Which brings us to rebuttal. Mr. Chutillo, 3 minutes.
Well, I just don't know what is actually the project. You just heard that the applicant's agent said that there's some recommendations that have been included in the project, but I don't know if they are or not. This is a very amorphous process. I think one of the most unchained, loosely regulated project developments that I've experienced in my career. So it's very challenging. I appreciate the applicant acknowledging that the water system was in fact expanded, as I described, with larger gauge pipes serving this development and thereby preferentially, the way water works, preferentially serving these two developments at the detriment of the rest. So there will be offsite impact associated with your action in approving this project. You have not looked at that. That's what SEEK was about. You also were told that, the goal of the fire plan was to meet the intent of all of the county and all the state applicable fire authority. And I'll repeat, reading off of the document that I circulated previously, that the Department of Forestry did us the benefit of actually stating what are the intentions with respect to fire safety for extremely fire hazard areas access. And they state the intent is that roads shall, whether public or private, shall provide for safe access for emergency wildfire equipment and civilian evacuation concurrently, and shall provide unobstructed traffic circulation during a wildfire emergency. So you are making a finding that those conditions exist, and there are no facts to support that. In fact, the facts that are in the record here show that that's not the case, exactly the opposite. And I don't know who's going to bear the liability because it's clearly not supported should this go ahead, but you're missing badly in terms of your responsibilities. At the first hearing, I was taken to task and accused of late submittals by actually for submitting documents at the noon deadline. And here, and the deadline, the rules are Monday noon is the deadline for your Wednesday hearings. And I pity you for having to work through all that extensive documents in a short period of time. Typically, if there's technical documents, you're going to benefit from getting the experts from other people who can peer review the information that's presented there. Here, the applicant is freely allowed to submit to the last minute. Actually, we've got evidence from the fire department that came in this morning, and we don't even have a chance to rebut that. But the appellant is criticized and has no response, no ability to respond. It's a patently and manifestly unfair hearing process, and I'm disappointed. Thank you.
Okay, again, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to address the project description. It has been clear and stable throughout the process. Mr. Hazard asked for a non-combustible wall. Now that we've included it in the project, somehow Mr. Chutillo thinks that it's improper. This was exactly what his team asked for. We did a lot of research. We simply replaced a fence with a non-combustible wall. All of the details he's talking about, construction details, those are construction level drawings that this plan has not prepared yet. That is part of the next stage. This is conceptual. We are moving into the building phase. As we've stated, the homes will undergo a round of very detailed review by the county building department and the fire department, which is tasked with reviewing compliance with the updated fire code. Because of these appeals, our client has been dragged through years and years of process. This is the reason that housing is so expensive in California. Nonetheless, our client has stood up and met every single standard presented. The Woo-Week Fire Code just went into effect on January 1, 2026, mere weeks ago. As a result, we will meet all of those standards. As you heard, this will be the only home in the area. With regards to the materials submitted, the second that we received the thousands of pages from Mr. Sotillo, this was on just really the Monday before the last hearing, and after the hearing, we jumped into action. We interviewed various fire experts, we connected with Resolute, we were very impressed with them, and we brought them on the team. They worked around the clock to prepare a 91-page fire protection plan that is voluntary, that is not required by your fire department or any of your code sections. We prepared this plan, we worked through it with the fire department, and we submitted it on Friday morning to the county. The fact that Mr. Sotillo went backpacking, is sort of irrelevant to this process. We were around all weekend, we worked all weekend, and it's just really disappointing, this whole process, because immediately after the hearing, we ran into Mr. Sotillo's team at Secret Bow. We requested they sit down. He said he would reach out. I heard from him for the first time at 11:34 yesterday. I was in meetings all day. That was too late to connect or have any meaningful discussions. So I would just ask that we move forward, approve this project. We spent over 7 years designing these homes, ensuring compliance, working so closely with county staff and our full team. So we need to move forward, and it's clear they're going to take us to the board, which again is very unfortunate, but perhaps this time we can actually have some time to sit down with them and have a meaningful conversation. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I do have a question of Ms. King's staff. This fire department, their evaluation of the fire protection plan that just arrived, this morning?
Sorry, I can't see what you were holding
Chair,
up.
Oh, it's the
Chair,
one
yes,
signed by-
we received that last night.
Okay, but
And-
was it sent by appellant or was it sent by fire
It
department?
was sent by the fire department.
Okay, thank you. No comment. I would declare the public hearing closed. It's time for commissioners' deliberations.
Chair, just real briefly,
Go ahead.
Mr. Sotillo had mentioned wanting to be able to see the edits to the project description that incorporate the fire protection plan and the edits to condition 19 that cite the currently dated fire department letter. We have that in strikeout and underline that we can put up on the screen if you'd like to see that.
I don't see why not.
To be clear, the only changes and additions are what are shown in strikeout and underline.
Is there more 19, or is that all of it? Okay. Just a point of order. This information is being provided after the public comment, and the public hearing has been closed.
Chair and Commissioners, no further clarification is needed. This is the same information that was incorporated into the prior action from staff's recommendation. And so we can go ahead and move forward to deliberations.
Okay, well, with that, let's proceed to deliberations. Yes, Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you. I have to comment that partially this project is getting short shrift, and even though it's involving different parties than was the case in the morning, we really, in my view, ought to be taking the time to prove or disprove with full testimony by the parties and their representatives. So I would welcome any proposals of my fellow commissioners as to moving forward with the project, but I'm not prepared to do so.
Did you mean move forward with the project or move forward with the item?
Approving the project, the item. Yeah, the particular item.
So with that, we're ready for a motion.
I would make the motion to accept the recommendations of staff.
I'll second.
Commissioner Martinez, just want to clarify that's as revised at today's hearing.
That's correct, yes. As in the last time I made that motion, yeah, you're correct. As revised at the hearing of January 28, 2026.
Motion is complete. Okay, so Mr. Villalobos, a roll call, please.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Ford,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
No?
Commissioner Martinez,
Aye.
Chair Reed.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1. Okay, so
Yeah.
do you want to revisit that? Sounds like we
Mr. Villalobos, I meant to say yes on this motion.
okay, you did. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so complete? All right. Thank you. I just, that look of dissatisfaction, I didn't know if,
You're very sensitive.
okay, with that, can we take a brief recess to allow applicant and appellant for item 3? How about 10 minutes?
Sure.
The 28th hearing of the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission. Mr. Wilson?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, during the break, we received a request on the last item from the appellant for the commission to reconsider the vote of the last item. So if the commission wants to do that, my recommendation is that a motion is made to reconsider the item, not reconsider the item, or reconsider the action.
Revote.
It's basically a request to have the vote again. So reconsider the vote. So my recommendation is to get a motion for the commission to agree to reconsider the vote and then remake that motion that was previously made and then to get a second and then have the vote again. We're talking about just the item we just finished.
Well,
Number 2.
is there any discussion around that? Okay, at that point, I will be happy to make a motion that we reconsider the last vote. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Or do you want to roll call that one?
Just procedurally,
Okay.
we should just re-ask the question if we have any public comment on that.
Do we have any public comment on that? No.
Seeing no one rise and seeing no hands raised online. So no.
At first, my apology, this is an anomaly, something not seen in our process before, hence the way we're handling it.
Hesitation.
So, do we need a new motion?
So Chair, my recommendation is that the former motion maker go ahead and remakes that motion and we'll second it as before, and then we'll just call the item to vote.
Okay, if we can remake that motion.
I made that motion, and the motion is to adopt the recommendations of staff as revised as today's date.
Second.
Mr. Villalobos, roll call, please.
Commissioner Cooney,
No.
Commissioner Ford,
Yes.
Commissioner Park,
No.
Commissioner Martinez,
Yes.
Chair Reed.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2. Shall I read the next item into the record?
Yes, you may. Please
Okay.
do.
Happy to do so. The following is a hearing on the request of the Environmental Defense Center and Surfrider Foundation and the Gaviota Coast Conservancy to consider the following. Case number 25 APL4, an appeal by EDC of the zoning administrator's decision to approve case numbers 16 CDH 16, 17 CUP 47, and 18 CDH 29. Case number 25 APL5, an appeal by EDC of the zoning administrator's decision to approve case number 23 CDH 14, as well as case number 25 APL6, an appeal by GCC of the zoning administrator's decision to approve case numbers 16 CDH 16, 17 CUP 47, and 18 CDH 29.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to invite ex parte and site visit disclosures from commissioners.
I will say none other than with staff.
Commissioner Cooney?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a Zoom call yesterday with the following individuals. Linda Kropp, Anna Citron, Brian Troutwine, and Tara Refino.
Thank you. Commissioner Park?
I had a site visit last Friday, and you were there as well, Mr. Reed, with the applicant's team. And then I had a conference on Monday afternoon with the appellants team at the EDC offices.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ford?
Thank you. In addition to conversations with staff, I toured the site with Senior Attorney Tara Renhefo with Environmental Defense, as well as members of her team, and participated in a Zoom call with Beth Collins, attorney on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you. As for me, on the 23rd, I had the aforementioned site visit along with Commissioner Park with Beth Collins and her team at the site. On the 27th, I had a telephone conversation with Beth Collins and later had another telephone conversation with Anna Citron.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Cooney?
Yeah, I don't think I ate enough lunch, but I forgot to mention my telephone conversation with Beth Collins. That occurred yesterday.
Okay, thank you. Anybody think of any more while we're at it? Okay. With that, I'd like to begin with our staff presentation.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I wanted to make a few remarks before we begin the hearing. As we had a conversation early this morning about SB 330, a law that applies to housing projects. It does apply to this project in particular. The law is complicated and has been somewhat fluid, as all housing state laws are. There are some questions regarding the number of hearings this project has been subject to. And so we are recommending, staff is recommending, that the Planning Commission take action one way or the other today so that we can ensure compliance with that provision of the law. And I'm happy to answer any questions, or council is here to answer any questions if you have them.
Any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Park.
This is not really a question. It's an announcement that I discussed with our county council. I understand the reason to have this all heard today, and I always try to predict how long a hearing will take. And I thought that if we started this morning, we could and should finish this today, and it'll move on to wherever it goes. For myself, it's a real difficulty to finish this today, starting as late as it is. I'm going to hang in there, but I've just started to drive, and just getting here and back, something to go through the hearing that we've had, and then go through whatever this will take. So if people see me closing my eyes, don't think I'm not listening. If they see me walking around the room to stretch or this and that, I'm still listening. I won't speak unless I'm in front of the microphone, but I'm going to do my best. And somebody needs to call my wife, who's going to come here at 4:30 to try and pick me up, and will be angry as hell that she has to stay a long time. But there you go.
And for just, if anybody is wondering, Commissioner Park doesn't have any physical deficiencies, he's just coming back from knee replacement surgery, hence the need for consideration of his physical state. So with that, is staff ready to proceed?
Yes, Chair Reed. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Henry Wakamia, and today I am presenting the Environmental Defense Center, Surfrider Foundation, and Gaviota Coast Conservancy appeals of the Zoning Administrator's decision to approve the DMF residential development and habitat restoration projects. This slide shows the project site in red, which is located in the Naples Town Site in the Coastal Zone Appeals Jurisdiction in the Gaviota Coast Plan area. The project site consists of 4 legal lots with the Pacific Ocean to the south and the Union Pacific Railroad to the north. The site is zoned Ag 2 100. The 14.15 acre project site, shown in red, was formerly a part of the Santa Barbara Ranch project, shown in pink, but has since been sold to a new private property owner. The Santa Barbara Ranch project proposed residential development on 71 individual lots and was analyzed in a environmental impact report, including construction of a single-family dwelling and accessory structures on the project site. The Board of Supervisors approved the Santa Barbara Ranch project and certified the environmental impact report in October of 2008. To date, the Santa Barbara Ranch project has not been built out, but the EIR remains valid. In May 2016, the current property owner submitted applications for the residential development project. In late 2019, a third party dished the project site without authorization from the property owner, which resulted in impacts to 0.13 acres of native grassland and 0.03 acres of coastal wetland. In June 2023, the current property owner submitted an application for the habitat restoration project. In February 2025, the zoning administrator approved both the residential development project and the habitat restoration project. EDC Surfrider subsequently filed appeals of both projects, while GCC filed an appeal of just the residential development project. In July 2025, the current property owner submitted an SB 330 application for a housing development project containing 3 units. The residential development project proposes a voluntary lot merger of 4 legal lots into one, extinguishing the development potential of 3 lots. The right side of this slide shows the proposed 2.24 acre development envelope in pink, which will contain a 6,100 square foot single family dwelling with an attached 400 square foot junior accessory dwelling unit, an attached 1,000 square foot garage, a detached 800 square foot accessory dwelling unit, a detached 2,000 square foot barn, a pool, and spa. The residential development will be served by an existing private well and a wastewater treatment system. The remaining 11.91 acres of the project site will be deed restricted as open space for low-intensity agricultural use and habitat conservation. The project also includes an offer to dedicate 3 trail easements within the open space. This includes a float-in trail easement along the bluff top to accommodate the California Coastal Trail and a lateral trail easement adjacent to the Union Pacific Railroad tracks, both of which are identified in the county's trails maps. A third trail easement is proposed along the beach between the mean high tide line and the base of the bluff. This slide shows the proposed habitat restoration project with native grassland shown in green and wetland restoration in blue. In late 2019, a third party dished the project site without authorization of the property owner, which impacted native grassland and wetland habitats. The project proposes restoration of 0.49 acres of native grassland habitat and 0.14 acres of wetland habitat as mitigation for impacts from Diskin. This exceeds the required mitigation ratios of 3-to-1 for native grasslands and 4-to-1 for wetlands. The Santa Barbara Ranch Environmental Impact Report was certified by the County Board of Supervisors in October of 2008. It analyzed the impacts of residential development on 71 lots, including the project site. It identified significant impacts and potentially significant impacts to the issue areas shown on the screen. The EIR was subsequently challenged and upheld by the Superior Court in July of 2012. An addendum to the certified Santa Barbara Ranch EIR was prepared for the proposed project and is appropriate environmental review. The proposed projects will not result in new or substantially more severe impacts as compared to the development analyzed in the Santa Barbara Ranch EIR. Mitigation measures identified under the Santa Barbara Ranch EIR will continue to apply as necessary and will appropriately reduce impacts. Following the zoning administrator's decision to approve the residential development project and the habitat restoration project in February 2025, appeals were filed by EDC Surfrider of both projects, while GCC filed an appeal of just the residential development project. The appellants made assertions related to the issue areas shown on the screen, each of which will be discussed on the following slides. The appellants assert that the Santa Barbara Ranch EIR cannot be relied upon as it will resurrect previous legal challenges, and that an addendum is inadequate environmental review for the project. Staff's response is that in October of 2008, the County Board of Supervisors approved the Santa Barbara Ranch project, certified the EIR, and adopted the required CEQA findings. In July 2012, the Superior Court upheld the county certification of the Santa Barbara Ranch EIR. An addendum to the EIR is appropriate environmental review, as the proposed project is for similar development to what was previously analyzed, and it is smaller than the and the proposed project is smaller than the Santa Barbara Ranch project analyzed in the EIR and less impactful. The appellants make assertions related to wetland habitat, including that the proposed project impacts environmentally sensitive habitat and encroaches into applicable buffers, that the project will increase runoff and pollution that could impact wetlands, that sites known as LHA and LHB are wetlands, that the 2015 Storer wetland delineation is inadequate, that the proposed restoration is inadequate, and that the project is inconsistent with policy standards for wetlands. Staff's response is that the proposed residential project does not encroach into any wetlands or the required 100-foot wetland buffer area, the closest of which is shown in red on the right side of the screen. The project includes the treatment of stormwater consistent with all applicable county standards and will direct runoff to vegetated areas outside of all wetlands and buffer areas. The Santa Barbara Ranch EIR identified sites LHA and LHB as areas that would require future surveys. Multiple surveys prepared by different licensed biologists determined that these sites do not meet the necessary parameters to qualify as a federal, state, or county wetland. The proposed restoration of 0.14 acres of wetland habitat, shown in blue, is appropriate and exceeds the required 4-to-1 mitigation ratio. Lastly, the project is consistent with all applicable policy standards related to wetlands. The appellants make assertions related to native grassland habitat, including that the proposed project impacts environmentally sensitive habitat and encroaches into applicable buffers, that the proposed restoration is inadequate, that there are impacts to adjacent Lot 69, and that the project is inconsistent with policies related to native grasslands. Staff's response is that the proposed residential project does not encroach into any native grasslands or the required 100-foot buffer area shown in red. The proposed restoration of native grassland habitat shown in green is appropriate and exceeds the 3-to-1 mitigation ratio. There are no impacts on adjacent Lot 69 and no restoration is required. And lastly, the project is consistent with all applicable standards related to native grasslands. The appellant asserts that non-native annual grasslands on site should be considered environmentally sensitive habitat, that diskin of non-native grassland resulted in impacts to white-tailed kite foraging habitat, and that the proposed residential project removes foraging habitat. Staff's response is that multiple site-specific studies by qualified biologists found no white-tailed kite nesting or roosting on the project site. Habitat must be rare or especially valuable to be considered environmentally sensitive habitat. The non-native grasslands are neither. Non-native grasslands with the potential to serve as foraging for kites exist from the city of Goleta to Point Conception. In addition, the site has been subject to continuous disturbance from agricultural and grazing operations for decades. Therefore, the non-native grasslands do not meet the criteria to be considered environmentally sensitive habitat. The appellants make assertions related to bumblebees and other sensitive species, including that several bumblebee species were listed under the California Endangered Species Act, which constitutes new information that results in new significant impacts, that diskin resulted to impacts to special status ground nesting bird species, and that proposed habitat restoration will result in impacts to special status species. Staff's response is that the project proposal includes bumblebee protection measures, including pre-construction surveys, nest buffers, fencing, and protection of floral resources. The Santa Barbara Ranch EIR analyzed impacts to wildlife special status species, such as bumblebees and ground nesting birds, and includes mitigation measures that apply to the proposed project. These mitigation measures require that construction work areas and access roads be surveyed for all special status wildlife species potentially occurring on the project site no more than 3 days before work begins. Installation of temporary silt fencing to prevent access of California red-legged frogs, avoidance measures, buffer zone restrictions, and relocation to suitable habitat. Disking did not impact special status species, and the total area of suitable foraging habitat is unchanged. The proposed restoration will not impact special status species, as it is consistent with all applicable county standards and will improve habitat conditions on the project site. The appellants assert that there are changes from the project analyzed under the Santa Barbara Ranch EIR that will result in significant impacts, specifically in relation to the proposed use of well water and an on-site wastewater treatment system, and changes to mitigation measures regarding hazardous materials. Staff's response is that the project site will be served by an existing on-site water well that is adequate in terms of quantity and quality to serve the proposed residential development. The project water demand is 3.43 acre-feet per year, which is well below the safe yield threshold of 73.5 acre-feet per year. Therefore, there will not be a significant impact to groundwater. For wastewater service, the project proposes to use a wastewater system with supplemental treatment. The Santa Barbara Ranch EIR analyzed the use of individual on-site wastewater treatment systems and adopted a mitigation measure to reduce impacts to less than significant. This mitigation measure has been modified to apply to the proposed project and will continue to reduce impacts to less than significant. County Environmental Health Services has reviewed both the proposed water and wastewater systems and determined that they are adequate to serve the proposed project as conditioned. There are no oil wells or related infrastructure on the project site, and mitigation measures from the Santa Barbara Ranch EIR have been modified to apply to the proposed project as necessary. This includes assessment and removal of any contaminated soils, remediation action plans, site remediation, soil management plan, and proper hazardous material storage, handling, and use. The appellants assert that the proposed project is inconsistent with the Gaviota Coast Plan recreational policies related to the protection of trails and coastal access. Staff's response is that the proposed project is consistent with the Gaviota Coast Plan and all applicable policies related to trails and coastal access. The project site is privately owned and there are no adjudicated prescriptive rights through the property. The project proposes to increase public access through an offer to dedicate 3 public trail easements. This includes a float-in trail easement along the bluff top to accommodate the California Coastal Trail, a lateral trail easement adjacent to the Union Pacific Railroad tracks, both of which are identified on the county's Parks and Trails map. And a third trail easement is being proposed along the beach between the mean high tide line and base of the bluff. The appellant asserts that the project is inconsistent with the county's agricultural protection policies and requirements because it introduces an urban type of development on existing agricultural land, and asserts that this would convert the property to a non-agricultural use and affect the surrounding agricultural lands. Additionally, the appellant asserts that the project is not consistent with the purpose, intent, and requirements of the Ag 2 Zone District as specified in the Article 2 Coastal Zoning Ordinance. Staff's response is that the project is consistent with all applicable comprehensive plan policies, including those related to agricultural resources. The project site will remain designated as agriculture under the comprehensive plan and will not convert the site to an urban use. 3.56 acres of the site will be deed restricted to low-intensity agricultural use and grazing, compatible with the existing use of the site and surrounding properties. Additionally, there are no prime soils on the property. The project complies with the purpose and intent of the Ag 2 Zone District and all applicable standards in the Article 2 Coastal Zoning Ordinance. The site does not propose a rezone and will remain zoned Ag 2. The project extinguishes development potential through a voluntary lot merger of 4 lots and allows for continued agricultural use of the property. To summarize, there are 2 projects before you today. The first project is for a housing development that includes a single-family dwelling, accessory dwelling unit, junior accessory dwelling unit, and accessory structures. This project proposes an offer to dedicate 3 trail easements and will deed restrict 11.91 acres of the 14.15
acre project site as open space for conservation and agricultural purposes. Additionally, this project includes a voluntary lot merger of 4 lots, extinguishing the development potential of 3 lots. The second project is for a habitat restoration of 0.49 acres of native grassland habitat and 0.41 acres of wetland habitat. Both projects are consistent with the county's comprehensive plan and compliant with zoning. For environmental review, an addendum to the certified Santa Barbara Ranch EIR is appropriate because the project is smaller than what was originally analyzed and will not result in new or substantially more severe impacts. With that, staff recommends that the Planning Commission takes the recommended actions on the screen to deny the appeals, make the required findings, including CEQA findings for both the residential development project and the habitat restoration project, consider the CEQA addendum to the previously certified EIR, and determine that no subsequent EIR or negative declaration, is required for the proposed project, and approve the residential development project and habitat restoration project. Thank you for your time, and staff as well as the applicant team are available to answer any questions.
Okay, questions from commissioners? Commissioner Park?
Yes. Could you go back to slide number 6? And I have a number of questions, but I'm going to limit those for right now to those that I think will help everybody. You know, I may ask others later. That's inevitable. Okay. On this slide, I've been a little confused about what exactly got tilled or dissed and what didn't. What is the brown, dark brown area under this slide? Is that native grassland or what is it?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, are you referring to the brown running north-south?
Dark browns.
Yeah, so those are
irregular
existing
shapes?
native grasslands on the project site.
Wait, so those are the native grass. Okay.
Correct. So the green is the proposed restoration area. So here's the existing site. The brown portions running north-south are existing native grasslands, and then the light blue are existing wetlands on the project site.
Okay. So if you bring the restoration area back in, okay, that I understand that to be 0.49 acres, roughly half an acre. And it just appears to my eye that the existing brown area of native grassland that's not being restored is in fact larger than half an acre. You follow me so far? Now, I've read in your staff report, I see it right now, that the disking impacted 0.13 acres of native grassland, okay? And I asked at the site visit when I was there on Friday, what got disked under, where is it? And I wasn't able to get an answer. So I don't know if that's on your map or not. Is it on your map what got disked under the 0.13?
Chair and Commissioner Park, I believe that the biologist for the applicant can speak to the areas that were disked. But what I can say is that because of the Santa Barbara Ranch project, in an unusual circumstance, the county already had maps of the habitat on the site. So we had a map of what was on the site prior to the disking, and therefore, once the disking occurred, we were able to compare that with the prior mapping that we had. But I think the
Okay.
biologist for the project may want to add.
And so we can get that when you make your presentation or whatever, which will be soon. So then I heard at one of my conferences with the appellants, a remark that the entire coastal terrace that's in the Santa Barbara Ranch, former Santa Barbara Ranch, plot, the Naples plot, meaning the south side of the railroad tracks, was disked. And I thought, well, if the whole thing was disked, then it would be a lot more than 0.13 acres of native grassland that that got disked because there's more than 0.13 that's in the brown section. So I'd like to understand what was the extent of the disking and where's the 0.13, or is it more? And I'm glad to, I'm not running the show, Mr. Reed is, and generally we wouldn't be inviting people up to the podium. This is when we ask questions, and if you say, I don't know, then I'll ask them at the appropriate time. And maybe your answer is, I don't know.
Chair and Commissioner, there was disking on other sites. That area right there is a topographical depression. So my understanding is that it's not the case that every single acre of existing native grassland was disked because of the topographical conditions occurring in that area. But
Yeah.
I think the applicant will want to add to that when they're up as well.
And I can understand that. Okay, let me move on. The second question is a legal question. I think it's a legal question. I hate to ask those of staff, but this is kind of fundamental. And there's this elephant in the room of, does the Housing Accountability Act apply to this or not? And we have 4 excellent attorneys here on the different sides that I know personally. I'll hold them all in high regard. I consider them friends. But I got to chide each one of them because I didn't see anybody in their letters address the applicability of the Housing Act. I just saw, the Housing Accountability Act. I saw it in your staff report, and it just said, it didn't explain why it applies, just said it applies. And so I thought, well, that's surprising because I've kind of had my nose into housing for quite a long time. And so I looked it up, not the way I used to when I was a practicing attorney, where I put lots and lots of time into it with, Find Law and Westlaw and all that. But within about a minute, I run into the Rizhnitsky versus Marin County case, which held that, in its first district appellate court, that held that the Housing Accountability Act did not apply to single-family residents, and it specifically did not address whether it applied if there were ADUs or not. And I read many of the commentators, and they say, well, that's still an open question. But I suppose that's the argument here, that they're ADUs and it makes this a housing development as opposed to single-family residence. I don't know, but I just wonder, has this been a determination made by somebody at the county? Who, and is there some case law that I'm not aware of from my rudimentary search that is more recent and applicable than the Rizhnitsky versus Marin County? Now, you may not be able to answer that, but at least the attorneys have all heard me speak to it, and I'm sure that you will. It can't be the first time you've thought of it. Okay, can you answer that, or should we leave that for these capable attorneys?
Commissioners.
Or maybe Ms. Kim wants to
Callie,
bump in.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Park, you're right. I've reviewed that case as well, and housing law is evolving at such a rapid clip that now that is an older case, and case law has not caught up with what the legislature is doing. I'd have to pull up the code real quick, but I know that HCD and other authorities have opined that ADUs are included when you're counting
Right, I said
whether
HCD did.
something, whether a single-family dwelling falls under the Housing Accountability Act, and they've found that if an ADU is included, then it would fall under the Housing Accountability Act. But I can look at the government code right now and just double-check that.
Okay, that's good enough for me. I'm aware of all that. That's where HCD is, which is, I kind of learned with the housing element that HCD sometimes is pretty far out there too. So it is what it is. Okay, last question will be pretty easy. There's let's see, I don't know which slide it is, but that shows that there's an open space plan or an open space portion for the applicant, and then some of this will be subject to the restoration plan and so forth. I'm just concerned when I'm out there and I see black mustard and other things, in my experience, when things get disked, that's when you start seeing black mustard and yellow star thistle and all that. That if this project succeeds, that they will be looking at open space that they have a hard time managing to deal with these invasive weeds and things because their animal space, their agriculture is delineated and it's smaller than the open space. So the question I'm getting at is, are they allowed to lightly graze the open space for management and restoration purposes? If you went out in this September to North Campus open space, you would have seen Bubba and Teddy and Timmy and all my sheep that were out there helping with the restoration of native grasslands. So it's something I have some familiarity with.
Commissioner Park, and I want to make sure I'm understanding the question. I think you're asking on the green open space easement area, would they be able to do any sort of ag or ag
Are they barred from using livestock
Okay.
to manage it?
Okay, we might have to look into that one.
Okay.
I don't know off the top of my head. Do you guys know?
Chair and Commissioners, the only area where animal keeping could occur would be within the development envelope or in the area that's shown in blue on this slide. The green area would be an open space area that would not be open to animal keeping.
Okay. I don't want to dwell on this right now, but if we get to the point where we're approving the project or something like that, I would hope that we could liberalize some of that. So they'd have all the management tools that people like the White Buffalo Land Trust and others use to manage grasslands. So I'm done. Thanks.
All right, I have a question or two I'd like to ask about slide 6. First, I think you earlier informed Commissioner Park that applicant will have this information. We've heard different representations of exactly the amount of surface area that was disked. I think one report said 14 acres, one said 4 acres. But these amounts here that are disking, they said the impacts occurred over much smaller areas, the 0.13 acre and the 0.03 acres of wetland. Do we have more definitive information on just what the area was disked versus the area that appears to be impacted? Was it in fact quite large, or was the disking confined to this small of an area?
Chair Reed. Sorry, screen's changing. Yeah, we can get you the specific quantity of area on the site that was disked, but as far as impacts to sensitive habitat, it is that 0.13 acres and 0.03 acres that was outlined on the screen that required mitigation.
Okay. So the status of the rest of it is essentially that it's made sufficient recovery since 2019? Is that what it amounts to?
Correct. That is naturally returned to its previous state, but it wasn't sensitive habitat and therefore did not require any sort of mitigation.
Okay. Well, also, I appreciate this illustration because my second question involved, did that intact native grassland, which is represented by the darker brown diagonal slash in the illustration on page 6, what was its relationship to that, well, I'll call it a gully. So it appears to be the areas immediately adjacent to that existing swale or gully, whatever you would happen to call it. Okay. Okay. That answers that one. Next question. Let's go to your slide 15. It says the wastewater system with supplemental treatment. Is that a reference to septic systems? Or is that a reference to some sort of...
Chair Reed, yes, they are proposing a septic system, on-site wastewater treatment system with supplemental treatment.
Explain the supplemental treatment part of it. Is that a pre-treatment or a post-treatment or
Chair, and Commissioners, I think the applicant has their engineer here today who could speak to that. I don't think that we're versed in the technicalities of treatment.
this-
I can say that there's a primary leach field, a secondary leach field, and also space reserved for a third leach field in the event that that's needed.
So
But
this slide simply refers to the EIR. It makes no reference to any necessary percolations, tests, or any other studies. Is that correct?
Chair, there were percolation tests done in conformance with environmental health requirements and the county's local area management plan. There were 3 perk tests done in the area that all were successfully perked.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions? If there are no further questions from commissioners, and I see none, we can move on to the appellant presentation. Now, since there are 2 appellants, we've allocated 10 minutes each. Okay.
Take your time. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Tara Rengifo. I'm a senior attorney with the Environmental Defense Center, and I'm joined by my colleague, Brian Troutwine, who is our senior analyst and watershed program director. Next slide, or do I hit it here? Sorry. Okay, thank you. My presentation will demonstrate that our appeal must be upheld. To show how the law and the record supports this request, I'll walk you through the analytical steps that get us there, starting with a brief factual background. Then I will discuss the legal background, and then turn to the habitat restoration plan. And as to the estate development proposal, I will discuss our CEQA arguments and why the administrative findings cannot be made to approve the requested entitlements. To understand why CEQA, the Coastal Act, and the Gaviota Coast Plan matter so much here, it is important to start with the project area. The Gaviota Coast is one of the largest remaining stretches of undeveloped coastline in Southern California. That is in part why the county adopted the Gaviota Coast Plan in 2018, to protect these resources before they are fragmented lot by lot. The project site is located in the Naples area, which the county has designated a special problems area because of its unique environmental constraints. That designation reflects the county's recognition that development here demands heightened scrutiny. This area has also been severely impacted by illegal disking. The extent of the destroyed habitats and altered ecological conditions go well beyond what has been addressed in the addendum and the restoration plan. While the Housing Accountability Act encourages housing and in some cases focuses review on objective standards, the statute is very explicit about one thing. It does not relieve local agencies from fully complying with the Coastal Act and CEQA. Environmental review still must happen, and coastal resource protections still fully apply. This makes sense because development permits issued in the coastal zone are not just local decisions. They implement state coastal policy. So the takeaway is simple. You do not have a limited scope of review here when it comes to CEQA and the county's LCP. And you're not only allowed, but required to fully enforce CEQA and the Coastal Act before making a decision on this project. And as to SB 330, this is not retroactive when it comes to the hearing limit. We would request a clear response on what hearing staff is considering, what number hearing staff is considering this to be, since in the staff report it expressly states that this is the first hearing of the 5 hearing limit. The Commission has clear authority to act on the restoration plan separately from the estate development, as confirmed in the staff report. And in this case, it is essential that you do so. The Habitat Restoration Plan is not subject to SB 330's requirements, and so it's not subject to that 5 hearing limit, which is another reason to decouple it from the estate development project. Under the GCP, when biological resources are harmed, restoration is required, and the restored areas must be preserved in perpetuity. Here, restoration has already been delayed for years because it has been tied to the estate proposal. And more importantly, we have submitted substantial new expert information documenting significant omissions in the plan from illegal disking on both Lot 66 and Lot 69, including impacts to white-tailed kite foraging habitat, annual grasslands, California red-legged frog and southwestern pond turtle dispersal habitat, special status ground nesting bumblebees, and wetlands. The current plan does not adequately address these wildlife impacts, allows for continued soil disturbance, and does not ensure long-term protection of restored habitats as required by the GCP. For these reasons, the plan must proceed separately and be revised based on this new expert information. And we urge the county to do so in an expeditious manner to ensure adequate and timely restoration. I'll turn it over to my colleague.
Good afternoon. I'm Brian Troutwine, Senior Analyst with the EDC. The county relied on a CEQA addendum to the 2008 final EIR prepared for a very different project under very different circumstances and without consideration for any Gaviota Coast Plan policies because they did not yet exist. An addendum is only lawful if none of the CEQA triggers for a subsequent EIR have been met. Here, several factors for preparing a subsequent EIR are met. First, new expert information shows the project has undisclosed and potentially significant new impacts to wetlands and buffers that were not sufficiently analyzed in the 2008 EIR addendum or the project's wetland delineations. The prior wetland delineations were improperly timed and thus inadequate under federal standards and the Gaviota Coast Plan. A January 2026 survey by wetland expert Wayne Farron identified multiple wetlands and likely wetlands on and adjacent to the project site, including new wetlands, directly contradicting the staff report's conclusion that wetlands and buffers are avoided. This new information demonstrates new and more severe wetland impacts than previously disclosed and triggers the requirement for a subsequent EIR. Since no such CEQA document was prepared, the CEQA findings cannot be made. Second, appellants have submitted new expert information on rare bumblebees. Our expert entomologist observed a queen Crotches bumblebee and a queen California bumblebee directly adjacent to Lot 66. One is a CISA candidate species and the other has a global rarity ranking of 3, triggering ESH under the Gaviota Coast Plan, ESH environmentally sensitive habitat. Dr. Seltman, the entomologist, concludes that the development of the restoration plan would significantly impact these species in an already vulnerable coastal bee community. These impacts were never analyzed in the 2008 EIR or the addendum. This constitutes new information of substantial importance under CEQA. The staff report incorrectly treats the bee protections as part of the project design, but they are mitigation measures, and CEQA requires impacts to be disclosed and analyzed before mitigation is considered. Dr. Seltman's analysis shows that even with these measures, the project would still cause significant unmitigated impacts to special status bumblebees and ESH. A subsequent EIR should have been prepared, and since it was not, the CEQA findings cannot be made to approve the project. Third, appellant submitted new information on the California red-legged frog and southwestern pond turtle, both special status species. Our expert herpetologist provides substantial evidence that the site is dispersal habitat for both species, qualifying as ESH under the GCP. Although these species are associated with creeks and ponds, they require upland habitat, like the project site, to move between drainages and maintain genetic connectivity. Dr. Evelyn concludes that the project site qualifies as ash under the GCP, and the development of these areas would cause significant unmitigated impacts to both red-legged frogs and southwestern pond turtles, creating policy inconsistencies that were not analyzed in the 2008 EIR or the addendum. Finally, regardless of nesting or roosting sites for the white-tailed kites, or if there are other foraging habitats in Gaviota, there is extensive documentation of white-tailed kite foraging on the Naples grasslands. The GCP designates white-tailed kite foraging habitat as ESH, and GCP policies protect it from development. This new information increases the severity of impacts to annual grassland foraging habitat disclosed in the 2008 EIR due to inconsistencies with county land use policies in the GCP and coastal land use plan.
The estate proposal must also be denied because the required CDP and CUP findings cannot be made based on the record before you. The staff report relies on findings that lack substantial evidence, particularly regarding adequate services, agricultural preservation, biological resources, and consistency with GCP and CLUP policies. There are also clear inconsistencies with Naples-specific land use policies. CLUP Policy 2-13 expressly states, quote, "The county shall discourage residential development of existing lots," end quote. To achieve this, the policy requires an evaluation of whether development rights can be transferred elsewhere before approving residential development in this remote coastal area. A 2006 TDR study was completed for the whole of Santa Barbara Ranch and concluded that transferring development rights was feasible for some development. One such scenario included Lot 66. A new TDR study must be prepared for this project. Without it, the record lacks substantial evidence to demonstrate compliance with the CLUP, and the requisite CZO findings cannot be made. For all of these reasons, we ask the Planning Commission to uphold our appeal, direct staff to revise the habitat restoration plan and decouple it from the estate development project, and deny the estate development project. We are available for questions, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Park?
Yes, and this is for Mr. Troutwine, I think. The reason I was asking about what got disked wasn't really about, in my mind, the native grassland. It was about voles, okay? Because, and I'm oversimplifying, it's a planning commission hearing, that's what we do. Voles are yummy to California voles, to white-tailed kites. It's like their favorite food. They eat other things, but they love them. And in the 2016 John Storer report at page 26, I had to memorize this, it's got a paragraph about white-tailed kite, and it talks about them foraging and doing some X-rated things there that I won't mention in this hearing, but you can figure it out, and potentially nesting. Storer states that this is high-quality foraging habitat for white-tailed kites. So I'm wondering if in 2019, when the disking occurred, which is of 11 years, right, after the EIR, did that have an impact on the voles that those white-tailed kites would be eating? Because if it is, it's new and relevant information. And I'd ask applicants to, address this same issue. That's why I'm asking the question now, so you hear it. So do you have a position on that?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Park, Chair and Commissioners. Voles are a favored food source for the white-tailed kite. But the white-tailed kite can only effectively hunt for voles when there are openings in the grassland. After the disking, the invasive species came back and formed a thicker thatch, reducing the openings in the grassland for kites to spot and capture their prey. So it absolutely had a short-term and a long-term impact on white-tailed kite foraging. Now, Hunt, the county's own peer-reviewed biologist on the restoration plan, observed kites foraging on Lot 66, contrary to the applicant's material and the staff report. The technical appendix for the EIR also says that this area is excellent white-tailed kite foraging habitat, in part because of the presence of voles. And also, Mark Holmgren, the leading white-tailed kite expert in the region, identified long-term impacts to white-tailed kites due to changing the vegetation, which limited their ability to capture voles. And that's all in the record. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions also. Since we're into the matter of voles, can a white-tailed kite tell the difference between a vole and a mouse in terms of flavor? I just wonder, since a vole is pretty much a mouse without a tail, but that's not a real serious question.
It's the serving size.
Huh?
It's the serving size.
Yeah, right. Okay, but you did
Voles are
make
bigger.
I generally don't eat either, so.
right, but you did make a remark, relative to the length of the grass, which on my ranch, I noticed that all the time. As the grass is grown, you can't even see the ground squirrels. So would it be more of a benefit to graze more of that area, which would shorten the forage, making the voles and other small critters that kites eat more visible, thereby simplifying their efforts to forage?
Thank you, Chair Reed. The native grasslands, and before it was disked, there were more native grasses throughout the site. The disking turned over cubic foot chunks of soil and killed a lot of the native species that were in even the annual grasslands. The native bunch grasslands grow in bunches. There are naturally open areas between them for hunting. So when the disking eliminated those scattered native grasses and made it more dense grass vegetation, that made it harder for the white-tailed kites to hunt there, as evidenced by Larry Hunt, the county's own peer review biologist, and Mark Holmgren, the white-tailed kite expert.
Right, a couple other questions. What's the average foraging range of a white-tailed kite? Is there data that expresses that area?
There is, and there's evidence that when they lose foraging area near their nest sites, and there is evidence of nest sites on Santa Barbara Ranch just to the east of Lot 66. They will travel further if they have to, but they expend more energy in doing that, and so their success in raising broods is reduced when they have to fly farther away.
What I was getting at, though, due to this relatively, well, I know some people think it's huge, but the footprint of this area that's disturbed relative to the normal foraging zone of a white-tailed kite, that's what I'm looking for, that relationship. Does a normal white-tailed kite range over hundreds of acres, a square mile, 10 acres?
I don't have that figure for you specifically, but I can say that the further afield they have to go for their food, the less success they have in reproduction.
Right.
And they have been documented nesting and roosting near Lot 66. So obviously having good quality foraging habitat near their nest sites is ideal.
What's the overall population? Is there an estimate of the population density on those areas of the county? The white-tailed kites are closely tracked by Mark Holmgren, the expert that we consulted on this. And their populations follow rainfall, because when you get periods of a lot of rain, then there's a delay, and then the vole population increases, then the kite population increases. Okay.
So it goes up and down.
So the population dynamics are directly proportional. Pretty interesting. Okay.
Yeah, the population goes up and down. It's kind of down right now, but it's, we're hoping to see it rebound again since we've had some rain in the last few
Just
years.
interesting. White-tailed kite has been one of my favorite birds for about 50 years, although it's been variously called black-shouldered white-tailed.
Used to be called the black-shouldered kite.
And of course, when people like Commissioner Park and I first noticed them, the populations were far lower because those are in the DDT era. Yeah, so thank you for that.
Yeah, the site is essential for white-tailed kites. Thank you.
Roy?
Commissioner Ford?
Thank you. I'm not going to be able to quote you, but I believe you mentioned that the wetlands designation or identification was at an inappropriate time. So could you give more detail and I guess just more detail about that, please?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Ford. The standard for doing wetland delineations is the Army Corps' 1987 Wetland Delineation Manual. And then there's a supplement for the arid west, which further informs how to do delineations in our region. And it warns of doing them during droughts, as the STORR 2015 wetland delineation was done, or during dry periods, as the July 2024 wetland delineation the applicant produced last year. It warns that there are problems with that because wetland indicators will be less likely to be seen when you go out there during dry periods. And you know, the arid west supplement, you know, really emphasizes the importance of doing wetland delineations at the proper time. And of course, there may be situations where that's not possible. Here it was possible because we've been raising this issue for several years, but the delineation wasn't done until last summer. But in situations where it's actually must be done during a poor time of year to do a wetland delineation, such as the summer or the drought, the guidelines and the supplement specifically direct that other information must be considered. And in this case, going back to the 2008 EIR, there were 2 wetland delineations done for that showed far more wetlands over the area. But when the STORR delineation done in 2015 and the July 2024 Aquatic Resources Delineation Report were done, there's no indication that they considered those prior wetland delineations because they didn't have sample points in the areas of those prior wetlands that were documented for the 2008 EIR. So those wetlands have reemerged. Obviously, we've had some more rain now this year. We had Wayne Farron, who's the leading wetland expert in our region out there, and he documented new wetlands based on soil, hydric soils, based on wetland plants, and based on ponded water. And he was very definitive with several of those, including 3 sites along the access road that will be improved and subject to increased use. And Mr. Farron also found other likely wetland features, such as within Lot 66 development envelope, and also within the buffer for that haven't been previously disclosed. So doing a wetland delineation during a wet period like this, you're supposed to do it at the end of the rainy season, during or at the end of the rainy season, which is what he did. Obviously, it's been a wet year. But doing it this time of year helps identify areas that express wetland indicators and flag areas to go back and delineate to determine the boundaries at the proper time of year. So that's why it was so important that Wayne Farron went out there this year after some rain and documented that these earlier wetlands from the 2008 EIR are there, and that there are other areas that he considers wetlands and likely wetland features that are also there. And that's why we're saying that a new delineation needs to be undertaken at the proper time of year. And that was importantly directed by Larry Hunt of Hunt and Associates Biological Consulting Services. That's the county's peer review biologist for the Habitat Restoration Plan. He said, go back out and do a wetland delineation at the proper time. The Coastal Commission ecologist, Dr. John Engel, in their May 16, 2024 letter to the county, said the same thing. The wetland delineations were done at the improper time and need to be redone at the proper time. And this is all very important and relevant to the Gaviota Coast Plan because Development Standard NS5 specifically references the Corps' Wetland Delineation Manual and Arid West Supplement as the way to do wetland delineations in the Gaviota Coast Plan area.
Thank you.
With no more questions, I will turn the podium over to the second appellant, Ms. Cintron.
I do. It's in my hand. Thank you. All right. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, Chairman Reed and Planning Commissioners. Anna Cintron, Legal and Policy Director for the Gaviota Coast Conservancy. First, it's important to acknowledge that the lands on which this proposal is located are the ancestral and unceded lands of the Chumash. This area is very culturally sensitive. The coastal bluff immediately west of the project site is where the Chumash village of Cuyamu once was, one of the original 2 Dos Pueblos that are featured in many of our place names in modern times. Whether or not there are mapped resources on the site, development of the project, including subsurface installation of infrastructure for water and wastewater, will undoubtedly damage cultural resources. And I just wanted to point that out at the outset. I don't know whether an AB 52 consultation was done for this project that postdated the Santa Barbara Ranch EIR, so if not, that might be something to look into. Let's see here. So just very briefly, to address the Housing Accountability Act, Ms. Renfigo covered this quite well. Again, right there in the statute, this does not constrain your ability to comply with the Coastal Act or CEQA, and in fact, you must apply. It does not relieve you of your duty to comply with those statutes. Also, want to point out that in the Housing Accountability Act, is a recognition that the premature and unnecessary development of agricultural lands for urban uses continues to have effects that are discouraged. We're looking here at a home. Understand it's a principally permitted use in the agricultural zones, but this is clearly not a farmhouse and not an agricultural development, so I think that is worth taking into consideration. This is a map that shows, this is from the county's planning and development zoning map. And it shows that this whole area is designated as a special problems area. There are also farmland all around there, including grazing land, which is off the label is off the site here. But just wanting to point out that this special designation exists, and I'll get to that in a second. These are the policies that we pulled up that protect agriculture. We think those are important to consider. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on them because I want to have time for public services, which is really our big issue here. So this is the resolution approved by the Board of Supervisors in 1979, designating Naples as a special purpose area, special problems area, excuse me. Wastewater disposal capacity was a key factor in this determination. And just to point out from county code, these issues in special problems areas do impact the health, safety, and welfare of the public. So there are a number of issues concerning water and wastewater. The Santa Barbara EIR did not analyze impacts of coastal bluff lots with on-site utilities. Water treatment was centralized off-site. There was a diversity of water sources, including a 200-acre-foot allotment from the State Water Project. The shale wells on the coastal bluff were a supplemental water source at best. Their quality is very questionable, and they were not relied on extensively on the Santa Barbara Ranch project. Several impacts identified in the Santa Barbara Ranch project EIR impact water quality too, impact public services too, directly relate to the constraints on the site and inability to have private septic systems on the site. And it's important to understand that when the Santa Barbara Ranch project was considered, there was an MOU project that included only Santa Barbara Ranch, and then there was an alternative 1 project that expanded the area to include Dos Pueblos Ranch. And one of the key differences between those two is so septic was never proposed on the coastal bluff itself. There were 16 private septic systems within the coastal zone on the north side of the freeway as part of the MOU project. And actually, mitigation required And this is mitigation measure water quality 2 that says the applicant shall avoid the use of individual septic systems and shall connect all new residential units to the proposed packaged wastewater treatment facility. So while there's another version of that mitigation measure cited in the staff report and by the applicant, that pertains only to the alternative 1 project where there were several septic systems allowed on Dos Pueblos Ranch. There was never any on-site septic considered on Santa Barbara Ranch south of Highway 101. And that mitigation measure for the MOU project continues to apply because a lot of the analysis in the EIR concerning the Coastal Bluff development was actually with respect to the MOU and cross-referenced. So the mitigation measure currently proposed would allow, obviously, the project proposes septic on the coastal bluff. And there are a number of statements in the staff report saying that Environmental Health Services found that there were adequate services for the lot. So I wanted to put up this letter. This is EHS's condition letter dated January 20th, 2026. And I want to direct you first to paragraph B. So the percolation tests that were referred to previously, those occurred in 2017. Again, this letter is dated 2026. And EHS finds while 3 percolation tests were conducted in the area of the relocated dispersal field, depths varied and were not all at the proposed depth of the bottom of the dispersal field. Additional percolation testing will be required. And then they say, providing the director grants the approval of the applicant's request, Environmental Health Services recommends the following conditions of approval. So whether or not the site will perk is a big question mark. When the Special Problems Committee reviewed this back in 2016, they noted that all perk tests had failed, and furthermore, that that it is not expected to perk. I'm sorry, I'm not quoting. I do have that letter as an attachment to our submittal from Monday. With respect to water, EHS also discusses that in paragraph A. And we've heard that there is a 3.43 acre foot project water demand. However, we see that because the water is such poor quality, it will have to go through a treatment system, and they're anticipating up to 50% waste. So that water demand calculation really ought to be doubled. Furthermore, as pointed out by Dr. Cram, and in all 3 water reports included in your record, particularly the Hoover study shows that water quality decreases with pumping. So the already very poor water quality will continue to deteriorate. And one of the reasons this is very important on this site, it's a high fire severity zone, high fire hazard severity zone. And the fire department is requiring a fire hydrant that meets the flow rate, which is 500 gallons per minute. They have to have a separate supply for firefighting. That's evidenced right there. With the water on site, the 20,000 gallon tank, it is very unlikely that these water demands could be met, and I don't see that analyzed in the record. Finally, sorry, this is a lot of information to get through. This is an issue that was sort of late breaking, and I apologize for raising it this way. The Naples Town site had public roads in between each of these lots, and it appears that, in fact, these may still be public roads. There was a county effort in 1921 that abandoned the county roads north of 101, but it did not do so south of 101. And here you see very faintly there are lines remaining, and I would also direct you to the applicant's plans, page 19, which has Survey Note 9, identifying easements for public street purposes over those portions of the land, including within the lines of the streets and avenues of the town site. This is important information because CZO Section 35-69.6 requires setbacks from any street, 50 foot from the center line, 20 feet from the right-of-way line, and that is not accomplished here.
Can you
Again,
wrap it up in about 30 seconds?
Yes. So again, there are project changes that were not considered in the Santa Barbara Ranch EIR related to on-site septic and water that do result in new significant impacts. Therefore, you can't make the CEQA findings. Additionally, you can't make the CZO findings that there are adequate services for this lot, water, fire, septic, and that also makes the project inconsistent with CLUP Policy 2-6. Accordingly, we'd ask that you uphold the appeal and direct staff to return with denial findings. Thank you very much.
May I go? Okay. That's probably right. I have a question about the water supply.
Yes.
And you said it'll be treated.
Yes.
And that about half of it is a waste product, something like that?
That's my understanding.
And that reminds me of produced water in oil production. You know, Andy Caldwell said, you know, drilling for oil is basically drilling for water, and you get a little bit of oil in it. And here it's a little different, but with oil production, the big problem is, what do you do with the produced water? They used to just leave it in big pits, and now they inject it, and hopefully you inject it in the same formation to equalize pressures and not have seismicity problems. You know, it's a technical thing. So what happens to this produced water, if that's the phrase for it?
So
the brine, the leftover.
So
the
initially, it was proposed to be disposed of on site. We raised water quality concerns with doing so. Subsequently, it was the plan was revised to have the brine transported off-site by truck.
So it's collected somewhere on site and then trucked off every so often?
In canisters. And more information about that would be
And then where's it go?
very helpful.
You
To
truck
a
it off to
hazardous waste
where?
disposal facility, I believe.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Any additional questions? I have a question. Do you have a
Yes.
question? No, I have one. You said this site is ancestral, on ancestral and unceded Chumash lands. Isn't everything else in Santa Barbara between the mountains and the ocean?
That was an acknowledgement and recognition, not a statement that was necessarily an argument in our appeal.
Okay, I get you. And also, you seem to characterize a 6,000-foot house as not a farmhouse. I've seen farmers who live in 6,000-foot houses on their farms.
The size of it, I don't think, is dispositive,
Okay.
but relying on an on-site well that has water that's
Okay.
such poor quality that it cannot even be used for agriculture is
Right.
something that I don't really see a
I
farmer
just know
doing.
there are a great many other residents in this county living in large houses on what are purported to be agricultural parcels who are clearly not farmers or ranchers. They might think they are, but they spend 99% of their time somewhere else. So I just think the fact that there's a house on a rural property and the fact that they are not employed in agriculture isn't a disqualification. Yeah.
Understood. Any other questions? Thank you.
Oh, Commissioner Cooney, do you have a question? Feel free.
I'll save it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, we can proceed to the applicant's presentation. Now, I've got you scheduled for 15 minutes. Do you need more, or?
I thought I had 20 minutes.
Okay, we'll
plus
give
I
you-
noticed,
we'll give you 20.
Ms.
That makes
Citron
it-
had an extra minute and
Sure.
20. So 20 minutes, please.
20, good.
Okay, thanks, David. I'm Beth Collins. Hello, Chair Reed and Commissioners. From Brownstein, I'm representing the applicant here, DMF. So first, next slide here. I want to thank staff. Thank you. It has been a really long road, not just today, as far as this hearing, with all your other projects, but also on this project. You've been working on it for years, very diligently, so thank you. We have here for you the project team. We have April Winnicki and Amber, who are our planners, Tamara Klug, our biologist, who I'm hoping you will call up. We had a bit of a filibuster on questions related to wetlands and the disking. So will you please call up my biologist to ask her the same questions she can walk through on the wetland issue and the disking. And then architects are here, Lauren and Alan, and then Hadi from Stantec also is here, who can answer a lot of technical questions related especially to water and wastewater. So quick history, you heard it, 2003, Santa Barbara Ranch was submitted, approved in 2008. Applicant, my client, did not own the property at that time. It was under separate ownership, and it was sold, and then my client applied for 2 houses, one on the inland and one near the seaside. That was back in 2016, so 10 years ago. Then the disking happened. The notice of violation came out in January 2020, and there was a halt, understandably, on the housing applications, a pivot to the habitat restoration plan. That was then approved by the ZA in 2021, and unfortunately, it was appealed. There were many questions in that appeal about the residential project. Where is it going to be sited? What are the setbacks? A lot of questions about the house. So at that moment, we kind of took stock and pivoted to just not do the inland house anymore, just focus on where the disking had occurred that had impacted species and therefore needed a restoration plan, and focus on the house on that parcel. So that happened. The ZA approved that February 10th, 2025, and then it was appealed. We again took stock. What we realized is that we were voluntarily including 3 trails on this property in compliance with the Gaviota Coast Plan. Well, something else in the Gaviota Coast Plan is that you get IDUs, incentive dwelling units, when you give trails. And in this property, because of the number of trails that we were offering, we could get 2 IDUs. So then we said, well, we have an existing envelope. It has been analyzed to the extensively. There was a guest house that was 800 square feet detached. That is an ADU. So we called that a detached IDU. Then we had a J ADU that we carved out, or IDU, in the house. So benefit of doing that, one, it complies with the Gaviota Coast Plan and its intent to incentivize the giving of the trails. Second, it also made a project that was subject to the Housing Accountability Act because it was a multi-unit project, 3 units. You only need 2, but it has 3 units. Then we realized IDUs are not, weirdly, principal permitted uses under the Gaviota Coast Plan, so they're ADUs. What does that mean? It means we are giving up density because we're not asking for IDUs. We're giving the trails, we're not getting IDUs, we're only looking at ADUs. So that's important because it's a minimization of density on this site. So we have an existing project. It is protected by the Housing Accountability Act. Because of its location, it is subject also to the Coastal Act, and it is subject to CEQA because you're having a discretionary action behind you. All of the above. So if you deny the project, you have to make the HAA findings of denial. So that still applies. Okay, so we use the exact same envelope, but now we have a project that has an ADU and a JADU and a house, and there are a bunch of benefits. One of the biggest, I'd say, honestly, I don't know if it would be done today, but the client, when he formulated this project, is merging these 4 lots, not asking for a house on every lot. or ADUs on every lot. It's a merger. One lot, 12 acres. Okay? It's also not a state bonus density project, which is also a possibility. If you just deed restricted one of the ADUs, you could get state bonus density on each of these lots. That's not happening here. Instead, the client is merging and giving up those rights and just having one lot. What else is happening? What's other benefits here? There are a bunch of sites constraints, as we've detailed, native grasslands, wetlands, etc. So in honor of those site constraints, we have moved the house away from them all, honoring the buffer around existing and restored wetlands in Esha, and also with an impressive bluff setback of 865 feet. So here's a picture. It shows the 3 easements that we're offering. The one right near the railroad, right by the house. There's going to be an offer to dedicate at the very top. There's also one on the beach, and there's also one that we created, a floating offer to dedicate to allow for future bluff erosion, which is a nice accommodation, a very broad area where the easement will be able to be located. There's also a restoration plan, as you heard, that exceeds the mitigation ratios, and Tamara can walk you through where that disking occurred and showed that it's the fringe of the grassland, so that's why it's so little, because you're absolutely right. It's a bit of a depression there, and so the disking didn't occur in that depression where the native grasses are. So what do we have? We have a house that was slid all the way up. We have preservation of 84% of this site, 84%. 8 acres plus of open space habitat, 3.56 acres of agricultural land. 84% of the site is going to be preserved with this project, not to mention the merger, et cetera. So in my mind, this project balances and is respectful. It allows the residential use, which we all know constitutional rights were mentioned earlier today. There is going to be a house. You're allowed to have a house, but we also are respecting priority coastal resources and uses, including recreation and ag and habitat. So here's the habitat restoration plan. You'll hear more on this from Tamara, but in short, we have exceedance of the mitigation ratios. 2 peer-reviewed county biologists accepted the restoration plan, and Tamara can answer more on that. So now to the appeal issues. We have wetlands. There were a number of misstatements made from our opinion, so I really would like Tamara to come up and talk about the wetlands and the history of the survey of the wetlands. You'll see that we have 20 years of wetland assessments on this site. And that's using a 1-parameter test where you just have one thing, either wetland vegetation, soils, or hydrology, and you trigger and you're called a wetland. But you are not called a wetland if it is an ag, like a watering hole, which one of the slides, it looked like that was the watering hole, an ag watering hole that has been acknowledged back since the EIR on Santa Barbara Ranch. There's a little area where there is an ag watering hole that's well documented. That is not a wetland. And the code regulations in the Coastal Act actually exclude agricultural watering features. So the other wetlands don't meet the criteria that are purported wetlands. They don't meet the criteria. So when we did the mitigation plan, right before it was we didn't know the size of the wetland that had been disturbed. And so what we did is we went back and looked at all the prior assessments, because this site has been studied extensively, and we assumed the largest wetland. And this is, of course, working with your staff, and your staff, of course, encouraged us with this approach to take the most conservative approach, assume the largest wetland, and then we exceeded the mitigation ratio on that wetland remediation. Okay, Whitetail Heights. EDC is asking for a policy interpretation that would have some very significant impacts on the Gaviota Coast. The policy interpretation, white-tailed kites, as we discussed, they like voles, they apparently maybe like mice, they eat things of all sorts, they've traveled long distances, they sporadically forage a lot of places. If that's all called ESH, even if they're sporadically foraging in non-native grasslands, we have significant impacts to our agricultural viability in the entire Gaviota Coast because there's no grazing that's allowed in ESH. There's no agricultural that would be allowed in ESH. There's no barns, no houses for farmers and ranchers, no trailheads, no restroom facilities. So we'd be really having massive impacts on our recreation and our ag viability on the entire Gaviota Coast. And because of that, you'll see I put in some letters from some folks who were involved back in the GavPAC and others who are landowners on the Gaviota Coast. Kim Kimball submitted a letter supporting staff's interpretation and not supporting EDC's interpretation. Paul Van Leer put in a letter supporting staff's interpretation. They were both on GavPAC. Kim was the chair. We also have letters from other landowners on the Gaviota Coast that were submitted. So hopefully you got that. Special status species. There was much discussion, kind of some late hit information on Monday submitted related to special status. But remember, for it to be material, it has to be new information and it has to be significant. In other words, significant impact. There has to be a significant impact, not, oh, it raises my eyebrows, but it has to be a significant impact under CEQA. We don't have either here because we know that this site has the potential for having special status species. There have been many, many, many surveys done. None have been found. Even if some were found, it doesn't matter because we have buffers, we have pre-construction surveys, we have other avoidance measures. Plus, this project will conserve 84% of the site is going to be in permanent protection and open space. So before any ground disturbance would be done, there are many, many mitigation measures in here, and they cover the pond turtle, the red-legged frog, burrowing owl. You know, these measures even cover species that are not yet classified. If they are classified in the future before construction, they will also be protected by these measures. Next, public access, recreation. So, first, there's no historic prescriptive easement established on this site. This commission actually made that finding back when a fence permit was issued some time ago on this site. But more importantly, this is an epic and celebratory moment. This is the first time that there'll be formal public access in Naples. There is no formal dedicated trail right now in Naples, and this project is offering it voluntarily. CRATAC actually called it a model for other adjacent property owners. So it is a good precedent, this project. Next. Wastewater. Again, I hope you ask Hadi from Stantec because he's got more expertise. But again, for something to be significant, it has to be, one, it has to be new information, which none of it's new, but it also has to have a significant impact. And a house on 12 acres of ag land with a well and a septic system is not a significant impact. That happens all over this county. On the perk tests, yes, there has to be perk testing. In fact, we can't even get our CDP issued unless we do additional perk testing. So that is absolutely covered. This idea that our water use is somehow faulty and it needs to be doubled is incorrect, and you can have Hadi speak to the technical on that. The Santa Barbara EIR did analyze use of wells and septic and acknowledged that it was possible, including the Water Quality 2 mitigation measure, which helps protect against any potential impacts. Hazardous materials, there are none. Phase 1's clean, Dogger clean, no oil and gas on the site. There is some hydrogen sulfide in the water related to a natural petroleum reserve, but that's all being treated with the package treatment facility, EHS, and the Regional Water Quality Control Board are regulating that. Next, ag. This is a historically grazed property. There aren't prime soils, but it is Ag 2 land, and this use is allowed. Everything's allowed. The house, the barn, the ADUs, they're all principal permitted uses on ag land as blessed both by this county and the Coastal Commission. On the public roads, that issue just came up. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't stop our project. There's nothing, that I guess is something that we can discuss later, but whether those were really dedicated, I don't think they were accepted. I think the county actually said we're not going to be maintaining those roads. So I'm not sure where this public road argument is coming from, but it doesn't matter anyway because it doesn't impact our project. So finally, environmental review. There is a 2008 EIR. It was upheld in 2012 by Judge Anderle. And now this project is saying there are no new significant impacts that were not previously analyzed and mitigated and dealt with in the prior EIR. And that's true, and that makes sense. Why? Because this is a better project. There's less development. The height is only 15 feet. More open habitat protection. It avoids wetlands and species. Here's a picture. That picture's worth 1,000 words. Santa Barbara Ranch project, you can see on the right where the house was proposed and approved. You see how we moved it up? Now we have a much smaller development envelope. We've reduced from 3.9 acres to 2.2. More open space conservation. More contiguous conservation area. 84% of the site is preserved. So an addendum is appropriate. There is nothing new here, and there's definitely not anything that is significant under CEQA. We're in compliance with the Gaviota Coast Plan. We're in compliance with the Coastal Act. Really, this applicant has gone above and beyond in minimizing density, minimizing impacts, but still getting to use his land. So it's a bit of a pickle, I'll be honest, because appellants don't want anything. I haven't been able to understand what they might support. We have done everything possible to minimize impacts here. So, I mean, if there's an actual proposal of some tweak or something, we would, of course, be open to it. And in fact, I've asked that. But that's not the thing. The thing here is blocking this project. And this is part of the reason we pivoted to using the protections that are available now to these types of projects under state law. And we're still trying to be very respectful, but nonetheless, this is where we are. We're trying to reduce and minimize any impacts. We're trying to be respectful of the site, but we're also mindful that this man owns this property and has been trying to develop it the application's been in 10 years. So with that, I'll reserve the rest of the time for rebuttal. Thank you. Unless you have questions.
Right, questions? Commissioner Park?
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt you during your presentation because I didn't want to take away from your presentation time.
Thank you.
And so I wanted to save it, my questions for question time.
I appreciate it.
But then I thought I heard you say that Ms. Klug would be the person to ask about some of these more biological related things.
I can be the MC. If you want to ask questions, I can call up who has the actual knowledge.
Got it, because it sounded like you're not going to speak again until rebuttal, but your experts aren't going to come on, or are they scheduled to come on?
Not during the main show, but if you have questions about specific things, then absolutely. And that's kind of how it proceeded with the others, so yes.
Yeah, okay, so the time is now.
The time is now. We would love to hear your questions.
Good,
Yes.
Okay. So for whomever, I asked a question about the disking, and then I think it was answered for Mr. Reed, but I didn't actually understand the answer. What got disked on your property?
We have an awesome graphic, which I would like
Oh, I'd
staff
love
or
to see it.
David to pull up, which is going to help, I think. And Tamara, will you come and walk through and show that graphic? It's in the restoration plan, that page that you pulled up. Yeah, I think it's page 5 of the PDF, 1-2, if I'm remembering correctly. Oh, there it is. Okay, so the subject property, Commissioner Park, through the chair, is the one in the middle. And you'll see the
Right.
slashes, the black stripes, that's the disked area. You see how it kind of catches the fringes, but I'm going to let Tamara talk through it more, because it's her restoration.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon. The dark line that you can see that's a nice straight rectangle, that's the subject property that we're talking about, the 4 merged parcels. And the bright green that you see are the previously mapped native grasslands. So those were the native grasslands that were mapped related to the EIR process, so in advance of the disking. And we went back in 2020, and the county's biologist did too, and mapped the limits of the area that had been disked. And the county did it over the entirety of Santa Barbara Ranch, and we focused in on DMF lands. And so that's the area that you see with the cross-hatching, the black cross-hatching. Those are the areas that were disked. So you can see where they interact with the previously mapped native grasslands, and it is a pretty small proportion. You were remarking that the area of native grasslands looked bigger than the restoration area, and you're correct. And the reason for that is because the majority of the native grasslands on the property were outside of the disking area. They tend to be on the mesa adjacent to what are some pretty pronounced drainages or depressions where you wouldn't be able to get that kind of farming equipment. And so I think they just kind of went around the edges of it. But that's, their motivations are a little bit of a guess on my part. Did that answer your question?
I think so. And
Okay.
and I hope you were listening. You probably were, probably better than I was. My question about voles, because I can go out and see the Stipapulchra and this and that, and I did the other day. But I'm concerned about the voles. Were there voles out there? What happened to them? Okay, was there an impact from the disking on the vole population? Because it affects to the degree that it would affect the white-tailed kite.
That's a good question. I will say, as far as I'm aware, there were no material measures of vole density prior to the disking or after the disking. So at some level, it's people's best estimate of what likely happened, could have happened, did happen, that sort of thing. I will say those kinds of material disturbances create habitats that are good for a lot of ground burrowing rodents, voles and others. In addition, the timing of the disking, I think, is incredibly important. If it had happened during the nesting period, when white-tailed kites were taking care of young, they would have had much greater nutritional demands, and it would have been much more important that all of that food source was there. However, it didn't. They're not nesting there seems to be some disagreement about whether the disking happened in December 2019 or January 2020. I don't know the answer to that. Either way, they weren't nesting at that time. And so I think that's a really important consideration. And as Mr. Troutwine indicated correctly, these populations of ground-dwelling rodents have huge cycles where they become really, really dense and then the populations crash based on food supplies. And so one would expect that with good regrowth, you would get the population back up. And that's what happened out there. There was a lot of talk about potential for invasive species and things like that. It's been 5 years since the disking occurred. We have gone out there numerous times. And while I completely agree it could happen, you could get higher density of mustard and other species, It did not happen. I went out there and did the surveys in 2016 and several times since then, and we did not see that proliferation of invasive species, which is the concern about what could happen. And thank goodness it didn't.
Any opinion about? Sorry. Any opinion about the effect of the disking on voles burrows as opposed to the height of the vegetation and the white-tailed kite's access, but directly on the burrows and the voles themselves?
I don't have like I said, there were no pre-disking and post-disking studies. If you really wanted to know the answer, you would have to trap for voles before the disking and after the disking. Obviously, we don't have that information. Nobody knew the disking. Well, I wasn't aware the disking was going to take place. So I can't answer it as a kind of factual yes or no. I can say disking, I don't have the data. It's possible that disking could impact voles, but the impact would be expected to be very, very short term due to the way those populations, I'm going to say wax and wane. You know, they have big population increases and declines. So they could be directly impacted by the disking if it was deep enough to get down into their burrows. They're pretty deep, so it's possible that they weren't, but I don't know.
What's pretty deep?
I'd have to look up to give you an answer. I can tell you that I've experienced them in my own yard.
Yeah.
So my experience with voles tends to be more anecdotal than you know, based on the little, which is where I'd rather rely if I'm to give you a number on that.
And do you know the depth of the disking? I mean, we've heard there's disking, but I don't really have an understanding of how it was done and how deep it went.
I don't have a lot of. April, do you have information on that? Yeah, we have another member of our team who has that information. Oh, sorry. Did you hear that? We have another member of our team who's going to verify that
Okay, well, let me
information for
go
you.
on with, and you know, unfortunately, I don't remember everything I asked the other people, but I kind of do. One was, I had this concern, and maybe you folks don't even care, but that you're going to have several acres to manage of open space. And I don't understand how you're going to manage it to keep the black mustard out and certain other things without light grazing. But do you have a response to that? And do you have any feeling that there should be liberalization of what you're allowed to do there?
As far as what the applicant is allowed to do, there is an open space management plan which specifies set processes to manage for things such as invasive species. It's important to note that this is an agricultural area that that has a significant amount of non-native plant species. I would say the dominant plant species on the site are all non-native. There are occasional patches of native grassland or patches of wildflowers that are native, but there is a lot of non-native vegetation out there. So I think that's important.
Well, yeah, I would, you know, and I saw that in, God, whose report? Maybe it was, I can't even remember now. Somebody's report said that the highest concentration in the native grassland area of native plants was about 40% coverage. Okay. And I mean, I see that out there. I see scattered stipa. It's the easiest thing to see. And then I'll see it closer together, but I don't see some of these patches of stipa that you'll see somewhere where it's nothing but that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I've seen that in some places before where you see areas where you might have like 80% cover of native grasses. And when I see that, my jaw drops on the ground, I'll tell you. The county standard is 10% cover. And if I'm recalling correctly, the native grass study that it mapped these polygons that you're seeing here, the average was like 16%. So even in that case, you're looking at a situation, and that's 16% relative cover. So that's like of all of the plants that are there, so
Right.
excluding the areas that don't have plants. 16% of it was native grassland species. which means that 84% of it was not native grassland species, i.e. non-native grasses and forbs.
I think my other question was the, not wastewater, but the, what I'm calling produced water from the water system, which I would guess is a Hadi question.
If I could, the information on the disking depth was 6 to 18 inches, so a pretty big range, but.
Okay. Well, it's great to see you again. And since I've seen you last, I kind of forgot how to pronounce your last name, so I feel disrespectful. I always tell everybody we need to use last names here, but here I'm using the familiar.
Yeah, hello. Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm Hadi Izzatpana.
Yeah.
I'm with Stantec, project civil engineer.
How come you aren't retired yet?
Not yet. Refocused, but not retired.
Okay, all right. So you probably heard my question. It had to do with the water system where there's a separation and it creates a brine or something like that. I was calling it produced water because I know that from oil, but I don't know if you call that produced water with this kind of thing. Where does it go?
There is none. So
There is none.
Yeah, the information that was presented is outdated information. We have a new, which been submitted to the county and EHS and Regional Water Quality Control Board. That's an earlier treatment process it was an RO system that creates brine.
Right.
And needed to be disposed. And then in collaboration with the county and Regional Water Quality Control Board, we came up with a new treatment system, which is pretty much, if you want to simplify, is like your house water softener. And that goes through a different process and doesn't create any brine. And it has these canisters that absorbs the TDS, which is total dissolved solids, and all the other elements in the water. And then they come in, every so often, just like when you have a canister for your water softening in the house, they come in and take these and dispose and bring a new canister there to absorb all the elements in the water. So there is no 50% waste here in this process.
Okay. Well, it is great seeing you again. For those that wonder, I used to work with Mr. Azad Panah for a very long period of time.
Yeah.
And what you may not remember, when I first broke a leg, I was with you playing soccer. So
No. That's true.
All right. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any question about septic system? Because again, there were a bunch of information that were not correct. And if you want to.
Commissioner, I didn't ask about that. I didn't ask about that, Dan, so probably
Okay.
I should leave it to somebody else. But
Okay.
Great, thank you. Beth kindly said that, Tamara, you might have some more information on wetlands. I think that the presentation in slide number 9 was very comprehensive, but I would love to hear if you have more detail to add, insight, et cetera.
Yeah, and I think we're talking about the wetland delineations, right? That's right. Yeah. Let me just pull up my notes real quick, because I made some on this. So there have been several statements about the timing of the wetland delineations that were done for this project, and I guess I just want to set the record straight as far as what is the approved methodology, what we did, and kind of how that compares to other aspects of this. So we conducted the wetland delineation in July of 2024. I will concede it is a lot harder to do a wetland delineation in the middle of the summer. But I've done dozens and dozens and dozens of wetland delineations, and many of them are at inconvenient timing. Which is something that is acknowledged in the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Arid West supplement to their wetland delineation manual. So it's consistent with their guidance. They say, this is a quote from the manual, "The hydrophytic vegetation decision should be based on the plant community that is normally present during the wet portion of the growing season in a normal rainfall year. And so it requires the delineator to look at that and think about what species would be present during the wet season. I'm a botanist. I've been a botanist for over 30 years. I'm really, really, really good at identifying plants, even when they're dried up and a little bit paltry. In addition, the wetland delineation that we did wasn't done in a vacuum. We used information from previous wetland delineations. There was one done in 2004 by SAIC. There was one done in the spring of 2007 by URS for the EIR. There was one done in February and April of 2015 by John Storer. There was a wetland delineation specifically for DMF done in 2017. So this was built on several years of, and I should say decades of data. The wetland survey, it was not a delineation, the wetland survey that EDC referred to, that one was done in January of this year, to the best of my understanding. And that was done after about 10 inches of rain in a single month. Those are also not normal circumstances. You would expect to find areas that are ponded that would not normally be ponded. Of all of the areas that they looked at, there were 2 areas specifically identified as wetlands. One along the railroad tracks, which was literally in the gravel of the slope of the railroad, north of the railroad, so away from our project. And it was an area that we didn't look at, but is buffered by, the railroad is literally between that wetland and the project. So I would consider that to be irrelevant. And the other area that they identified that specifically had characteristics, we had the same conclusion. We found wetland hydrology, soils, and vegetation. The main difference being it is artificially filled. It was documented as a stock pond in the 2008 EIR, and we found the same condition. And we were curious enough that we even had Stantec go out there and survey the topography, because the real question was, is the water able to naturally flow into this area? And we determined, based on that very detailed on-the-ground survey, that it would not be able to. So, it's an artificial wetland, is what I'm saying. Thank you. Did that answer your question? Yes. Okay.
Great. Just a couple. The special status species that have been described, the southwestern pond turtle, the seemingly ubiquitous red-legged frog, they've never been identified on the property, is that correct?
It has definitely not been identified on the DMF property.
Okay.
It was addressed in the 2008 EIR and the upland migratory area, as well as the importance of habitat connectivity. So that issue was raised and addressed in the 2008
Okay,
EIR.
One last question about the vole. Do they, and this is relative to the disking, does the vole tend to dig their own burrows, or do they opportunistically use the burrows of other rodents?
My understanding is they dig their own.
Okay, well, that's what you expect to be relatively shallow, looking at their equipment. I don't know. Okay.
They're amazing creatures. It's
Great.
shocking
Good.
what they can do.
I've seen them in my garden. I don't like rodents. Okay. So, one final question having to do, well, I would like to know the actual depth of the disking, because I think I've seen it variously represented as shallow as 3 inches, and I think one reference I saw said 18 inches, which sounds extremely deep for disking, unless you're in a bog or something. I don't know. So one final question. Now, this is for the tech people. Relative to the septic system. Now, obviously for this home, the discussion relative to the septic system, I think, is pivotal to whether or not it's approvable. We've heard remarks that thus far percolation tests have been inadequate. I believe I understand that in even areas of extremely low percolation, you can compensate by increasing the size of the leach field. And if so, how do you expand the size of leach field without adverse environmental effects? But first, I'd like to say, how do we get, even design a functional leach field given these soil types?
Yeah, so, the discussion, that was the presentation, was that this is a problem area. It's been designated by the county as a problem area. That's true, as long as you just use a conventional septic system. But then in order to allow a septic system to have in a problem area, you need to provide supplemental treatment plus 300% rather than 200% of leach field for future, expansion if it's needed. So, so it's not like you can't do any septic system in a problem area. You can, and the county and regional water quality control board it's established in the county LAMP. That was approved in 2015. That by providing supplementary treatment. So the question, what is supplementary treatment? I understand that you had that question. It's that, this regular septic system, when you have just a septic tank, it provides primary treatment. And then you dispose the effluent into the soil and rely on the soil to provide the secondary and tertiary treatment before it gets to a body of water, if there is one. So the supplementary treatment provides the secondary treatment, so you don't need to rely on the soil to do the treatment. We're providing the treatment for it, so we do the secondary treatment and then dispose it to into the ground and for additional treatment if it's needed. But by the time it's a pretty high quality effluent and there's a guideline by Regional Water Quality Control Board and the county EHS. There are certain numbers that we need to be below certain numbers for the quality of the effluent, which is for BOD, oxygen demand, and nitrogen, and total, dissolved solid. And so this system complies with all the requirements. And as far as percolation is concerned, we did 3 tests, and as required by the LAMP, the county, and all 3 tests perked. And in this area, I've done a lot of tests in the Gaviota Coast area. There's this clay layer that is about 3 to 6 feet deep, that nothing perks in there. But once you go below that clay layer, then you get percolation. So we've done tests between 5 to 10 feet. We did tests at 2 feet, it didn't perk. But we went down to 5 to 10 feet and we got percolation. And that's what we proposing. And then EHS wants us to do additional testing, which, we agreed that we do it before the issuance of the CDP. So.
Okay, but the exact nature of the secondary treatment, is that treatment in a bacterial bed or chemical or mechanical?
No, it's just basically it's a recirculating tank by providing oxygen.
Okay.
And naturally, there are bugs in there that they reduce
So
nitrogen,
you enhance the
solids, and so
digestive
on. So
processes.
it makes the leach field to last a whole lot longer than the normal septic tank because it doesn't have all the junk that goes into the ground.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
We had 2 minutes. I think I had 2 minutes left.
It was a minute and a half.
I'll reserve the minute and a half.
With that, we are about to proceed to public comment. Does anyone need a short break prior to that? Are we ready to proceed?
In as much as it's 10 minutes after 4. 10 minutes after 4, we ought to take a break.
10 minutes? How much? Just take a 10-minute break. We're about ready to initiate public comment. We're going to give each speaker 2 minutes. I will call your name. You come up to the podium.
And Mr. Chair, if I could just say, if for those people online, if you'd like to speak on this item, please raise your hand so I know to call on you at the appropriate time.
Okay. Public speaking. 2 minutes apiece. If you have wanted to speak here and have not yet filled out a speaker's request slip, please do so because the time to submit them will end in 10 minutes. At 4:35. Okay. And again, 2 minutes. First speaker, Ellen T. Boger Harvey. Two
Good
minutes,
afternoon.
Ms. Harvey.
Thank you for your time. It's Chair and Commissioners. We've been here since 9 o'clock because I have a lot of information from the EDC, and I really respect their integrity and their ideals of protecting our environment. And I'm hoping you're going to take major consideration of all their reports and what they're said. So I'm a retired school teacher. After 35 years, I graduated from UCSB in 1979. I feel like I'm here to talk for the children of now and the future generations that can't speak, and also for all the wildlife that can't speak for itself. And it's our duty and responsibility to maintain and take care of our environment and all the species that live here. So I'm asking you to deny the project. I'm asking you to please process the restoration plan separate from the entire development plan proposal so they can start doing that now. There's no reason for those two to be together, and I can tell from what's going on, this has been going on a long time, and it'd be nice to separate those two. And I'm just speaking for the future and for now, and I appreciate your time and all this information the EDC presented and the other organizations. And in this time of Trump and lack of environmental protections, I'm hoping California will give us hope and faith in doing the right thing and protecting this beautiful, precious coast in the Naples area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker will be Maya Jamal Sho Kasberg.
I believe that she must have moved online.
If you can locate her.
She's on.
She's
She's
online?
online. Yeah.
Should she proceed?
Oh. Oh. Yeah, just
Well,
go to-
we'll come back to her. Richard Palafox. Do we have Richard Palafox? Not. He went to move his car? Yes. So is Ms. Kasberg here? Yes, hello. Go ahead. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioners. So I made this sign 26 years ago. I was a college student at UCSB, and the white-tailed kite is also my favorite animal. Can we hold the time for just a second? May I give you something that to review? Is that okay? It's unconventional, but may I?
What is it going to be?
They're shells found on Naples, on the beach.
A rock.
Abalone shells.
Okay.
Can I?
You want to give them to us?
Yes. Okay. Just pass one down each.
Well, I used to get plenty of the big ones you could eat, but that was decades ago. Thank
Right.
you. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
Mr. Reed, that's definitely my point. is that you are responsible for the last undeveloped Southern California coastline left. This is the last 20 miles from where you stand at Bercara when you walk up the beach, right? Where you find shells just like this on the ocean, that you go with your grandchildren because you're locals and you grew up and you love this land, right? We love these wide open spaces. And I also am a farmer, and I also live in areas where there's large homes, and that's not unconventional in Santa Barbara County. We're used to this. I mean, Prince Harry lives here, by all means. So affordable housing. This is not affordable housing that our community needs. This is a mega mansion that is the size of 4 Goleta tract homes. This is a barn that's the size of 3 Goleta tract homes. It's a guest house the size of a small Goleta tract home. And it's a swimming pool, and it's several leach fields, and it is on a wetland. Because I, like you, have walked this land for many decades, and we know the land, and we know what an agricultural watering hole looks like, and we know what it doesn't. I know this exact spot that was referenced in the picture, and I can attest to you that it for sure is a wetland, in all honesty. I've seen it in drought years. I've seen it in plentiful years. I've seen it with wildlife. I've seen it without. I've seen white-tailed kites diminish because of the disking, like has taken place, that was actually for a marijuana farm, because we know the diskers in our community. That's quite the truth. Last time I was here, I let the applicant know that I think they should also be aware of that their neighbors on that same property of 72, there are 2 Marsh cultural monitors that are dear friends of mine that I have also walked that land with. There are ancestral bones in that land. Okay. This is your responsibility to protect the integrity of our community that you love.
Thank you.
That responsibility is in your hands.
All right, thank you. Next, we will have Richard Pallop. Gone. Ray Ward.
He had to go, and several other community members had to go because we've been here all day waiting. We respect your time.
So he's not here. Okay. Everett Lipperman.
He's left.
Yeah. Stephanie Boshiers or Bospers?
Boshiers.
Boshiers. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad. 2 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Stephanie Boshiers, and I am the chair of the Santa Barbara Surfrider chapter. I stand here today to express our strong and unwavering opposition to the proposed development of Lot 66 at the Santa Barbara Ranch. This development represents a serious threat to one of our region's most ecologically sensitive areas, a concern we share with many others who are equally committed to preserving the integrity of our coastline. In fact, the California Coastal Commission staff issued a letter to the zoning administrator highlighting significant concerns regarding the proposed restoration plan and seaside residents. In a rare and thoughtful move, the commission staff pointed out that both the proposed development and the county's analysis fail to align with the policies outlined in the Gaviota Coast Plan. Of particular concern is the fact that the current plans neither identify, restore, nor mitigate the full extent of environmentally sensitive habitats on the property, habitats that are home to vital species, including the white-tailed kite and several others of special status. Since the original proposal, additional environmental findings have underscored the fragility of this land, most notably the discovery of the crotch bumblebee, a G2 species, and the California bumblebee, a G3 species, which triggers protection outlined under the GCP policy NS4. This only adds to the growing list of threatened, endangered, and special status species that rely on this area. This land is part of a unique and irreplaceable ecosystem along our California coastline, one that is deserving of our collective protection. Santa Barbara, indeed all of California, must retain spaces like Naples, which remain undeveloped and allow our natural habitat to thrive with an abundance of wildlife. If we fail to protect these precious environments, we risk losing them forever. By the way, the voles only go about 3 to 12 inches down.
Great, thank you. Almost perfect timing.
Call the next one after this as well.
Yeah, okay, so Phil McKenna, and he's going to be followed by Patrick Crooks.
Good late afternoon. My name is Phil McKenna. I representing the Gaviota Coast Conservancy, but I'm here to speak on behalf of Mark Cram, who could not make this meeting today, but he did give you a written statement. Mark Cram is a hydrogeologist of 40 years experience. He's an esteemed scientist with several important inventions and patents. He's got 40 years of experience. And let me read from his letter, just a couple of paragraphs to highlight its importance. The Monterey Shale Aquifer is notorious for poor water quality. On page 78 of attachment R, the following is stated, quote, native water quality is poor and becomes poorer with pumping. Hydrogen sulfide is present above threshold levels established by the state for exposure to workers. The water quality appears to be degraded due to contamination of native groundwater. Consultants determined elevated concentration of salt. Total dissolved salts, TDS, levels were so high, 2,600 parts per million, that they would not support agriculture at the time. Based upon testing in the mid-80s and mid-90s, it was noted that groundwater pumping resulted in increased levels of TDS attributed to seawater intrusion and lack of recharge. This runs counter to the most recent claims by the applicant's consultant, asserting that recharge rates are sufficient based on safe yield estimates. H2S is a lethal gas, hydrogen sulfide. It is out in that area in over recommended concentrations. Key resolved impacts. Water quality has yet to be fully evaluated. Water quality, secondly, is insufficient to support the proposed development without significant treatment. Please take Mr. Cram's comments seriously. He's very experienced. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. So Patrick Crooks, and you're going to be followed by Janet Coed.
Thank you, Chair Reed and commissioners. I'm a lifelong resident, Patrick Crooks, Santa Barbara County resident, born and raised in Carpinteria. I'm extremely fortunate to work locally as a wildlife biologist with over 15 years of experience conducting field research throughout Southern California. Through my employment and volunteer efforts, I've been provided access to private properties, including Coho Bigsby, Hollister Ranches, and multiple unique watersheds on the Gaviota Coast and throughout Santa Barbara County. The Gaviota Coast, as you well know, is a true gem of the north extent of the Southern California Bight. The Gaviota Coast is the largest intact example of our coastline. The Gaviota Coast is among the top 4 areas in the United States with the greatest number of endangered species. I have direct firsthand experience, observation, and knowledge of habitats and behaviors of a handful of the species which utilize the Gaviota Coast, including the white-tailed kite, burrowing owl, California red-legged frog, Crotch's bumblebee, southwestern pond turtle, and monarch butterfly. I'm going to kind of hit on 2 of them because I'm down to 2 minutes here, but I think white-tailed kite here, the foraging habitat, we really need to look at this further from the 2008 EIR. Grasslands on and surrounding Lot 66 are part of a well-documented high-use foraging corridor on the Gaviota Coast with documented evidence nesting west of Eagle Canyon Creek. Under the Gaviota Coast Plan, white-tailed kite foraging habitat is explicitly identified as environmentally sensitive habitat, ESH. The project's development envelope and fuel modification zones overlap directly with this habitat and cannot be disturbed without significant biological impacts. Any further loss or degradation of grassland habitat, especially on the coastline, is contrary to the conservation objectives recognized by the state of California. Coastal grasslands in Southern California represent one of the rarest and most diminished habitat types in the region, yet they are the single most important foraging habitat for the white-tailed kite, a fully protected species in California. Kites rely specifically on undisturbed open grasslands with high vole populations, and that loss and fragmentation of these habitats directly threaten the species' long-term survival. I'm at time here. Can I just add, at a minimum here, this project needs subsequent EIR to address current conditions that provide you all with the minimum information necessary to make more well-informed decisions on the merits of this project as proposed. Please uphold the appeal and deny this project due to significant unmitigable impacts to ash, wetlands, rare species, and wildlife movement corridors. Thank you.
Next speaker will be Janet Coed, and following her will be Ezekiel Choi.
Hello, I'm Janet Coed, representing myself. I'm a Santa Barbara resident since 1969. I've been following the Naples project for 20 years, and I see there are serious encumbrances, or this project, I suppose, would have been approved and built by now. There are many contradictions here today and ongoing, like water quality being adequate and quantity and quality versus Mark Cram's report of the poor quality. First, public trails designated for Naples. That was a comment that is an advantage of this project, but I've been part of a trails project surveying people using the trails at Naples, and they've been using them since the 1960s, according to the surveys that we took, and I'm sure there were trail users, including Chumash, long before that. The consequences of illegal disking is an encumbrance, wetland habitat versus it looks like a watering hole. I'm not the expert, and I want to thank Santa Barbara Surfrider and Environmental Defense Center and Gaviota Coast Conservancy for representing the more technical parts. I do ask you to uphold the appeal and deny the project. Thank you.
Ezekiel Choi, are you here? Okay, we'll go with Carson Brace. Carson looks like BRA something E.
I see Carson online.
Carson, he moved to online. Okay, we'll get him in the online group. Eden Lawson, followed by Heather Blancho. She migrated to online? But she's not here. Okay. Eden Lawson? No, Eden. Dean Plaister? Thank you for the phonetic spelling. To be followed by Randy Gillespie.
Okay. Chairman Reed, members of the commission, my name is Dean Plaister. I'm a 50-year resident of the area, and along with many other members of the public, I am very concerned about development at Naples, a place I have visited many times. Besides supporting a broad range of common plants and animals you might expect to see on the open Gaviota Coast, a significant number of unusual and protected species also call the place home, such as the white-tailed kite, red-legged frog, and 2 recently discovered types of bumblebee. Building in such areas or adjacent to their changing borders of usage is in conflict with the Gaviota Coast Plan. Proposed mitigation does not adequately address the impacts that development would cause. The landscape at Naples has suffered from abuse in recent years in the form of unpermitted soil disking, and there is a habitat restoration plan being formulated, but it is very limited, its very limited goals do not deal with the full disturbance that the disking caused. The area of restoration should be expanded to include all of the land that was chewed up by the disking. The development footprint of the project is currently constrained by designations of wetland habitat that were originally determined during the summertime in a period of drought. Heavier rain in recent years may well show that some areas planned for building are indeed seasonal wetland and worthy of protection. This needs further study. Besides these technical and legal failings of the proposed development, do we really want to see another domino fall on the Gaviota Coast? A further extension of urbanization onto one of the last stretches of undeveloped coastline in Southern California? Loss of rural character doesn't happen overnight. It happens one project at a time until a landscape of incomparable natural beauty is just another stretch of mansions along a seaside highway. Please uphold the appeals of EDC, GCC, and the Surfrider Foundation and save our coastline. Thank you.
Randy Gillespie to be followed by Keith Zandona.
Members of the Planning Commission, thank you. My name is Randy Gillespie. I ask that you, when you consider this application, you think carefully about wildfire risk. The proposed development and the entire Gaviota Blufftop has the state's highest possible wildfire risk rating. Fires in this area are not a matter of if, but when. The application may meet the minimal legal standards for fire protection. However, these measures were designed to enable holding off of an isolated structure fire in an urban or suburban setting until the fire department arrives a few minutes later. They are wholly inadequate on the Gaviota Coast. We need to think beyond ticking boxes on a minimal set of requirements and consider what may actually happen. One example, 10,000 gallons of stored water, which is the NIPA 1142 standard, at a specified flow rate of 500 gallons per minute will last only 20 minutes. That may be enough for a flare-up on the kitchen stove, but it's wholly inadequate for wind-driven wildfire. If stored water or other inadequate rural supply systems are depleted or inoperable within 20 minutes, firefighter lives would be put at risk. In the event of a wildfire between Naples and western Gaviota, precious ground-based and airborne resources would be drawn away from urban area if rescue at Naples were necessary for only a few people at the proposed mansion. According to CAL FIRE, 95% of wildfires are started by people. The Zaka fire in 2007 was started by sparks from a grinding machine during a repair on a private property. That fire cost $177 million to fight. The Hosasita fire in 2009 was started by sparks from a brush cutter. It resulted in 35,000 evacuations and cost more than $51 million to fight in today's money. The proposed development poses unacceptable risks for residents, the residents of the city of Goleta, firefighters, and for the county of Santa Barbara. This development should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Final speaker would be Keith Zandona.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Keith Zandona, third generation Santa Barbara native. I've been using that area since the mid-60s. Surfing, hiking, biking, animal watching. One thing I've noticed here, where's the seal rookery? It's a half mile to the east of this place. You know what? Nobody knows about it because this is a rare one. The one in Carpinteria, they haul out during the day and forage at night. Well, this particular rookery hauls out during the day. No, during the night, excuse me, and forages during the day. I've got pictures 100 strong, right below where you're going to build. Lights are going to drive these guys off the beach. I went out there yesterday. Nobody sees it because they're off the beach during the day because of all the disturbance in the area from years. So they've adapted. So I went out there yesterday. There weren't any seals, but I went down there where they lay. There was evidence of them hauling out that night. The high tide came and drove them off. We need to protect them. Nobody's even said a word about them. What's going on? Is this thing not in the EIR? This is another species out there. I had a big old speech here, but I got waylaid by this because you guys are not even recognized. There's a seal rookery there. The Marine Mammal Protection Act. Well, I got 13 minutes? Okay, that's it. You got me.
Thank you.
And also, I got a couple other things. The access, public access. Oh, we're going to have a trail along the bluff. When is that going to happen? When the trail comes out of Santa Barbara and makes it there? Are we going to be able to go out there and picnic and sit on that edge of the bluff there where that trail is going to be? That's not public access. And public access on the beach, we've already got it. They're not giving us anything. So stop this. This is a warehouse. And one more thing, the archaeology. It's been already run over. Okay, how about
Thank you.
story poles? Why aren't there any story poles? You'd have this place filled up of all the people driving up and down the coast if you saw these story poles. Thank you.
You're welcome. Come on down. Okay. Our last speaker, Mr. Palafox. It's not Price is Right, so you can walk. Yeah. Yeah.
Time is precious. No, I just wanted to make a comment.
Yes, sir.
Usually traditionally used in treatment septics, they utilize microbes like ciliates and tardigrades to break down fecal coliforms and stuff. But during the presentation, they were talked about bugs and also a circulation tank, which would introduce oxygen. So I'm not sure what bugs are being used as a filtration. That's just a comment. Thank you.
You're welcome. I like your T-shirt. Cool. Thank you. Okay, now we have but before we start with this, it's getting to be, 5 o'clock. Here's the big question. We continue until conclusion or how? Okay, so my question, I hope it doesn't induce undue stress among our employees and their home life, but I think it's much better we wrap this. I think we could probably do it in an hour.
But we don't have nobody online anymore.
We have the people online. I just thought that was a nice break in the action to introduce this question. Okay, so Mr. Villalobos, please proceed with our online speakers.
Our first speaker will be Carson Brace.
Hi there. My name is Carson. I'm a 23-year-old Santa Barbara resident. I'm speaking in opposition to this project. The structured Gaviota Coast has been really important to me in my community, not just as scenery, but it's one of the last genuinely open, quiet, undeveloped places along the Southern California coastline. And I want to stress its value comes from what it still is and not what it could be turned into. 2 brief points. First, projects like this don't just affect a single parcel of land. Allowing large estate-scale development sets a dangerous precedent. Once we allow that precedent, it becomes much harder to say no to the next one, and this unique stretch of coast will slowly disappear. And second, this project is not about needed housing or any sort of community benefit. It represents a private subdivision of land in a way that fundamentally changes the character of the Gaviota Coast. If there's financial means to build at this scale, there are already developed areas where that level of construction belonged long ago. I'm talking about LA, Orange County, etc. For these reasons, please deny this project. Just because land can be developed doesn't mean that it should be. Once this land is changed, we don't get it back. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be, and I apologize for the pronunciation in advance, Kurt Devanche, to be followed by Robin Redwater.
That was an excellent pronunciation. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. First, I actually want to commend all of the public speakers, commenters who have already spoken. It gives me hope that the residents of Santa Barbara County, and in my case, the city of Goleta, can come together to oppose this project and be successful. Something I want to point out that I haven't seen addressed is the obvious conflict that will be invited by establishing a residence right along what is already an established vertical access to the public beach. I regularly access the public beach on the trail that's adjacent to this proposed project site. And I have seen the proposals, which suggests that the road and trail that I use to access that public beach will be a driveway for this residence. And I have no doubt that whoever decides to reside there will come into conflict with the members of the public like myself who are regularly accessing our public beach on that what would be that driveway. So the already established vertical access to the beach, first of all, should be protected and maintained. And I commend the existing landowners for not actively prohibiting individuals like myself from accessing my public land. But it is an obvious conflict that's being introduced by putting a residence as this project plan. So I'd like to oppose this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Villa.
Our next speaker will be Robin Redwater, to be followed by Candace Mennigan.
Can you guys hear me?
Perfect. Go ahead.
Haku haku kiki shanti kakti shokwa tasin o michumashino no Kaswa. Hello everybody. My name is Robin Redwater. I am Chumash and I'm from the village of Kaswa. I'm against the development of Naples. The land itself has huge significance to my tribe. We do not want any more destruction and desecration of our lands. We are at a period of mass extinction, and some of our most vulnerable native species rely on open grassland and undeveloped space in order to thrive, just like the kites and burrowing owls. Development and foot traffic ensures that disruption to the sensitive area will happen. We know that animals will come back once restoration occurs. Restoration and preservation of Naples benefits both our native species and the greater community. We also cannot continue to allow money-hungry developers to manipulatively throw around the housing crisis. This is pristine land. There is no binding agreement that the developer would ensure that low-income families would benefit from this, the demographic most affected by unaffordable housing. Lastly, we have to save our last remaining grasslands. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Our next speaker will be Candace Mennigan, and then our last speaker is our second, Maya Kasberg. So that will probably a Zoom invite share is probably what was responsible for that.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Go ahead when you're ready.
All right. My name's Candace Mennigan. I'm the Executive Director of Coastal Ranches Conservancy. Our mission is to support nature conservation, restoration, and education along the Gaviota Coast by working with landowners, public agencies, and other nonprofit organizations. And we envision a future in which the Gaviota Coast biodiversity is protected and effectively conserved as a stronghold for wildlife and their irreplaceable habitat for present and future generations. To that end, just this Monday, we had about 30 restoration practitioners out at North Campus Open Space learning how do we restore wetlands. California has lost over 90% of its wetlands, and that project costs the University of Santa Barbara over $16 million. And I think, we can look at wonderful restoration activities and do restoration work, or alternatively, we can also just protect the land from the get-go. And I think today's an opportunity for the Planning Commission to uphold the Gaviota Coastal Plan and local coastal program policies. As the wetland delineations were improperly timed, we aren't doing the proper protections of wetlands and grasslands that are required by these policies. And so CRC is in support of EDC and Surfrider's appeal to not allow this development at Naples to go forward. Thank you.
All right. We have an online Maya Jamal Kasberg. If you could state for the record who you are before you speak.
Hello?
Yes, if you could state your name.
Okay, I'm not sure why I'm not Maya, but I'm Marianne. So,
Welcome, Marianne.
Marianne, hello, my name is Marianne. I had this problem earlier when I tried to comment earlier today. It did the same thing. I had my hand raised and it didn't allow it. You guys never called me. I don't think you guys were able to see the hand, or it had me under a different name. I'm not sure why. Anyways, I'm here to speak on this project as well. I don't think this project should be approved, as many people have said. Once we change this landscape, we have changed it forever. There is no going back. We already see that throughout the Central Coast in Southern California. These landscapes, as the other side was mentioning, the majority of them are not native landscaping. But that's not because native landscaping never existed. That's because we have destroyed it. But as we start to rehabilitate and care for the land, these animals and insects do come back. There is significant information out there that we can walk around. We can see these animals and these birds and these insects at different times of the year. There is a lot of shell mound underneath. We know that these are anciently, historically village sites. Village sites were not like an apartment complex or a housing tract that was just in this small little area that we're used to seeing now. They covered wide, expansive areas from so-called Dos Pueblos, Cuyamo, all the way up to so-called Naples. These were all 2 village sites. These big, large village sites was considered the capital village, meaning the capital village of what we call now Santa Barbara County is the same thing we look at Sacramento, the capital of California. So this was a political hub for Chumash people where several chiefs and their families lived, where business was conducted. So just because our archaeological sites, some things did not stay in one area, they were moved around. Chumash had a secret society. They had a very spiritual community where they took different items and had different ceremonies, different practices. We're going to destroy this territory forever, and it can never go back. This is not, they're using the law about not having enough housing to benefit people in mansions and homes that can afford to live anywhere they want to, but they want to choose the most sacred sites and destroy the areas. That should tell you exactly why you should deny this property, because it affects everybody. It's not about the greater community. It's about individualism. And we're never going to survive in these territories with these types of fires and climate change, because we are creating it. We are destroying the territory. I'm begging you to deny this project. It should not be continued on. It should be saved and preserved for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Marianne, for the record, what is your last name?
Parra, P-A-R-R-A.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So that concludes the public comment. Is that correct? We have no more?
Yes, Ms. Parra was the last hand raised.
No hand raised? All right. So with that, we will move to rebuttal. From the appellants, 5 minutes each. 5 minutes for Environmental Defense Center, 5 minutes for Gaviota Coast Conservancy.
We'd request 7 minutes, Chair, if possible, just to get everything in.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's late, why not?
All right, so first regarding the voles, I'm quoting from Dr. Evelyn's report saying, and he's quoting from the STORR 2020 memo about this site saying, the disking likely caused direct mortality of shallow burrowing rodents such as California vole. Fossorial animals inhabiting deeper burrow systems such as Bottas pocket gophers might have survived. Dr. Evelyn finds that red-legged frogs use those burrows and could have also been killed, a threatened species. And I looked it up, the vole burrows do go over a foot deep in some cases, but their cavities are often 3 to 6 inches below the surface. The disking, if you look at the Dr. Michael Ganella report that's in the record, shows that the disking was over a foot deep, well within the burrow depth. On white-tailed kite and ag land, the applicant said that white-tailed kite ash, if you interpret the policy as the Coastal Commission, EDC, Surfrider, et cetera, do, that would severely impact agricultural land. Well, there's a hot spot for kite foraging at Naples. If you look at the whole rest of the Gaviota Coast, there's scattered occurrences of white-tailed kite foraging, but there's a concentration at Naples. The whole Gaviota Coast, ag land, isn't all kite foraging habitat. Protecting kite foraging habitat is consistent with agriculture on the Gaviota Coast. Kites forage over grasslands, including grazing lands. Ongoing grazing is compatible with white-tailed kite foraging. Ongoing grazing is allowed in Esch under the Gaviota Coast Plan. The applicant said that trails would not be allowed in Esch if under white-tailed kite foraging Esch. Well, trails are allowed in Esch in the Gaviota Coast Plan. Just look at Barone Ranch where they built that trail all through the Esch. So I just wanted to clarify those statements. But Naples is a hot spot. There are scattered locations elsewhere on the Gaviota Coast, but there's no evidence white-tailed kite Esch will adversely affect agriculture. And white-tailed kite protecting white-tailed kite foraging habitat is compatible with grazing. The real threat to both agriculture and the white-tailed kite is development, and that's why we're here today. Regarding native grasslands, it was maybe overlooked today, but the map showed there being these native grasslands in certain areas. Well, we were out there with biologists, botanists, who identified a new native grassland. It's in our letter. It's mapped. It's just on the west side of Lot 66 within the development envelope footprint. I'm going to address, the applicant said that Wayne Fern's wetland observations and survey was during the rainy season. It was, we acknowledge that. But he identified wetland soils in these locations, which persist through drought and wet cycles. Also, as I indicated before, I want to reiterate, identifying wetland indicators such as plants, hydrology, soils during wet periods gives an indication of the location of wetlands and guides where to do delineation subsequently. So yes, he was out there during a wet period. That's when these wetland indicators show up. They don't show up in dry periods all the time. And these are the areas that we want to see a new wetland delineation on in order to properly get the baseline wetland conditions. The staff report says that there are no special status species observed on site. Well, that's incorrect. The county's own peer review biologist, Larry Hunt, Hunt & Associates, observed white-tailed kites foraging on Lot 66. And then just last June, we had Mark Holmgren, the famous ornithologist, out, and he documented loggerhead shrike, a state species of special concerns that was going from one side of Lot 66 to the other. It's like that Lot 66 is its territory. That's a special status species. That's Esch. And experts have documented the bumblebees right next to Lot 66, well within the foraging distance, and said that because of their presence there, they're also nesting in Lot 66. We've also heard the red-legged frog and pond turtle occur in these areas based on Dr. Evelyn's report. The restoration plan omits Lot 69 because the notice of violation relied on improper wetland delineations. They didn't identify the large wetland LHE in Lot 69. Now, Lot 69 is under common ownership. It was DISCed, but the NOV left that out. And so there's no restoration for this large wetland that was DISCed in Lot 69. We asked the commission to direct that a new notice of violation be issued for the Lot 69 wetland disking. It was mapped in the EIR. FAIR identified all 3 wetland parameters there this year, and that should not be omitted from the restoration plan. Lot 69 was DISCed, the wetland was DISCed, and that should be addressed through the restoration plan. The culverted drainage that the access road goes over that has been said not to be a wetland in the 2015 and 2024 delineations is mapped as a wetland by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in the National Wetlands Inventory. You can go online and look. We included the link in our letter. It's National Wetlands Inventory Wetland Mapper. It shows a riverine wetland right all along that drainage underneath the culverted road. So improving that road and or increasing the intensity of use of that road, construction trucks, occupancy traffic, that's development within the 100-foot buffer of that wetland. Disking and invasive plants. We heard that there hasn't been an invasion of invasive plants. Well, there has. That's when the mustard came in. The Dr. Ganella report identified the native grasslands being displaced. And now, if you've been out there recently, you've seen the white grass, the seed heads. That's feather-top grass. That's a new invasive plant that's come into the disc area from the railroad corridor. So there are invasions of non-native plants. The disking did have long-term impacts on the grassland ESHA. Wetland LHA, this is what the applicant says was a stock pond and therefore not a wetland. Well, we had Farron out there, and Mr. Farron found that it has all 3 wetland parameters. Well, maybe the applicant would say that's not relevant because it was a stock pond. Well, what Farron did identify is we looked at the topography and we looked at aerial photos, and it shows that that wetland was connected to the drainage to the east before that dirt road was built, and it was ponded up on one side to impound it. So that area looks everything to be like a former wetland that was part of the drainage, that was isolated by the road, you may be used as a stock pond, but would have been a wetland before the stock pond was used, and therefore is a protected wetland that should be avoided. But the road goes right next to it, and that's a violation of the Gaviota Coast Plan Policy Development Standard NS2, which requires a 100-foot buffer around all wetlands. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Citrin, 5 minutes. Do you want to give everyone? Okay, 7.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. And Mr. Villalobos, would you please put up the slide? So I asked Mr. Villalobos to put up a slide from the applicant's plan set that is an attachment to your staff report. So no new information here. I just want to articulate something, and it would be helpful to show that. So the applicant acknowledged that these might indeed be public roads, public streets, and said, but it doesn't matter. Well, the public streets are these grids, and you can see that the notation in Survey Note 9. Look at the house. The house is within the setback. That's an objective standard. That's a conflict with your coastal zoning ordinance, all right? So that's why it matters. I fear right now, I am very worried that we are being set up for a deemed approved type situation, either today or next hearing. I don't know, I haven't done the research, but I'm concerned about that. If you approve, will we have an appeal to the board? I don't know. I don't know how many hearings we've already had if this isn't hearing number 1, which apparently it might not be. So I want to articulate that you have the grounds right now before you, a preponderance of the evidence to support findings that this project has a specific adverse impact on public health and safety, and that as proposed, there is no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid that impact. So what are the bases for this? Wastewater. They do not have sufficient wastewater treatment capacity that has been demonstrated. EHS has requested new perk tests. I found the quote I wanted to read earlier from the Special Problems Area Committee. Shallow drip requires limited percolation, but the site provides no percolation. Seepage pits are a last alternative. Seepage pits have very significant water quality concerns, as the EIR goes over at length. The EIR had no septic on Santa Barbara Ranch, south of 101, period, end of story. Mitigation confirmed that that was not allowed to avoid significant impacts to water quality and to public services, public safety, all right? The well they're using, 40 gallons per minute tested at. Okay, that water has to be processed through a water treatment system. Found the information about these deionization canisters. It looks like the product, the canister, can process 2,500 gallons of water before it has to be replaced with a new canister. Okay, they have 20,000 gallons of stored water, not specific for fire purposes, although separate water supply for fire is required. They don't have one as far as I know. You tell me, how are they going to meet the fire department's requirements, which are public safety requirements? You just heard from the prior public speaker about this. How are they going to meet the fire department's requirements that they have a fire hydrant with sufficient flows when they're using this treated water that's going through this whole convoluted process? If they're not going to be using treated water, if they're going to be using water directly from the well, that has super high salinity. That will have impacts across the landscape where it's applied. This is a significant issue, and I don't like how it's been glossed over by the applicant. Sure, maybe I made a couple of small mistakes. They did switch out the brine system. They did have that all included in their report from Stantec that's part of your record, so I'm sorry they switched it up. But as proposed, this does not meet minimum health and safety standards. And I would very much like for your commission to be able to articulate that and to have findings that can be approved now, because you don't have denial findings. Do we get another hearing to approve denial findings? I don't know. So I ask that unless you just want this to be approved with no further review whatsoever today, that you vote to deny this project on health and safety grounds. You can bootstrap it with CEQA grounds, you can bootstrap it with Coastal Act grounds. I encourage all of that. I think these are all important issues. But I'm worried that we're in a gotcha type situation here. And if you folks don't act to deny, we're all going to be stuck with a project that a lot of people don't want and that could cause very significant fire safety risks, not only to this property, to the homes over at Dos Pueblos Ranch, to homes around the Gaviota Coast, to very important ecological resources in Dos Pueblos Creek. I mean, what happens? What do they put the fire truck arrives, they don't have a water source. So I think approving this right now on this record would be reckless, and I think denying it is the only sound course of action. So that is my strong recommendation. The fact that this Housing Accountability Act issue only came up so late in the process is really unfortunate, but I just don't want us all to be stuck by operation of law. So please take that into consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from commissioners?
No questions? All right, thanks.
Well, with that, the public hearing is.
You have another rebuttal.
Oh, don't, she's gonna take it down. Oh, please, it's late in the day, I just missed.
So I think the rebuttal was a 7 for each, so that's actually 14. Yes.
5.5.
And then I had a minute out. So I'll take 14 and I'll aim for less. That was a lot. I'm still absorbing. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Villalobos. Thank you. Beth Collins again here for the applicant from Brownstein. Couple of things. I'm going to go through a couple of things that were kind of mentioned during public comment. One, we are not on Lane Tree. We do not conflict with public access. We do not have any intention to conflict with people using Lane Tree. Two, archaeological surveys. There were surveys done for Santa Barbara Ranch for this whole site, but we've separately done 2 different archaeological surveys, found nothing. Nonetheless, we still have standard mitigations that will apply to all work on the property. Disking. There's a little bit of confusion around the disking. The disking area on the inland lot, there was disking, but it's not ESH, and that was concluded by the county. And as you saw on the slashes, most of the disking area is not ESH. It's just those little edges there. So there was wetland impacts and there were native grass impacts, and now we are over mitigating those impacts from a third-party disking. Seal haul out. That's east down at Paradiso. It's on the beach. It is in the EIR 3.4-53 if you want to look at the page number. The house is up on the bluff and first of all, quite a distance down the beach, but also up on the bluff and then set back 865 feet to next to the railroad. So no impacts to the seal haul out. ESHA policy was discussed a little by Mr. Troutwine. And interestingly, he did quote NS-2. He said that, and he was talking about buffers when he did mention NS-2, but he repeatedly said that grazing is allowed in ESH. And if you read NS-2, it says non-resource dependent development, including fuel modification and agricultural uses, including grazing, by the way. I added those words, but it says, including fuel modification and agricultural uses, shall be sited and designed to avoid ESH and ESH buffer areas. So no grazing in ESH. If you were to find all of the non-native grasslands ESH, you would have big impacts. I never said that trails weren't allowed in ESH. They absolutely are. You are allowed to have low-impact trails in ESH. What I said is no parking lots, no other facilities to support those trails would be allowed on those non-native grasses on the Gaviota Coast if you were to agree with EDC's interpretation of the policy, contrary to your staff's own interpretation. If you align with staff, then we're fine with ag and we're fine with trail and parking lots and bathrooms on the Gaviota Coast. Perk tests. There was a quote, there was something quoted, I think that's a letter back from 2016, but really it doesn't matter. It's on us, because our own CDP will not be issued if we don't prove up a perk tests again. So the perk thing is not an issue. So now to just kind of get out of the weeds of the smaller issues, or the detail issues, I should say. I ask you today that you please act, number one. If you're going to deny, Ms. Citron's asking you to deny. I do not support that. I think you should deny the appeals and approve the project. Why? The county just can't make the findings that you would have to make under the Housing Accountability Act. There are required findings to deny or reduce the density of this project. And frankly, we do not have a health and safety impact associated with this project. Sadly, this project is an example of why we have a housing crisis. It's a small project, but it is an example. If you look back and you look at the patterns over the last 10 years, unfortunately, this standard playbook, and you guys have seen it, is late hits followed by continuances. So continuances after late hits are incentivize the late hits. So I'd ask that you please just act today. I went through, looking through a lot of the things that were kind of dumped or added to the record on Monday. The bee information. The most recent bee survey, the most recent one was from July 2025. It's January 2026. They could have submitted that for our consideration, for the county's consideration, months and months ago. And it has no evidence with photos or what you'd usually see with these types of surveys. And the survey itself, it explains it was done with volunteers. Same thing, loggerhead strike. The last observation, the most recent observation was June 2025. That was 6 months ago. So I would like where people are submitting information when they have it for consideration. And there's just no need for these late hits. Delay does matter. It costs applicants huge amount of money and time. If you look at all the consultants sitting here, it's a lot of time, and then continuances result in more time and money. And it's a tactic that's a long-held tactic to kill projects. And why? Because it has worked historically. So that's why we now have the 5-hearing rule that the state has given us. It's also why the HAA protects against undue delay. So I ask that you please act today. Please approve this project. It will be appealed to the board, so this won't be the end. This won't be the last hearing. There will be more time for more evidence and more consideration. This is also probably destined for the Coastal Commission, so you don't have to worry. This probably is not the end of the road. There's more process here, but please act today. And then just finally, I want to kind of zoom all the way back. And there was a mention of precedent and worry about precedent. And I understand that. It's been a long battle over Santa Barbara Ranch, and that was 71 homes. This is one home on 4 lots. But it's been a long battle. I mean, we saw like a 25-year-old sign today, right? So this application that's before you is exceedingly reasonable, especially in light of all the state laws. It is more reasonable than others likely will be and could be. And so if this is denied or further delayed, you risk having another applicant in front of you who is not going to merge the 4 lots necessarily, right? Not going to give up the IDUs, not going to avoid state bonus density. Some of the other things that can be done, there are other triggers. So this is great precedent, actually. We have merging of the 4 lots. We're not maxing density. It's a permanent reduction of density, actually, with that merger. These are the first trails in Naples that will be publicly dedicated. This is great. There's 84% of the site. I mean, that's a shocking number. 84% of the site's going to be conserved in protected areas, either between ag protections or open space protections. The restoration plan exceeds standards. There's a protection of all special status species, even if we end up with new ones, new bumblebees, new other critters, voles. I don't know, maybe voles will become protected. I'm not sure, but they will be protected under the existing conditions if they're protected, if they're named as special status species, because then you'll have to do pre-construction surveys, you'll have to do buffers, you'll have to do avoidance. So I know it's a tough issue, it's a political issue, but I ask that you please think about what else we could have done. I really don't. I think this applicant has really gone above and beyond and been exceedingly reasonable. So I just ask that you please act today. Please approve the project. We're here if you have any other questions, and thank you.
Questions, Commissioner Ford?
Thanks. I do have a question. It might be for you, Beth, or maybe for staff. I am concerned that many times today we have heard about the concern around precedent. What part about this sets precedent?
I'll say something.
Sure.
So I think it sets precedent, and just like what Craytac was talking about, it's a great example of a landowner voluntarily giving all the trails that were asked for in the Gaviota Coast Plan, voluntarily, after requests from the Coastal Commission, moving their house right up next to the railroad. I mean, the number of people I've shown this site plan to, they are shocked that they moved that house all the way up next to the railroad, next to a public trail. They're shocked that 84% of the site is going to, in essence, be undevelopable in the future, right? They're shocked they're giving up their IDUs and just having ADUs. There are a lot of things that are part of this project, and people are concerned, wait a minute, there's the whole rest of Santa Barbara Ranch. That's true, but approving this house doesn't get anything on those lots. Those lots will have to go through their own application process. There's nothing about this project except it shows them how hard an applicant may need to work to get there. And it shows that if they do work that hard, that the county will say yes.
Let me say something.
Commissioner Park?
Commissioners, and I think there was a lot of points to that. I think as someone 7 years new to the county, I heard about this project, the Santa Barbara Ranch. It was very political. It was approved. These are legal lots. This would be the first project that approved a home on these legal lots, you know, so that is a precedent.
Okay, Commissioner Park.
Chair
sorry.
and Commissioner, if I may, from my perspective, at the point when these lots and all of the Naples lots were recognized by the County of Santa Barbara as legal lots after being required to by the California Supreme Court, that occurred in 1995. That is when these lots were recognized as legal lots that could be built with residential and agricultural development. That is the point when the precedent was set for the fact that these lots, that the property owners of these lots had a right to build on the lots. And I also wanted to mention that while not a part of the Naples Township, I worked on a project about 0.6 miles down the coast, the Paradiso Del Mar project, which was approved by the County Board of Supervisors and the County Planning Commission for homes on those lots, and construction is set to initiate in the near future. So there are already approved legal lots for development on the Gaviota Coast, and there's also already an approval just down the coast on the Paradiso Del Mar project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're ready for Commissioner Park.
Should I be scared?
I got to ask you flat out, because we keep hearing about the 5 hearing rule. What number are we right now? Because you said it's going to go to the board regardless. And I think you're right. Is just in predicting it, it would go to the board and it'll go to the Coast Commission. But it won't if we're at the end of 5 hearings. So what's your position on that? Where are we?
My advice to my client would be to, at this point, if there's an action today, to go to the board. I think it's a good idea. But if you add up the hearings, I think there's an argument that we are now in our 6th hearing. There have been 2 CBAR, September and October 2023. There were 2 CRATAC meetings. You might say, CRATAC, that's not a meeting. It actually is. The definition of a hearing is exceedingly broad. There were CRATAC in August and September of 2023. CRATAC was going to try to put it on the agenda a while back, and I raised this 5 hearing issue and my concern, and then we didn't go back to CRATAC. The ZA acted on the restoration plan in May. I think that doesn't count, to be honest. The ZA approved in February 10th. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I think we're at 6. An applicant can waive the 5 hearing rule. We're all in a new world here with these new housing laws. That's that's why I'm asking, please act today, because if we did continue, that would be another hearing. And my advice is to go to the board, because I think that is good governance, and I think it would be helpful with the Coastal Commission.
So if you were to lose before the Planning Commission, you would want your client to go to the board because you'd have a chance of reversing it, and you'd waive the 5 hearing rule, right?
Yeah,
you think
I mean, a
this is
denial
number
ends
6.
it anyway, right? I haven't done the full analysis, but I think it says you have 5 hearings to approve or deny the project. So I think that's why Ms. Citron's suggesting that you would deny it, to take away that concern.
I get that, and it seems clear that if you were denied here today, you would like to appeal to the board and you would waive it. So the concern is, and this is what Ms. Citron was arguing, if you're approved today, you of course have no reason to appeal it to the board, and you have every reason under the sun to say, well, if it goes to the board, that's the 7th hearing. we're done today at the Planning Commission and we won. Right?
Well, no, I would say no, because you aren't the end of the game. The Coastal Commission is still in the game. I would guess that there's going to be a NOFA issued, whichever way we go. And if there's a NOFA, notice of final action, issued to the Coastal Commission, I think that's an appealable moment. So whether it ends up as a matter of law, ends up in a approval at the board, ends up in approval here, and no appeal, which I don't think will happen. Any way, I think we end up at the Coastal Commission, because I need a NOFA. And that, I think, creates an appealable moment to the Coastal Commission.
But, I appreciate her question, because I think that it's logical that this go to the board in many ways. It inherited a mess from, like, what was it, 1888? And then 1995, it became clear, and a lot of decisions were made in different policies and things, and it's like a bunch of trains going off in every direction. I'd kind of like to see us in a posture where if it's going to go anywhere, it goes to the board and the board gets a chance at it. And I'm not sure that happens if we approve it today. I think you won't approve it. You won't appeal anything. Somebody will take it to the Coastal Commission.
Well, I would say not necessarily. I think going to the board is a very important step, actually, for this project. I think it's
and that'll be your private attorney-client communication with your client as to what their advice is. But somebody will ask you, well, why would I go to the board if I wanted the Planning Commission? And that's number 6. But, I don't think we need to argue legal strategy. I just wanted to see where you were, and you made it clear that this is number 6, and people can interpret what that means and where it's going to go.
Yes, and I guess what I'd say is I don't think that's a good pretext to use to deny a project, if that's what you're suggesting, Commissioner Park. And I don't think that's good governance. And I am saying I think it's going to go to the board, because, as I said, we can waive it. We showed up here, right? So I think this is going to the board.
Director Plowman?
Yeah, I think I just wanted to weigh in that Ms. Collins has her perspective on the number of hearings. We're still looking at that. And so I think the real question is the project on the table. Can it be approved? Does it meet our standards? And that's what the commission has to answer today.
In other words, our options should be to either approve or deny today, since our normal latitude in suggesting continuance is not viable.
We would recommend against a continuance and
Okay.
recommend that the commission take an action one way or the other.
Oh.
Can I say one more thing?
Oh, you may.
Without having spoken with my client, Can I have 1 minute? 1 second? Yes. So I'll waive and make clear on the record that if it is a hearing, beyond a 5th hearing, we will go to the board. So you should feel free to approve or deny on the merits and not under the procedure. Please approve or deny on the merits, because we're going to the board no matter what. I will not challenge under the 5 hearing rule and block going to the board as long as there's not a continuance here.
So with that, we will proceed to deliberations. Commissioner Park.
See, I'm not one of these guys that says I'll wait to hear from everybody else. I'm champing at the bit. Okay. And I appreciate Ms. Collins' comments, and I'm sorry for putting you on the spot. We achieved something with all of that. And I do agree with you, a continuance would be inappropriate. Really, I think for any reason, because I think this was a very well-presented hearing today. We went through a lot of information, and I think we've got what we need to make decisions. And there's really not at least I don't see it, a good reason to continue the matter. So believe me, I won't suggest it. Sometimes the Planning Commission does exactly the right thing, and sometimes we kind of veer off into things. And one of the things we do when we veer off is we start talking about what we like about a project, kind of like an emotional attachment to it. I like the applicant, I like their attorney, I like this, I like that. And it's sort of like being a board of architectural review without the professional qualifications of the architects. You've seen that. There's a lot I do like about this project. I really like the architecture. And I like the fact that you're merging the lots. I like the fact that you just straight out deal with the public access issue. I like the idea of there's that large open area. One thing that frustrates me is just looking at it from the point of view as if I was a buyer. Okay, I'd say that's kind of frustrating that you got to stick the house up there in that corner next to the railroad and the flammable eucalyptus trees and so forth. I think that's unfortunate. I think it's unfortunate you're kind of saddled with open space that I think is going to become a weed patch. And you just have to work all this out. So I get those things, which would bother me if I was an owner. But our duty here at the Planning Commission is not just talk about what we like or don't like, even though we do it all the time. We have to look at ordinances and policies and try to understand them and do some heavy-duty thinking and do a lot of homework to read things. And often we're applying policies and ordinances we don't even believe in, but it's, we're not the legislature, our board is. And so we have to apply things as they are. We can't say, well, this doesn't make sense, so I'm going to ignore it. There's a big picture here that I've thought about a lot because I've been following this Naples thing ever since, the Moorharts started pushing things in the mid-90s. And there's a frustration I have. This parcel, being the first parcel out there to get developed, it's kind of like a dagger in the heart of the whole project. It's right in the middle, it goes all the way to the ocean. If this was a ranch that didn't have the Naples history, all these lots and this and that, and it came in front of us, and I'm not talking about the 14 acres, I'm talking about the whole development, whatever it is, we'd be looking at clustering housing. We'd be looking at saving large swaths of agricultural land, and that's the modern approach. This is going to really drive everybody nuts on both sides, what I next say, but what the board could have done, should have done, maybe still could, is say, there's one tool we have that allows us to plan an entire area and even cross boundaries of ownership, involve all sorts of legal parcels, and that's called the specific plan. And if ever it was a property that cried out for the specific plan, all of this did. But to talk about the ship having sailed, the ships have sailed in so many different directions since 1995. I'm not going to demand and make a motion that we initiate a specific plan. You'd ride me out of here tarred and feathered on a plank. But it's something I think about. I have concerns. One concern, and by the way, I'm not going to speak at length on these as I would if I thought we could somehow settle the case and it's going to matter all the details, because I agree with Ms. Collins. It's going to go to the board, and it'll go to the Coastal Commission. I have a big concern about the ESH. The whitetail kite foraging. You know, there's something different about this property. I'm talking about the whole ranch. If you look, starting in Santa Barbara, at what's available on the coast, what coastal terraces exist for whitetail kite foraging, you see more mesa, and you see sort of the Devereaux Slough restoration, but it's still undergoing and it's small. Then you see this. And then you take your Google Earth on up the coast, you see Las Vegas Ranch, okay, which is a little bigger than this. And by the way, it is a cattle ranch. There's cattle out there. So there is such a thing as agriculture on parcels of this type. That's proving it. And guess what? You go all the way to 101, where it turns north past the Gaviota Park, and there's nothing else. That's it on this part of the South Coast. You know, you could argue that some of the parcels on Hollister Ranch or Coastal Bluffs of a similar type, I don't know. So it's important. And it's probably no accident that we're talking about so many things here that sort of relate. It's flat. It's a coastal terrace. If you go on the other side of the freeway, it's upland, it slopes. There's a lot of alluvial soil there. We probably have an alluvial cap over this, but what we're really sitting on at that coastal terrace, and that's why it is a terrace, is it's sitting on that Monterey Shale. And that's what you see when you look at the cliffs from the ocean. That's why there are cliffs. That's why it doesn't slope down like a Santa Barbara beach. And that's why I was thinking about this when the gentleman mentioned the seals. I started thinking when I first saw Naples, and it was when I was a little kid, my dad and I would go out on his cabin cruiser and fish for bonita and other fish right off Naples. I don't know if any of you are offshore fishermen, but Naples is known for its rock structures underwater, and it's known for being a great fishery. And it's probably that same Monterey Shale. And so it's no accident that this is a coastal terrace that's kind of different and special. The ESH, I didn't write the law, I didn't write the policy, but we've got a Gaviota community plan policy that describes ESH, and it specifically says whitetail kite foraging. And this fits it. This fits that policy. This is ESH. Agriculture, you know, I appreciate the effort that went into the various plans for this parcel, but having 3.5 acres of agriculture that's over on the east side, so it's not even contiguous with other parcels, it's meaningless. That's not even one cow. It just shows that there's fragmentation, and we should not fragment this coastal terrace, this rare coastal terrace, for the sake of one property. Wastewater disposal, we heard a lot about that. I'm not going to repeat it all. You all heard it. I think it's a grave problem. I also am bothered that there's no EIR after the disking. I asked a lot of questions about voles, one of the few rodents that don't come into my kitchen, and most of them couldn't be answered. So I'm disturbed that we have no environmental review really on some important things after the disking. So I like the house. I'd like to live there. I think it's wonderful, but I cannot support the project. I can support the restoration just to get that over and done with if it's a plan that the applicants can live with, but not the housing project.
I'll go next.
Commissioner Martinez.
Well, I profess I don't know as much as some of my fellow commissioners regarding the animals that are at issue. But I thought it was most important when I heard that the applicant is asking the appellants, what else do you want? I really thought appellants were going to come up here and say, this is what we want, this is what we're looking for. And what that told me is there's nothing you can do But what I did hear from those people who did support the appellants was, they're going on the property, they want to use it, they want to do whatever they want to do in regards to the thing. They really aren't looking in the mirror. I mean, if they can use the property, why can't the owner use the property, is my position. So I'm looking at what has been accomplished. I'm looking about the longevity of what's going to happen here. I'm looking at the effort of over 80% of someone's land is going to be used for open use. I mean, and then what really strikes me is we were just at the last meeting in Santa Maria. We heard from the County Trails Organization, and I'm disappointed they're not here supporting this, because this is what they were all about at that meeting. Let's get trails. Let's get the property owners private property owners to help support us, and they're not here. You can only give so much, and then they're paying on it. Nobody else is. They've done the acts. I was actually impressed by the gentleman addressing the septic tanks and everything. That's something that I studied in college, and then I see what's going on in regards to development. Something that new technology is vastly more than what was in the past. I mean, just the aspect of that. But that also showed me the efforts of taking that cutting edge of looking. We're willing to do that, and I didn't hear applicants saying we're not willing to do more. I actually kind of interpreted it as the opposite. So I would support this project. I would vote yes to approve the project as recommended, and that's my deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to dive in now myself. Go for it. Okay. Here's where it goes. I really respect the passion of the people appearing who oppose this project and support the appeal. I love nature. Love. Actually, my two favorite birds, besides the black phoebe, are the loggerhead shrike and the white-tailed kite. However, I don't see that and the impact on their habitat as something that's pivotal to my decision here. I got into this whole thing that resulted in my being on the commission about property rights and supporting the ability of individuals, the rights to bring their property to what they thought was their highest and best use, of course, within the constraints of ordinances and regulations, etc. Unfortunately, applicant here selected to build their home in, I think, undoubtedly one of the most highly regulated areas on the planet, also one of the most beautiful. So a perplexing situation. I applaud, I think, the efforts of applicant over these many years of rigorous challenge. I applaud their many costly accommodations. We talk about development envelope. I look at that parcel. Interesting, it's called an envelope. It has almost identical dimensions if you pull out a mailing envelope with a stamp on it. They got their house in the corner with the stamp, okay? A small percentage of all that surface area. I know how that feels. I have a ranch, 160 acres. We can use about 25 because of another little cryptic organism that lives underground most of the time. I have a beautiful vernal pool. It's wonderful. I love it. It's extremely expensive. That's what's responsible. But someday I'd like that whole property to be in an ecological easement so that part will never ever get developed. I get it on both sides. I sympathize with both sides. Perhaps right now, I find the arguments of the appellants very moving. I find the argument of applicant compelling. So we find ourselves here looking at all these complex issues. I had real questions about the percolation. about the septic field and its potential for polluting. I think they were resolved pretty effectively by the presentations we saw here today. We are in, when I look at the ag use, all the other uses, I realize that the small footprint of the house may indeed diminish some of the foraging territory of the kite, but given that it's a raptor, it's capable of flight, I see that as, yeah, perhaps that occurs. I don't see it that great a problem. They can fly over that disturbed area, look next door and see something they want to eat. Maybe that's too simplified, but you get what I mean. So in the end, I find myself, even though in some situations I might like to have a continuance, that's not available as an option. Since I know it's going to proceed to Board of Supervisors, apparently no matter what our action is, I'd much rather have it go to the Board of Supervisors. And I think to also give the applicant the respect they deserve for their many years of concessions, their concessions to provide coastal access, their agreement to provide continuing access to those who have trespassed over that property for decades. I appreciate those accommodations. I think my only option is to deny the appeal and approve the project, which is exactly what I will vote for. Commissioner Ford?
Thanks. I'll try to keep my comments short. First of all, I'm still new to this, and it's an amazing learning experience. I concur with Mr. Reed about the passion and the hard work of everyone involved, appellant and applicant. I do think this is a matter of feeling versus reality. I feel like so many of you that the beauty and importance of this coast and its habitats and animal residents and the public's love of this land should be protected and honored to the fullest extent possible. Those are my feelings. The reality for me is that the applicant legally owns this property, has taken many efforts and means to mitigate all concerns. I'm really disappointed in the significant disagreement of facts and interpretation of data and laws among the appellants and the applicants and the P&D staff, but I guess that's just something I'm going to have to get used to, being on this planning commission. The precedent to develop privately owned coastal property has already been set at Paradiso, and this project now does qualify under the Housing Accountability Act, whether we like it or not. So I'm inclined to approve this project, supporting the staff decision, and trust that this applicant and the team will continue to work to understand and honor the feelings and recommendations of the environmental experts and protectors. She said I should be fired.
Goodbye.
That's fine. Thanks.
Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you. I like to think back to better times with the Gaviota Coast. I was on the Planning Commission at that time. I was amazed by the property. I spent different times of the year and different times of the day and night going there and see it now being treated kind of like a piece of meat that is tossed back and forth with good intentions by people whose opinion I respect. There is no perfect answer here. It's going to be litigated, or it's going to be modified and come back to us perhaps in some other form, but we can't do the job that we're qualified to do to make it acceptable by everybody. So I met at length with people I've respected for years, with respect to the environment that we live in up and down the coast, and wonderful people that are smart and capable and work hard to make our area of the world a better place to live. I would love to converse with them and see if they agree with the possibilities that would follow from saying we're going to deny this project today, or we're going to grant this project today, and kind of bet on what the future will bring. But that's where we are. So I'll listen to the final arguments of everybody and throw my hat in the ring.
Any additional comment? So are we ready for a motion?
I'll make the motion. Is it going to be up here on the screen? Here we are. I would make the motion to accept the recommended actions taken off the screen.
Wait a second.
Okay, I got the green light now. Okay, deny the appeals case numbers 25 APL 0004 and -5 and -6. Make the required findings for approval of the residential development project as it reads on the screen here. Consider the CEQA addendum to the previously certified EIR and determine that no subsequent EIR or ND is required for the proposed project. And lastly, approve the residential development project 16 CDH-00016, 17 CUP-00047, 18 CDH-0029, and Habitat Restoration Project 23 CDH-00014, subject to the conditions of approval, is my motion.
I will second. Roll call, Mr. Villalobos?
Yes. Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Ford.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
No.
Commissioner Martinez.
Aye.
Chair Reed.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Are you concluding this meeting? Are you concluding this?
Say the magic words.
With that, we will adjourn. Thank you, staff, for joining us in this long excursion.